All right, welcome. The Xbox 2 podcast is live without Jez Corden because he is one sick puppy. But, I've gathered some of my friends here to talk about, all the week's biggest news. And as Fonz would say, Starfield. Well, actually, we got Fonz here. So, Fonz, give us the Starfield one time.
Starfield.
There we go. Starfield. So, yeah, we have a whole bunch of people here, and we're going to introduce them. First off, we have Lord Cognito from ILP. What's going on, brother?
Chilling, happy to be here, Rand. Oh, I got sound effect. Oh, I got a studio audience. Let's go. Fresh off that PAX West, and it's good to be here, man. I haven't talked to you a little bit. First of all, send some love to Jez, y'all. He going through it. I have been his resident doctor on the scene, walking him through symptoms and everything. But I hope he heals up and feels better. But yeah, hanging in, man. I'm doing better. Salute everybody that shows some love that I pulled up on PAX West on me and the Lords. And yeah, it's good to be here talking games. I know we got some juicy topics. So we got the homie Fonz, we got Gaz, we got my bro Addict with the invite. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, that's. I mean, we have a gaming addict here. First time on the show, Xbox 2. He's been bullying me behind the scenes, but now he's made it.
Yeah.
So
it's a very few examples where I say bullying is completely acceptable and it should be encouraged.
Yeah.
But yeah, I appreciate the invite,
Bro, you're right though. I learned some of our biggest guesses do the addict bullying. Low key.
Yeah, he's very persistent, being like, "Come on, when am I going to be on?"
And I won't
I
won't just bully you once. I'll bully you multiple.
They'll keep on doing it. And it's like, you know what? He got a lot of time in Starfield, so I was like, this is a Starfield episode, so we got to get Attic on here. We also have Jay Fonzarelli in the house. What's up, Fonz?
Appreciate you for the invite. Loving Starfield right now.
But wait, I was told you were going to complain.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, somebody in the chat said, "Oh man, he's here to complain." Bro, you ain't getting no complaints from me. I love Starfield. I'm telling you, it's my game of the year for sure for me right now.
Put it down early like that.
Oh, I'm putting it down. I got about 24 hours in. I'm loving this game.
Okay, let's see what we doing.
I'm still leaning a little bit more towards Baldur's Gate for my game of the year.
Well, that's not what Cog was telling me, Attic. That's not what Cog was saying. You flipping? You flipping on us already?
He flipping.
No, I love Starfield. I do, but the thing is Baldur's Gate has the gameplay that like my favorite type of gameplay.
Mm-hmm. He did change up last week, but we're gonna let that rock.
And last but not least, we have the Sauce Master, Gaz, in the house. Gaz, how you doing, bro?
I'm good, man. Thank you for having me here, for being bold enough. I might be the only negative person here today. So,
what?
Sorry, it's just I also agree with Fonz. It's an incredible game. But we'll get into Starfield.
Would you give this podcast a 7 out of 10, Gaz? Is that what you're saying?
No, I would never, especially when I'm here. 10.
Yeah, 11 out of 10, because we actually get some sound effects. We get some music.
Welcome to Xbox 5.
Yeah.
The Xbox 5. Hey, I don't want to get copyright claimed, guys. Yeah, I don't want to get claimed. So
goodbye, money. You got enough money, Rand.
Oh, please. Anyways, you know what? I just noticed I hit 99,000K at least either yesterday or today. Like what cameras to buy and have them help me set it up so it looks all good. I don't know.
I'm ready.
So if you guys haven't already hit that subscribe button, please do. Hit the like button as well because that helps the show out. Let everybody know Xbox 2 is live on this hot Monday here in Chicago. It's like almost 90 degrees, but that's okay. It's going to be cool because we're going to be talking about Xbox's game of the generation, potentially. At least that's what some people had built it up to be, right? Game of the gen. But before we get into all that, I got to shout out the wonderful people at Patreon for supporting the show. We've had Kyle Moriarty on, we've had Lord Cognito on, Cold Eastwood, Parris Lily. Our guest for Xbox 2+1 this month is going to be Mr. Matty Plays.
Duke Brederick.
Yeah,
Let's go.
You know what better
Nice.
time to have Maddie on than after the release of
Facts.
Starfield?
Lord of Bethesda. The
Except
Duke
he
of
hates the
Bethesda.
game, right?
I don't, does he hate the
Maddie
game?
love the
I'm
game.
kidding.
Does he?
I'm kidding. guys,
Maddie's
I'm
a
kidding.
perfectionist.
Come
It's like comparing his Mona Lisa. So he gonna be extra hard with all his little, you know what I'm saying, Fallouts and Elder Scrolls, and you know what I'm saying. So he's got it in the pantheon though. But I'll let him tell it when he joins the show. With
Yeah.
with Red.
And you know, Jez was thinking about expanding Xbox 2 to +1 to actually be twice a month. So we're currently discussing that so we can get more people on. But we do have some shout outs for the wonderful people at Patreon. We have Mo Spankin, Saucy Mods, James Wiseau, The Grandest of Bib, Chris Parney, Starsman, Hey Blinken, Battered Haddock, Army Dude, 52C, Ryan Kipple, Foreign Object, Mythic Marty, Moronic Donkey 99, Mockazilla, Randall Thor 19, Silas, Eric Gregory, Elijah Vasquez, James Moore, Halo's the Franchise Player, K-Trox, Bright Tundra 1, a Midget from Connecticut, Justin Duell, Frank Mariano, PB Broking, Asa T and Madison, Untidy Tim, Grizzy Mofo OG, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Wagerman, Achievement, The Scarecrow 121, Darren Torpy, Prof JJJ, Butterball 8, Ghostface Killer, Wolfgang KPZ, and Ralph Wiggum. Thank you guys so much for supporting us on Patreon. You can do that as well. Patreon.com/XB2, links in the description. I know we have some Patreon questions, which we'll get at the end of the show. You know, Jez isn't here. And I don't expect these guys to be here for over a 3-hour show. They can come and go as they please. But so if everybody does leave, then I'll do the Patreon questions myself. So, yeah, I don't know. What do you guys want to talk about? What do you guys want to talk about? Cog, what do you want to talk about? What's the big topic of discussion this past week?
I think we all know that the zeitgeist is all about a certain Bethesda game right now. And
Yeah.
what side of the fence you're on? Obviously, most people have it now. Early access, obviously, a lot of us were reviewing and covering the game early, and salute to everybody that listen to the coverage and stuff like that. But I think now it's kind of like saturated the masses, right? So people are now getting a chance to really play. Feelings are settling in. So I guess the game, and then obviously I know you want to talk about controversies.
There's always controversies. I mean, Gaz is on, so you know it's going to be controversy filled, right?
Yeah, I think I would like to open it up, obviously, to Fonz, Gaz. Now it's in the wild. Like, how y'all feeling, like, in general? Because obviously, me and Addict, we've had it for a while. So I'm just curious, what's the vibe? What's the feel?
Well, first off, I want to say that I'm jealous that you got it early, man. I review copy Bethesda, like I'm Mr. Starfield out here, constantly promoting this game, but hey, it didn't happen. I'm loving the game. I'm about 24 hours in, I believe, as of today.
Okay.
And I have only done around 6 main missions, and I've done a ton of side stuff because it's just that good. It's lived up to the hype for me, for sure. It does have its shortcomings here and there. And I'm sure Gaz will really dive into those. I don't disagree with him on those things, but overall, it doesn't bother me whatsoever. I'm still immersed into this universe. It's given me a lot of Mass Effect vibes along with that Bethesda RPG that we know and love. And it's like Bethesda and BioWare had a baby here. And I am enjoying every bit of what I am experiencing. I can't help but gush about the game because I was so excited and they nailed it for me. So that's how I'm feeling right now.
I'm just curious, what's your favorite part, Fonz? Like, what's the part that it really hit for you, whether it be a gameplay mechanic or just an experience that you had? Because we've had like some random. I got stories, so I don't want to take over.
Oh, I got stories too. I got stories too. But just the fact that so from the opening of the game, it set the tone with the ambience and the mood and the music and everything just landed for me. This when it comes to this space, game and everything, they just nailed this sci-fi feel. And of course, the options they give you within how you tackle the mission it's up to you. It truly is up to you. Like most of these missions I've done things on some of the side missions I didn't think I was going to be able to do, but I did it, and I said, "Oh my God, I didn't know I would be able to get away with that, but I did." And I'm loving that aspect. You don't get games like Bethesda games very often. And so I think a lot of people out there that may be naysaying this game or whatever, either aren't playing it or just gave it, a couple hours and just like, whatever, or they're just not into Bethesda games. But if you're really into Bethesda RPGs, this game is for you.
No doubt.
Definitely.
This game is for me.
Final question. I gotta ask Fox. If you and Fox have not talked in so long, what skill traits and what traits, what things you went with? I'm just curious. How's your man's out there in Starfield? What's he doing?
First of all, you got to go with persuasion.
Yeah,
Every Bethesda game, you got to go with persuasion. But I went over to this wanted trait that I took up because I thought it was interesting. Like it gave me something, but it also made me a target essentially. So every time I go up into space where others that didn't pick the wanted level may have this free roaming ride into space and not have any problems, I'm constantly getting bounty hunters coming after me. And it's cool. It's cool because I'm getting more people to, shoot at in space. And, they give you options there. You can pay them off and that sort of thing. But nah, I'm fighting. I'm going down. So I'm loving it. I'm playing it like I would any other traditional Bethesda game. And again, they nailed it for me, for a Bethesda fan.
No doubt.
Well, I mean, that's all that matters if it nails it for you, being that you're such a huge Bethesda supporter. And you've been looking forward to this game. Because you know what happens sometimes when you look forward to something for so long, and then you finally get it. It may not live up to your expectations. But it sounds like it definitely is not only lived up to yours, but exceeded expectations. Addict, you had the game early. I know you were playing a ton of time on it. Like, what are your thoughts so far?
Yeah, I think I have over 100 hours in it now.
Nice.
I like it. There's like some bigger criticism I do have for it. I do feel like the information in the game is lacking, like from just as simple as like telling you how to do things, and I feel like just like mini maps, like telling me where shit is. Oh, I can't cuss on this game.
Well, you can. I usually say hold that until like after the first hour. Although you guys have cussing banned on ILP though.
I just won't cuss. It's fine. So stuff like that, frustrates me because like if I'm in a store and I'm looking to sell all the stuff I've been selling for people, I shouldn't have to look for it. It should just pop up on my mini map or the map of the area. It's just like the lack of information is frustrating. And one thing is like, once you get real big into space battles, I don't know, maybe someone in the chat or someone on the panel learned, but is there like a place where you could go where it's like guaranteed space battles and stuff? Because like, I feel like I haven't really came across anything like that. Like you could keep bouncing from planet to planet, and it might take 10 jump before you come across a ship to actually fight. So, besides stuff like that, I've really enjoyed the immersion. I've enjoyed, the ship combat. I think it's very fun. I would like more unique ships because I feel like I'm coming across the same ships over and over again. Kind of like, remember Black Flag where there's like legendary ships, all like pirate ships on the map that you can fight? I would have liked a little bit of that on this game too, where it's like, there's people that they talk about and you can search out. I haven't really came across anything like that, but the game's fun, man. It really is. I do think it's something that Microsoft desperately needed. And, I think it's a solid thing in their library, but now it's just like, they need to be reaching out to everybody. We can't go down. We got to stay on par or go up. There ain't no going down ever again.
It's funny you mentioned it. There is no hand-holding in this game at all, dude. They don't show you. And, there's no real tutorial at all. Like, you're kind of just lost in the menu system, and you have to figure it out. And there's always things that come up, or like Colt or Gaz will tell me, oh, you can do this. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's a quality of life feature that I wish I would have known from the beginning. But again,
and they should be open with that, like restricting information. There's a difference between stuff like when people complain about Ubisoft throwing too much information at you and just telling you how to play the game. I'm willing to bet you a lot of the people that didn't like the first couple hours of this game, including myself, is because it took us so long to relearn. Not only did we have to relearn how to play Bethesda game, we had to learn how to play Bethesda game in space.
It's true.
So that was the first couple hours was very frustrating because I had explained to Rand and like 3 other people just had a board ship.
I
didn't know how to do it.
I was trying to dock, and I'm like, I don't know how to dock, and I was getting so frustrated.
Oh.
Luckily, Attic was there. He's like,
Oh,
no,
you
this
had
is
to
what you need to
target.
do.
Yeah.
And I was like,
yeah.
oh, because I hadn't done the main story. Like, I did the first main story where you join
Same.
Constellation, and then I went off and did my own,
Same.
right? And
Same,
the
yep.
game sort of teaches you how to dock during the main story, I believe, if I
I
remember
didn't know that.
correctly. I think one of the missions like has you do it. So I'm trying to figure out how to do it, and I'm like running into the ship. I'm like, do I do it on
I
the
did the
top, the
same
bottom?
thing.
Like, how do I actually? And granted, some of that's on me. There is a help section that you can bring up, like for tutorials and stuff. The game does have. I didn't really
Okay.
do that, but I had Attic in the chat, and he had played it more than anybody. And he's like, "Oh no, all you got to do is just kind of open your scanner or press A on the ship." And then it'll pop up, and as soon it was,
Yeah.
I felt like such an idiot when I saw the X
Oh.
pop up.
I know.
I
dude,
was
me
like,
too.
oh man, Gaz,
Yeah,
you're
somebody told me in a chat. They said you had to lock on and then you can die. I was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
really? It's that simple? I've been banging into this thing for like, I don't know, 10 minutes. Like, come
Mhm.
on.
No,
Yeah.
I had the same issue everywhere with Doc again. Oh, Red, I'm sorry.
no. I was just saying, we need to get Gaz up in here. We need to get the sauce,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
everybody's loving it.
I
but
didn't-
Gaz
I didn't
less
struggle with-
a little bit.
No, not really.
No?
That's not true at all.
Okay.
I've enjoyed it thoroughly. But I didn't have the troubles you guys had because clearly I know how to play games.
Oh.
But
Oh,
Damn, shots
I
fired.
know.
Okay.
early.
no. A lot of people say that the game started off slow for them. I didn't feel that. I was instantly immersed in the game. I just loved the whole setting. For me, the key things were getting those sci-fi tropes ready, and a big part of that is the setting. And I can't, the game hasn't released yet. I'm lucky enough to get a review copy, kind of.
Kind of.
And
Kind of.
and got to play it, which was so painful not to talk about it. But it's crazy. And you start off grounded, and then the game just takes you in this journey. And I started off doing the story, and then kind of figured out for myself that, you know what, let me just stick with the story, because I was so intrigued and pulled by the narrative. And that's something I didn't expect, because I've never completed a Bethesda game. I go quite far a ways in, and then I stop because their janky combat kind of wanes in. The settings don't appeal to me. Skyrim with its high fantasy, whatever, all that stuff, and Fallout. Even though I like post-apocalyptic settings normally, it's the guns. They're really old school. Is based on 50s America, whatever. This game, it hits everything for me. So when I was just intrigued by this, I loved the soundtrack. I love one thing that almost pisses me off. Well, I had David Jaffe on, and me and him were just going at it on Go Live on Saturday. He was like, "This game is objectively ugly," and
That is not
a silly
true.
statement.
That is not true.
You can't have
whatsoever.
something objectively ugly. Beauty is subjective by its nature, but this game, I was bursting at the seams to share some screenshots, and I'm working on a video just showing off the visuals, because there's so much. Obviously, console warring, you'll get all the people focusing on the NPCs and blah blah blah, but the game's visuals are stunning to me. It looks beautiful, and the the global illumination just really makes this game shine. We'll talk about the bits where it does fall apart, where this game, and I made a video before it came out, said, this is a potential game of the gen, and you heard that a lot. And for a lot of people, it will be, but I just feel like it falls short of that. Despite that, this game, in my opinion, will be regarded this generation as a classic RPG. At the very least, what it has done is absolutely, and anyone says otherwise is really fooling themselves, but absolutely has redeemed Bethesda after Fallout 76 and has added a pretty potent exclusive on the Xbox. And it's finally, this is the thing. It may not be the big 90 plus meta, and we'll talk about review scores in a bit, I'm sure, but it's still an excellent game. Cast away all that noise. this is a special game that is a product of a lot of effort and a lot of work. And I'm playing it right now, but thank you for not. But yeah, it's just a brilliant game. I just think it's a great game. I've never completed a Bethesda RPG. I've completed this. I've almost 3 days in now, and I'm still playing it.
Yeah, I want to jump in real quick,
Well,
Rand, if
Kat,
may.
can I just interject really quickly?
Please.
I see some people asking about Jez in the chat, so I figured I'd bring that up. Sure. Jez isn't here because he has COVID, and he's not feeling very good. We tried to do the show on Friday, but honestly, he sounded like a corpse. Like, there was no way we could do the show with him sounding like, you know? Like, he sounded really, really bad. So, for those of you just joining us, hi. Hope you guys are doing well. Hit the subscribe button, by the way, the like button. He won't be with us this episode. I mean, maybe he'll jump in at some point because he is not feeling good. So send Jez your love, and hopefully he'll be back for Friday for Xbox 2. But that's for anybody just joining. But go ahead, Cog.
Yeah, man. Now I was just kind of resonating. The stuff guys were saying really resonating with me. I think for me, where the change is, as a fan of Bethesda RPGs, right? You know there's going to be that hardcore element. I agree with Addict as far as the onboarding, though. I do feel they didn't do a good job with the onboarding because there's so many complexities of things that you can do that make your experience way better if you knew them up front. So that's the first thing. But I will say, for me, where it really changed is as a guy that played Oblivion, Skyrim, all that stuff, I never really played Bethesda games in third person. To me, it was just, okay, you're giving me the option, but can I functionally play? So when I first booted up the game, the thing that really stood out to me was that the combat felt solid. You know, jumping in the jetpack, jumping in the air, shooting enemies. I was like, okay, this actually feels serviceable. And then where it really started to change, I think, Rand, me and you were talking, is I found like this thing called a power boost pack. And this thing kind of gave me like trampoline level abilities of jumping, where I'm like scaling on top of a building sometimes, and then the fact that they got the mantle.
I haven't found anything like that in my.
Oh, game. Bro, go to Sidonia, go to Mars, do the Deimos quest. There's a guy that kind of has like an NPC that has like an Australian accent. If you finish that quest line, you'll guarantee to get a power boost pack. You'll find them across the world, but if you get one of those. Because I was playing exclusively in first person, Fawn. So I'm like, I got this thing. This thing became a platforming game to me. So I'm like, I got to play in third person. And when I played it in third person, I couldn't believe how sound it felt, how good it felt. And I'm like, yo, I exclusively got to do this now. So now I'm like walking through, I'm making sure that like I have my, take my suit off when I'm in indoor areas, my space helmet off when I'm in other areas and stuff like that. You know. Yeah, little things with the companions and, you know, little idle animations. Because, Fonz, you would appreciate this. I'm the guy that in a Bethesda game, I'm going through every room. I'm scouring. There's lore. There's secrets inside some of these recordings that might lead to a quest. You know what I'm saying? Then you might get a rare material. I'm to the part where my companions be like, bro, you know you can give me something to hold because you are over encumbered.
All the time. They're screaming at me. How could you hold so much?
But I'm like, all right. So I trade gear, whatever. And then the fun thing get at it. I'm sorry.
I got to the point where I was having so much stuff, I would have to buy a bunch of ammo and then sell that stuff to get not only my money that I bought the ammo with, also their money, because I had so much stuff.
And then the funny thing is, depending on how you play, like Attic is big time space pirate, and I wanted to get a ship and do all that stuff. But like a lot of the people you get in the beginning, because like you, Rand, I didn't follow the Constellation quest at the beginning. As soon as I got to New Atlantis, I was like, "Ooh, squirrel! What's this? What's that?" And I'm flying all over the galaxy.
That's me.
Doing all type of quests and foolishness. So what happens is, like, I started to see that a lot of the people that I had in the beginning were didn't like a lot of the moral choices I was making, and they were just like, such and such. Sarah disapproved of that. Sarah don't like that. And I'm like, damn, like she's disgusted. She left, and I'm like, but it adds flavor to the game. So what I want to say is from that mechanic, and then I love that when I finally started doing what Attic was doing, which is really the space and what I consider the wing commander aspect of the game, which is really fluid and jump into a system, scanning ships. You know, you get your pirate on, or encountering random NPCs that have a lot of stories and a lot of quests to them. So that's when the game really opened up. It's like that third dimension for me.
Yeah. And I agree with you 100% about the third person versus first person. Like both feel so good to me. And I use both all the time. Like I switch back and forth all the time. It's so good.
I will say though, for me, when I started it, I was a little disappointed.
It's a little slow for you.
Yeah, I mean, I started it up and it was kind of like, well, I should say like the intro, which is playing, I captured the first hour. Like all that stuff was good where it's like, okay, you grab the artifact, you fight some of the pirates, you go into space, and then you land and you fight some of those at the base. Like I was feeling that. It's sort of like when they dropped you off at New Atlantis, where I kind of was just like maybe a little bit overwhelmed. Where I was like, okay, and then people are coming up to you, giving you all these quests, you have all these things to do, and then you discover that like everything in New Atlantis is kind of segmented and there's like a lot of loading. Oh, you go into this building, it's a load. You go in, New Atlantis is separated into 3 sections. It's all loads. So I was kind of like, man, I don't know. And then some of the early activities that people give you aren't very interesting. They're kind of like fetch quests. I was maybe expecting more. So my initial like impressions were, I don't know, I'm not really feeling this. It's not really catching me, right? Until about like 6-7 hours in, I actually loaded up that save last night. Where, I was talking to Gaz, I was talking to Cog, I was talking to Cole. We were kind of comparing experiences, and everybody sort of felt the same way. The game started to turn for me when I did this quest, where I talked to, I don't know how many of you guys, and nobody had experienced this. And it was, how like you can go to the terminal boards and you can get like a job. Like, hey, you can hunt down a bounty hunter, or you can essentially go to this place and destroy the Crimson Fleet, or all the different job boards they have in the game for like random missions. I picked one up where it was like, hey, deliver this laser to this planet. And I was like, okay, no problem, right? I can do that. And so I delivered the laser and I immediately got credit. And it was like, normally I would just go back to what I was doing, all these missions I had. But for whatever reason, I decided to get out the ship and kind of explore this town the spaceport was connected to. And Hazardor Gaming says, those fetch quests worse than Final Fantasy 16? They're just as bad. The fetch quests aren't fun, period. So I was exploring the spaceport, and a couple of the characters gave me some quests, and it was just like, hey, go hang up some posters. And I was thinking to myself, is this really what Starfield's going to be? Bunch of fetch quests? Go over here and find out why there's a brownout. Go over here and hang up some posters and stuff. I was like, this isn't what I want. This is science fiction, right? You have the whole world, the whole universe is your oyster. Why are some of these missions just so basic, right? And then I find this girl who's tending the bar, right? And she gives me a quest to get her beer, but it's in orbit in a ship. So I'm like, okay, so I go in the ship, I go in orbit, and it's this huge derelict spaceship. It got a couple spacers kind of floating around it. We get into a dogfight. I win. Go into the derelict spaceship, and a bunch of warnings are going off, right? It's like red sirens and everything. And every 40 seconds, the gravity turns off and then turns back on. So I'm fighting people inside this huge ship.
I haven't even done this.
Well, no, but that's the thing. I talked to 15 people. Nobody had done that mission except for me. Right? It was finally the first mission that kind of leaned in fully to the whole sci-fi nature of the game, where I'm on a ship and the zero-G stuff is active and then inactive. So it was so cool going down the corridor, and then suddenly everybody's lifted into zero-G and you're fighting in zero-G, and then everything drops to the ground. And it's constant. It's like every 40 seconds. So like that was the beginning where I was like, okay, now if they can do stuff like this throughout the rest of this game, this is going to be something special. This is kind of one of those unicorn missions that I felt really, it made me feel, I don't know, I don't want to say powerful, but it made me feel special because nobody else I talked to had even heard about this. And it was just a random mission I had picked up from talking to somebody. And then I started getting into the UC Vanguard quest line, and immediately I went from like a 7.5 to like an 8.5, because I started to do the Vanguard quest line. I started to do the main missions, which I've said in my review. If you listen to it, thank you guys, by the way, for listening to that. I absolutely adore the main story. So for a while there in the beginning, for the first 5 to 7 hours, I was kind of like, they're not leaning into the sci-fi stuff as much as I want. And then they eventually do, and I became like, I love this game. And I'm someone who doesn't particularly love Bethesda games. I like them. You know, I don't really care for Fallout. I do enjoy Skyrim, but I would never put those in my top 50. They aren't something that I think
That
about.
hurts.
You know, they're not my type of games.
No, I know.
But this game, because of the sci-fi nature and what happens during it, no spoilers, by the way. We're not going to talk about any spoilers. I love this game where I just like other Bethesda games. So, I mean, they won me over. You know what I mean?
Dude.
I know. So I take it you guys, neither of you have come across the quest I'm talking about?
No,
No.
when you went to a bar. What kind of chicks do you pick at the bar that give you this crazy mission? I've not even done this, and this is the thing that people who haven't played it don't understand. And when I did my review, I had to put a disclaimer in there, and I even said my review is fundamentally flawed because I haven't sampled vast majority of the side content. In fact, actually, on reflection and seeing how many people push their reviews without that disclaimer,
Bro, you have to, guys. There's some great side missions.
I'm doing it now. I'm doing one now with the Crimson Fleet that challenges the main story quests. In fact, that is the most enjoyment I've had. Is out of that.
I would actually go as far as say that this is the best Bethesda game that's ever handled side activities, side factions, main factions, because it doesn't feel like most other ones. You lost a little of the immersion. Is all the Weens doing okay? Now let's go do some random stuff for 10 hours, and it doesn't really matter.
The world's gonna die. We're gonna do this other stuff.
On this, because it's a universe, what's happening in point A isn't affecting point Z because they're in a completely different part of the universe. So why would they care about what's going on over here? Why would anything you do matter what you do on this part of the galaxy than when you do in this part of the universe? Because the game is so massive in scale, it would make sense that you could go do something over here and these people don't even know what's going on.
Oh, 100%. You know how they're you know, Pete Hines and Todd Howard has said that this game is so massive that it's going to have people playing for even years, right? And now I'm sure you can get through all the content or whatever if you tried really, you know, within a certain amount of time before a year's up, I'm sure. But what I'm trying to say here is, though, that some of the side missions and stuff that I've done have been these little quest lines that go on for like hours. Some of these things, like literal hours, not just these fast little fetch quests. Go get this, go get that, bring it back. You're done. You know, I'm blown away with the scale of this game so far. And I know I haven't even touched a fraction of it because when I zoom out on those star systems, it blows me away. It's like, I've got a lot to do here.
You do have a lot. You're going to be playing this game for a long time, Fonz.
I definitely am. Because I'm somebody who put in like, even Fallout 4, like I love Bethesda games, but Fallout 4, even though I really enjoyed Fallout 4, for me, it's the worst Fallout game there is. And I still put 259 hours into that game. It just shows you how much time I pour into a Bethesda game. I fell in love with Bethesda with Morrowind on the OG Xbox. And ever since then, like, dude, Bethesda can, for me, it's like their single player RPGs have always kind of hit to a certain degree, even though Fallout 4 wasn't the best because the options and stuff wasn't there. Here, I've got those options. Here, I have what I'm looking for in their games. And they nailed it for me, man. Like, and can we appreciate the freaking, I mean, when you look at it as a Bethesda game, they're traditionally not known as really putting out great graphics or whatever. And Gaz is right. There's some areas that aren't so great looking, but for the most part, I find myself like, wow, this is really beautiful here and there. You know, like the lighting in the game is so good that at times it rivals other, you know, games out there that people consider to be the best looking game. And I think the animations are so much better than the, you know, other Bethesda games that they put out in the past, especially when you're running in third person and stuff. It doesn't look weird. Some games it looks weird when you see your guy running around, but this game, I think they nailed it. I think they nailed that.
So,
oh my God, wait, sorry. I admit that I'm playing it as I'm talking to you, but The Crimson Fleet. I came to a base. They're just my friends because of the quest. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
that is so cool.
That's a
We're
go.
friends now. Pirate life.
See, I'm not a friend. I shot their captain. I'm not a friend of the Crimson
And
Fleet.
this is the thing: when Rand complete, no spoilers, but when you complete the game, the core story, by the way, when you told me how the way Rand completed the game and the way I completed the final big set piece, so different,
Completely different.
so
Yep.
different, completely
Same.
different. I was like, what? How?
Yeah.
That
And
means you've missed out on some things, and I've missed out on some major things as well. It's just like, huh?
Yeah, so there are definitely convergent points where the experience will be different when you end it. And the cool thing is, to me, without spoiling, is that we have to admit, like, even as great as Bethesda is, it's always about how living in these worlds and these experiences make you feel. Like, it's just lived in, you got all these quests. The difference with Starfield, what sets it apart for me, is this is the first time, and this is a testament to what Rand said, when you can play the main storyline and the quality of the main storyline is so high for a Bethesda game, without spoiling, like, you're going to want to do New Game Plus for reasons.
Exactly.
And that to me is that's the difference. That's where they evolved.
Yeah.
Because I can't tell you what happened in the end of Skyrim's main quest.
Yeah.
I can tell you what I did at the Thieves Guild. I can tell you what I did with the Dark Brotherhood. You know what I'm saying? I can tell you all that other stuff, but I can't tell you what the main core story in Oblivion, you know, what I did at the main quest. That's all extra stuff because you kind of want to live in the world, right? You kind of want to do all these things. You don't want to rush. This game, not only is the main quest a good tutorial for a lot of things and systems, it is actually really tackling the sci-fi and tackling some stuff that people I think are going to be very excited when they finally do experience it.
Cognito, I got to a point last night where no spoilers, but it was kind of what you're talking about there. And I had the pleasure of having Colt and Rand in the party chat with me while I experienced that. And they were just like, okay, we want to go to bed, but we want to hear your reaction to this, you know. And it was just so good. It was so good. I was just it makes me love the game even more.
Yeah.
Last time I heard people talk about a game the way you guys are talking about it was Elden Ring. That says a lot to me.
Exactly.
I mean, it's
Elden Ring's awesome.
so
Yeah.
we've talked a lot about the pros of the game, and even like with the whole review cycle, like it almost kind of feels like 2 weeks wasn't enough, right?
Right.
And
Yeah.
you would
Wasn't.
think 2 weeks would be enough for most games, but
2 weeks isn't enough to play this game efficiently, healthy.
yes, like
Yeah.
because I know
great.
Jez started completely over. Like he had a character, he has 110 hour save. He started a new character because he didn't like how his character was built out, and he was playing the game for review differently than how he would play the game normally, right? So he's like, I'm starting completely over. And
That's crazy.
we've seen like, hey, kind of funny. Greg Miller and them talked about the game, and then like now he's in like New Game Plus 3. People are like experiencing things now that they didn't get to experience in Starfield, just because you could go for 2 whole days and play for 10 hours and not make a dent in any of the quest lines or any of the story, because this isn't like a linear experience
no
at all. It's like it's a whole universe. There's so many different things you could possibly do. You could just do whatever, and some people enjoy playing doing things differently. Like for me, my whole thing was I wanted some great gameplay, which the gunplay I think is really tight in this. I had a lot of fun boosting around in my jetpack. Like I had maxed out my boost pack, and I had gotten
I'm so jealous of that.
I
don't
maxed
even
out
have
my.
one.
So this is how cool it was, because I maxed out my boost pack and put a lot of points in that tree to the point where while I'm boost packing in the air, I can hold the trigger down to aim, and I will hover in place and slow down time by 70% while I'm doing it, right?
That is
So I'm just like attacking from the air. I'm like, okay, the gunplay is really fun. The perks, I spec'd out my character how I wanted: boost pack, persuasion, lock picking. The trait I maxed out for basically carrying as much as I could, because encumbrance is a bitch in these games. I hate encumbrance in 2023. And I was like, what I wanted from this game was I didn't want to explore. 1,000 planets, I don't care. Like, I wanted, tell me a great story. Tell me an incredible science fiction story, right? Show me things that can't be done in Fallout or Skyrim in a medieval fantasy. And I want to be immersed. I want some great dialogue. I want some really cool morality choices where you're sitting there thinking to yourself, what would I do? Because they always present you with that choice at the end where it's like it's a big morality choice. And I want to have great voice acting, and I got all that, right? Which is why I gave the game a 9, because by the end of my experience and my time with it, I was telling Cog, because I think I was on the phone with you, and I'm like, bro, I got the hugest smile on my face right now. Like, so, I you know, and that's not to say the game doesn't have its flaws, because it does have flaws, and that was kind of what I was going to get into next was, you know, we've kind of given this game a rim job a little bit, right? Like, talk how good about the game.
Say one thing before you get into that really quick. Let me say this, because you made mention of you know, just playing through the main campaign opposed to really experiencing some of the stuff with the side missions and everything. And this is the first game that made me change my attitude towards reviews.
Okay.
I thought about this morning as I was playing, because I've played some side missions that have rivaled the main missions for sure, some even better, so far from what I've played. And I'm thinking to myself, those who mainlined the campaign and did a review, in my opinion, kind of did a disservice to themselves for not exploring, not doing other things. And I think that's why, if you look at the reviews and stuff, I would take them with a grain of salt, people. Like, who cares? First of all, it's their opinions. But at the end of the day, I'm noticing, and I know you guys have seen it too on social media, there are a lot of people that have reviewed this game that you can tell mainline the campaign because they're playing New Game Plus now, and they're just blown away by the extra content and the side missions and stuff. And they're absolutely loving, not liking, loving the game. And they may have given it a review that doesn't reflect yours, and it may have been, you know, a 7 or an 8, but maybe now, after playing some of that New Game Plus, they might have given it a better score. Who knows? But this makes me rethink, because I used to think in the past, like, oh, you can mainline a campaign and review a game, and that's fine because you've played the game. But now with this game, like, especially for RPGs, I don't know, man. I'm thinking that you really need to dive into the other quests as well.
I think that speaks more about Starfield, though, Fonz. I think it's so rich in that side content that standard can't apply to Starfield. There may be RPGs that may fall into this bracket of yours, but generally, this is the unique trait about Starfield. And as I was playing, because I sampled some side missions, then I went on to the main stuff. I'm just going to read it. Well, I'm surprised I've read a few reviews. Is that those reviews don't come with a disclaimer. Now you might say, Gaz, this sounds like you're damage controlling or anything. I'm just going to read out this extract from my review that I published the time the embargo lifted. I said, I'm reading out. It says, from start to finish, I found myself intrigued by the premise of the game, so much so that I was focused principally on the core story at the expense of a lot of the side quests, and therein lies the fundamental flaw in this review of mine. Whilst I've sampled a few side quests in the interest of transparency, you should note that my impressions are largely formed as a result of my experiences relegated to the core story. I felt like that kind of disclaimer would be appearing on every review.
Needed. Yeah.
And funny, that's what we did at LogNet. That's literally what Nick and I talked about at Lords of Gaming. The scale is just too big. And trust me, we wanted to be the zeitgeist. We wanted to be part of the conversation and put a number score on our review, but it's just too much. And then, like, again, if you play Bethesda games, instinctually, you don't really want to beeline the main quest anyway, right? Because there's so much experience. So again, that's a valid point, guys. I completely agree with you. And we held off. I mean, obviously, it ain't gonna help the clicks because everybody wants the number. But the reality is, this style of game, you just can't cover that way and then say, boom, here's a definitive score based on this limited aspect of this experience.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. It's not damage controlling. It's nothing. It just really speaks to the nature of a Bethesda RPG, but especially this one, because it's space, like Addict was mentioning, because that illusion of everything, it feels like, and this is a great point that Addict made, that the stories in themselves feel like they're relegated to entire separate systems. And so it just feels like, whereas just by the sheer premise of it, if you were in another RPG, because it's the same planet and you have like 5 cities, there's only so much you can do. Whereas the developer has to design it where the quests have to be woven together and have to have some semblance with the other quests because of the nature of the game. But in this game, and the premise that it affords us, Bethesda, is that we can tell our isolated stories on this system or this faction or this person, and they've taken advantage of that. And that this is what all I'm saying is, all we're saying, I don't even know about half the missions you guys are talking about, and you'll be playing side missions that will spend hours. The last
What
time
was your favorite mission that you played, Gaz? What was your favorite?
I'm still playing it. Kids Move, you piece of just posting spoilers on Twitter. I'm doing the Crimson one, Fleet one, and at this save, I'm almost tempted to start a new save because I want to be a bad guy. But I'm doing the Crimson Fleet one, and it is so much fun.
Like
in fact,
being a bad guy. Continue.
It's so much. Yeah, I know. And I'm just now. I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna be bad. There's no way I am abandoning Crimson Fleet, and the developers are so clever. The way they delivered some of the characters, they purposely made them. Without spoilers, make it feel a little bit more homely than others, even though they're horrible people, but they're still a little bit ragtag and nice in the way they do the delivery. And the delivery, audio delivery and dialogue is really good. It's like it does such a good job of like, people say, but the NPCs look weird, whatever. The actual vocal deliveries.
Some do, but some don't.
Generally, they're
Dude,
good.
I will argue with people. I saw Colt get dragged for this, and I got to back up my man. You know what? He said that the facial animations were good in this game, and they are.
Yeah.
They freaking are.
For no non-mocap, for the abundance of voice lines you have, I thought it was great. But obviously, Nick must say, he has no hair.
I mean, I thought when you were in conversations with characters, I thought the facial animation was good. And then I thought, because when David Jaffe said on your show, Go Live every Saturdays, right? When he said that it was objectively an ugly game, right? Or objectively a bad looking game, I was like, no, it's not. Like, there are parts where the game does look ugly. Do not mistake that, right? Yeah. There are parts where you're walking, especially in the big towns, and you see a group of NPCs, and they look like they look rough.
Come on, y'all. Come on,
they're like, okay,
360 energy on some of the NPCs. Y'all.
But I gotta be real though.
You always can tell.
I live in a ghetto, and I'm telling you, there's some people that do look like that out here.
Stop it.
Yeah, but
you can always tell when they ain't got. You talk to somebody and they ain't got no last name, or they say they call citizen. Those are the dudes. You gotta watch out. The dude that say citizen, his facial animation, his vocal, it might be a little spooky. I'm just saying. Watch out for that guy.
But there are those moments. I was on a planet. It was like a barren planet. And I looked up in the night sky, and there was this huge gas giant that you can't land on for whatever reason. I guess the developers have no imagination or whatever, right? Like there was this huge gas giant.
Have you landed on it yet?
No, I tried to, but it wouldn't let me. But it was a huge gas giant, and was so close to the planet I was on, right? And it had the rings. It was a blue gas giant, and it had the rings like Saturn, and they were almost touching the planet I was on. And I was looking at it, and I'm like, damn, that looks incredible, right? There are moments in this game where you sit there in like New Atlantis when you're looking at it, like, man, some of this stuff looks really like Neon. The first time I went to Neon and you're outside, and especially at night when you see the colors and everything, I'm like, this stuff looks really good. Granted, there can be moments like sometimes when you come across an alien on the planet and it's like, oh, you don't
goofy.
You like who's your mother and your father? Because you ugly, right? Like, you know what I mean? So it's like it has those moments, but that's sort of like the Bethesda stuff. I don't know. I guess I wanted to ask you guys about like anything that bothers you in the game. Addict, is anything the game does that I know you mentioned earlier about not having a map, and I kind of like didn't like that hype. Was like, hey, I want to go to the stores on New Atlantis, but I have no idea where they're at. Is there anything? What's your biggest complaint with the game?
It would probably be just
that.
I know kind of part of me feels like they kind of sold us a fake, not necessarily fake space, but like
Hmm.
I expected a little bit more of a variety of doing stuff in outer space. Now, obviously, this is how it would be in real life. Like, there's a reason that we've been around for this long and we ain't never come across other life forms, because there's a lot of emptiness out there. Nothing everywhere. But part of me is like, there is a point where it's a video game, and being Bethesda, I'm like, why didn't you do some like cool Easter eggs where you fill some of these planets maybe with like, death claws from Fallout? It's like in a
Good
cave or
point.
something.
That'd be cool.
It's
yeah.
like I personally just felt like they could have did more.
Well,
to
Attic, how
make
do you know
these
they didn't?
worlds-
You haven't visited all the planets yet.
that might be real. Once the game comes out to the masses, we'll definitely find out then. It's just like, I felt like because they highlight where like the civilizations are on the planets. Like if you look at them, there's like a little white thing above them. It kind of like indicates there's life in this galaxy. And part of me is like, I would have liked to, like in Destiny, we just came across a new city, and it would have been cool to come across something like that in Starfield that nobody knows about. Like it's on the down low. And I haven't really came across anything like that. I do feel like they could have did the universe a little bit better. Is it like horrible? No. But I do feel like there are some times, like I said, where I go to a world. Probably the biggest thing besides that, like, a little bit of emptiness is like, whoever decided we didn't need any form of transportation on planets, you are on drugs. Like, I'll be sitting there, it'll be like 100 meters. I'm like, I ain't going there, and I just leave. I don't even try.
Oh my god!
Like, sometimes it'll be 1,000. We ain't doing that. Like, no. Like,
you gotta use that boost pack. Stop.
So you want that busted ass Mako from Mass Effect that everybody hates?
No one wants that.
No one
See,
wants that.
I like
there's
the
a variety
boost
of different
pack.
things.
I like
There's
the
a
boost.
variety of different ways they could have done.
I know.
Yeah, I like the boost pack, but yeah, they could have had some kind of vehicle for sure. I see that.
Yeah, they
who
could
knows?
even just had like a small ship that hovers that you could just get in.
Yeah,
Like,
that's too had that.
Yeah,
Let's
Death
hope-
Stranding. They could have did something like Death Stranding.
Like a little you get a little motorcycle, like space
Well, what if
motorcycle. Here we go.
Something.
What if
Like,
they add this in DLC later on?
I could see that.
You know,
I could see that.
I want to inject really quickly because Angel says, "Is Rand one of those people that expect to walk on the sun too?" I guess some people thought I was being serious about the whole not
Yeah,
landing on a gas
exactly.
giant
No,
and me
it's a
saying
joke,
it's a
people.
joke because that was a huge thing about this game in pre-release about how Todd lied because you can't land on gas giants, which you can't land on gas
said
giants.
it?
It doesn't matter who said it, Gaz. It doesn't matter. It
just to
doesn't matter.
clarify, I meant 1,000 meters, not 100.
But I'm
when I
just
was
saying,
talking
I wasn't being serious. It was just we were just referencing
Yeah.
the discourse surrounding the game. So
The ridiculousness that was put forth. That's what we were
That's funny.
referencing. So.
Now, for me, I think my nitpicks is, like I said, we talked about the onboarding, get like basic things. We talked about docking and stuff like that. Item management, companion management, I think could be a little bit better. Like, just now finding out how to really equip them with the things I want them to use, kind of stuff. But my main issue is kind of like what Attic said. Is like, this game is so vast, so big. You go to so many planets, so many star systems. You'll encounter so many what I consider emergent events. And then a lot of times you press forward and you're like, damn, where was that location at? I don't remember, what planet that was, or kind of thing. So I don't know if it's like a bookmark system or something, because I do feel the map can be a little cumbersome a little bit. Even when you're pulling out the star map, you're looking at the solar system.
Oh
and stuff. Yeah, like that. I think it still needs a little bit of quality of life love to make it a little easier to find points of interest, or at least document points of interest that you want to go back to. But yeah, other than that, I mean, again, is it perfect? No. The game definitely has its flaws. I've had a few bugs that look a little crazy. You know what I'm saying? One time, I don't know if y'all had the bald head bugs. I had the bald head.
I had the Nicholas bug. Yeah, it's crazy.
yeah, I had the bald bug.
Yeah,
the bald bug,
often.
I heard that was taken care of in the first patch.
Yeah, it was. At least I haven't seen it since. But I also had the naked bug where some characters were in their underwear, which was just like, huh? Okay, this is interesting.
What kind of mods are you installing?
The first bug that I had,
guys.
the first bug that I had was I shot one of the enemies and he was like dead, but he was still standing, and that was kind of weird. And then the other ones I've had is like floating crates. That's
Oh,
I had that.
really?
sometimes.
I never
I had that.
Yeah.
I had once. Yeah.
Okay.
But that's
It's like
it.
a one crate.
Well, a couple of things that I would have to nitpick if I had to say something about the game. A lack of a map when you're on a planet or whatever.
Yeah.
Like you can't pull up a map and like point where you want to go, put a waypoint down or
Well, actually,
something.
you
There's a surface map. There's a surface map. If you
Oh,
press LB
really?
on your scanner,
See,
and
I
then
didn't even know this.
So
yeah,
if-
see, because they
If you hold the start button, it'll bring up the surface map of the planet you're on, and then you can actually set waypoints that'll show up in your HUD.
This is why you should do tutorials and stuff, you know, or go to that help
you
screen.
should know how to do this, Fawn.
Facts.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah.
No,
When I was
I
talking
don't-
about maps, I meant like maps when you're on New Atlantis. And
I've
like,
explored
where's-
numerous places and I have not done that. I've just used the mini map. That's
Yeah.
it.
When I was talking about maps, and I think what Attic was talking about maps, I was more talking about when I'm on New Atlantis, I want to know where the shops are.
Yes.
And I want to know what directions.
Okay,
you know what I'm
so-
saying? Like
Yes.
that's what when I
Bro,
mean maps for
can't
that.
find, sometimes I'll be needing to go to the hospital, the medical joint. I'll be like, yo, where is that? Oh, it's the residential district. What
Yeah, the
part? Like,
scanner.
yeah.
I've been using the scanner. Yeah, just running with the scanner, but not. Yeah, but like I haven't pulled up a map, you know, where it shows you can place a waypoint and stuff like that. I haven't done that.
Yeah, so pretty much like on any planet or any city, whenever you pull a scan up with LB, then you press, there's a thing that says surface map in scanner mode where you press the right bumper. And then from there, it'll go to an overhead mode where it'll show you like the points of interest on, like, for example, New Atlantis, it'll be like commercial district, the lodge. And you can actually fast travel through the
through those
scanner
points.
or through that map directly. Yeah.
By the way, Lamarcus Doss, he's saying that I
you
complained about Horizon character models. No, I did not complain about their character models. In fact, I said that they look really good. I complained about their talking, the dialogue, way too much in that game. That's what I complained about. How that game is boring, sir. Okay, and it still is boring. I've tried to play that game over and over, and I can't finish it. But no, that aside. The other thing that I didn't like, man, now you made me lose my train of thought, Lamarcus. Look what you've
But don't
done.
read chat.
But there's something there was another thing that I'd have to complain about. Oh, inventory system.
Inventory.
The lack of being able to break things down as you're going along, picking up stuff. I wish you could break some weapons down and things like that. And you know, me and Colt were talking about this too. Like, break things down so you can add to your resources through those items, because you got metals and stuff within those items. And I wish they had more a more robust inventory system. Like, it's just it's lacking a bit. But aside from that, that's the only really thing I have to complain about.
And another thing, I say this with the full 100% that this is 100% accurate. There's no game in existence that has more mod potential than Starfield.
That's true.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, how far you think will we see a Death Star in this game, or they do, or someone from the modding community puts a whole Star Wars franchise in this? It's just crazy because I really enjoy what we see in this game, and you know, I think that's the part that annoyed me the most on what was going on Twitter. It's just like, man, finally a game to this caliber, and it's on Xbox, and it's just like, you know, people be finding anything they can, man. They find that little hole in the armor. They're like, let's stab it.
That's what I'm saying. You always have a go at me, but I'm doing the Lord's work. I'm doing justice.
Gaz, what is
decent.
your biggest nitpick or complaint with the game?
My biggest complaint, and the thing that I think stops this from becoming the game that many people were hoping it could have been. If you want a Bethesda RPG that was excellent, you got it. That's that. But the menus, the loading, and the space exploration, the way they've handled that is where this game gets docked. Has been docked, and it's why it's not sitting in the 90s. And I completely understand that, because the sheer abundance of loading screens, the manner in which space travel is handled, the illusion of space is completely broken because of the way it's been implemented here. You have a big focus on upgrading your ship, but really space traversal was handled in menus. So it feels like, well, what was the point? You had your crew, like you have your crew in the ship, but again, what's the point? It never felt like the Normandy on Mass Effect, where people were talking, even though that didn't even have any traversal really, and except its navigation was handled exclusively on a map, on a menu screen. There was no like banter between. There wasn't that dynamism wasn't there. When I wanted to navigate in space in this game, a lot of people compare about No Man's Sky entries and exits and say, "Oh, that's stupid." It'll become, or it will wear off, and then you'll get tired of it. But the impact of that is, in my opinion, considerable because it makes you feel like you're somewhere in the space. When you go and see a planet, the game doesn't do a good job of selling this to you. It is a loading screen in your face. Basically, sorry, it's a menu in your screen. You're looking at a massive. The planet isn't actually probably round. It's a PNG file. It's just the illusion is there. You can't come close. Can't go back to it, and that's the problem. Like the game doesn't do a good job of selling the idea of space itself, and like, there were little touches, like little mechanics I would have really liked, like the docking mechanic to become a manual affair, because that is a key sci-fi trope. Big part of the appeal for a lot of people about space is how intimidating space is because of how vast it is, and you don't feel that in Starfield. You don't feel I'm in space in Starfield, and they would have consciously made a sacrifice here or there to make that compromise, to give us what we wanted. Ultimately, if you had done that, this is a special game, but that would have propelled it into something exemplary. And I feel like they were selling that. So a lot of the elements of the shipbuilding, the crew, and all of that fall flat on their face.
That's what I was saying about like fake space. Like, what a space essentially is in this is just, a space that you look around, you fight people, and you load up going to planets. Like that. There's not really like a lot of space to space stuff going on. Now you can in a galaxy. It just takes a long time. Like I had a friend that put a bunch of engines on a ship, and he actually did get closer to the planets. I guess essentially like that's the reason they let you fast travel so much in this game. Like realistically, who wants to do that? But I do agree with guys in a way where they did kind of promote this. That it's like a Star Trek kind of adventure where you don't ever know what's going to happen in space. But I guess to me, and the reason I'm calling down on that a little bit, because you can ask Cog. I was real big on against that when it first happened. But after playing the game, it's like, did we really want that though?
Right.
Like, let's be real. If you're in
Yeah.
space and you're going from like galaxy to galaxy, let's say they don't let you fast travel until you get to that galaxy first, that'd get old really fast. And I think Bethesda knew that, and they weren't even willing to attempt to try something like that.
I think you still need to sell the idea of space, and I don't think they've done that.
Well, you know what other game does something very similar that everybody holds up to a high pedestal is Mass Effect. Mass Effect 2 and 3 did this same sort of thing in space, the mechanic, where you didn't actually, get to fly from point A to point B. You went through the menu system, and then you had that little tiny ship. That was the only real difference there. But the mechanics are very similar to Mass Effect 2 and 3.
Yeah.
I personally think that because they went for, I know it's a video game, but they tried to get some realistic aspects here in the game. I think that's probably one of the reasons why is that who would want to spend 15 minutes flying from one planet to another?
I'm not saying spending time traveling.
No. I know, but I do agree, and I agreed with you yesterday as well, where it comes to that video game aspect where they could have added elements of surprise while you're flying in that ship, say you're going from point A to point B. Maybe you come upon a wreckage, and I know things like that happen, but they're more like pre-planned in this game.
There's not a lot of surprises in space.
Yeah,
like, yeah.
So that's what I'm saying.
You come across that Valentine person 300 times, or the person trying to sell you, ship insurance. But I would have been cool if like you came across more foreign ships that you didn't know what was.
Exactly.
Or
they could have done
like
that.
Stuff like that. I can understand.
Yeah, they could have done more of that. But again, there are those things that do pop up in this game. It's just all like, it was already put in place there. It's like a set piece that just happens. It triggers for some people sooner rather than later. But things like that do happen. But for the most part, yeah, you don't really have to go up into to space much at all. Like it's kind of pointless in a lot of ways, because
You can
you
really
are
fast
pretty much
travel
going through the
anywhere you want
menu.
to.
Yeah, you can fast
Which
travel.
is good,
out.
'cause
Yeah.
that's what I did, because my biggest issue was all the loading, right? Especially if you
yeah,
took the
the load
long way of
screens.
like, hey, I'm gonna get in my ship, I'm gonna take off, I'm gonna be in the orbit, I'm gonna set my thing and grav jump, and then I'm gonna land. And like, so for me, it was just like I just fast traveled everywhere from the mission menu, because I was just
That's
like,
what
hey,
I
you know
did.
what?
Yep.
I'm on New Atlantis. I got to go to Neon. I don't get me there as fast as possible with as minimal loads as I don't want to see.
Can you fast travel even if you haven't visited that planet yet?
Yes.
You
It will
can-
just take you to the atmosphere.
It'll take you to the
Yeah.
atmosphere, and then you can land. But if you've been on the planet, you can fast travel from
Yeah, I've done that.
right to the
I've done that.
yeah. So that's how I played it. It's just like the loading is egregious because it's segmented, and it was like, all right, well, I want to minimize this. But funny thing is, I actually really enjoy the space combat. Right, like
Yeah, me
I
too.
thought
Yeah,
the
me
space
too.
combat was
I like
was
it.
really fun, but I do think I was sort of expecting like maybe a mission where you're floating in space. Like where you leave your ship and like you're floating around to some asteroids or something, because something might be on an asteroid. Like I'm thinking in my head, I was sort of thinking, you remember that mission from Call of Duty Infinite Warfare where you're kind of floating around in an asteroid
yeah, yeah.
field? I was like, there's a lot of areas where when you jump to this game, there is an asteroid field. I was thinking maybe they're going to have us like actually be in, but they, well, unless I haven't come across, and I haven't seen everything the game has, but I don't think you can. But I was like, okay. That would have been cool, but
Well, here's one thing I want to ask you guys. So, if let's say resources and time was an issue, and maybe they could have pulled back from planetary exploration in favor of space exploration, which would you have rather had?
It depends on
Because
the
I like
implementation.
what we got with the planet exploration.
Planetary exploration probably gives you a lot more avenues for variety. You give you a biome variety, you get creature variety, and because it's grounded, you can also put human content there. So you can't, if you had the two, unless space was, you were talking about really enhancing the space stuff by, trading and all of this happening in space, or like skywalking and all of that. Even then, it'd be easier to do the planetary.
Yeah, because
exposition.
for me, like when I look at this, and I really think about what it is that I do in space, and even with the dogfights, as good as they are, because I think that it's just as good as any other game in space where you shoot things. You have dogfights and stuff with other spaceships, but as good as that is, I way more prefer to be on a planet fighting than I do in space in a ship.
I think you can't
just
escape
do.
the space trope, though. That it's intrinsically linked with the idea of space, being in space. You have to understand that is a thing, and I almost guarantee you that was on their whiteboard. They were writing down the notes, and they had to scrub that away reluctantly because whatever as the game formed and they scoped it in, they had to take that away.
Yeah,
it's such a big part of it.
I would agree with that. I think they made a design decision there, and I think to me, I noticed it because the big surprise to me, well, y'all talk about the quote unquote hashtag fake space, is that it's when you're in a solar system already, right? I thought at minimum I'd be able to easily traverse between planet to planet.
Yeah.
And then it became, oh no, you fast travel loading screen to each one kind of thing, right? You see that little cinematic and then you go over. So I'm like, okay, that's where the disconnect is. And then I remember, when you're in front of a planet, obviously, the No Man's Sky effect or whatever, you can't like literally just break through the atmosphere, So again, sacrifice there. Whereas when you press the scanner button, you open up the map and you see the waypoints as far as points of interest of where you can land on it. Then boom, you click it, cinematic animation of you now landing into the thing. So I think that's what as the scope of the game continued to rise, I think that's where they made the sacrifice, and that's where the quote unquote the loading screen controversy, so to speak, which may break immersion for a lot of people. And I get what you're saying, Gaz. For me, The only thing I'm on the opposite side of you is that I'm such a space combat guy. I like games like Wing Commander. I like dog-fighting space battles. And to be honest, I didn't think they'd be able to pull that off. And this is some of the most satisfying combat in space, ship to ship, where they talking to you, then you throw the they be talking that talk, and then you talk. Now you do the targeting and stuff that Rand, taught me and Attica taught me, and now I can target the engines, disable them, or throw an EMP. Now I'm boarding your ship. I could get in there, take control, have added to my fleet. It adds a little extra dimension for me that I really love. I didn't think I would love the combat the way I did. So even Attic, I mean, your whole play style is really, you're like the menace of the galaxy. Like you're
boarding the ships is really cool.
Everyone hates
Boarding
me.
the ships
Like,
is a fun thing.
I literally can't go to any solar system without having the galaxy government, bounty hunters, and sometimes I'll be shot like by merchants.
Oh wow!
Because
you're hated by everyone, Attic.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's gotten to the point where my ship can't even handle all this. Like I have to literally fast travel everywhere. Like I'll level up like 3 or 4 times sometimes fighting all of them.
What about the see, I didn't go that extreme. That's why I didn't want a pirate. But like, do you get the contraband scan drama? Do you like they scan your ship? You can't land.
There's no scanning. It's immediate.
It's
shot.
just before it's on site. As soon as you pull up,
it's on site.
Yo, that's wild. The worst I had was one.
I gotta see video of that, Attic. You gotta show me video of that.
I want to see the ship he got, bro. He got some more crazy.
So funny.
Yeah, it takes them a minute. I'm at least getting 6 or 7 of your ships, maybe 10 before you get me. But and sometimes like I'll take out like 6 or 7 of their ships, and I'm like, okay, it's time to go. It's time to go. We gotta get out of here. Like they. I'm telling you, they don't like me. I'm telling you, they don't like me. Hilarious. I'm already like, what am I gonna do when I play the game again? I think I'm gonna be like a thief, like a person that just goes around. Because the biggest thing that I regret playing this game is I haven't been able to really do a whole lot with like security stuff, like picking locks, hacking stuff, and I'm just like, I need that in my life because every time or talking to people, I can't talk to people. Most of the time it just leads. Yeah, most of the time it just leads. No, I'm talking the whole playthrough. Most of the time it just leads to beef. So it's just like I want to be a sweet golden tongue that steals shit. That's what I want to do now, because I'm tired of this walking into a room. Everyone asks me a question. I can't persuade anyone because I haven't done nothing with persuasion. So usually just it leads to me be like, okay, you either let me persuade you because I'm trying to save you, not me. I'll be fine. Everyone in this room will be dead. I will be fine. But do you think you'll be fine? And then most of the time it just ends on one time, and I guess people haven't came across this. Like I was arguing with someone, and you know how like it will say kill, like one of the animation. One of the
I get attack. I don't get kill.
Attack. That's what I mean. Attack. Yeah. I clicked it. I pulled out my gun. And then it started another dialogue. We're like, whoa. We don't need to go that far. And then it was just pretty much like, okay, I'm good. Here's what you want.
That's crazy.
But see, if you had that persuasion, you could even persuade them to pay you to leave the
gun. Better persuasion. I take the credits off their dead body. We good.
There's a couple people in chat calling me out. I gotta address this.
Oh, let's go.
We have Relsky saying, y'all haven't ran into random ships popping up. They're definitely out there, right?
Yeah.
Corey says, Corey says, what did Corey say here? He said, basically that I didn't experience, because I was fast traveling, I didn't experience any like ships or whatever out in that I missed part of the game. Which isn't true, because like I said, you can only fast travel from the ground to the ground if you've landed on a planet. So anytime you actually go into the orbit of a planet, you are put into the atmosphere, and you will get like, oh, there's a derelict spaceship, or oh, grandma wants me to come over and have some of her stuff, or like, so I've ran into all these ships that will stop you during your playthrough just because you can fast travel from Neon to Atlantis and go from ground to ground. But there's so many other planets where you can't do that, and you end up in the atmosphere. Well, you will get like a distress call to go somewhere else and clean stuff out. So I've seen that stuff.
Right, like you may not have like stopped. Like, but I am keen at going from planet to planet because I'm looking for smoke, trying to
Right.
sell
I
your
know you're
ship,
looking
trying to
for
jump
smoke.
board your ship.
Right. Yeah.
Gaz is 100% right when it comes to like what's going on. There isn't a lot to do out there. Most of the time, I run to the same 3 bounty hunters. I killed so many bounty hunters. There's bounty hunter defenders that was just letting. They were like trying to protect me to let my bounty go up high enough. Well, then they started shooting at me. So it's just like. Besides those, there's not a whole lot of like randomness, and I have over 100 hours. I've played probably about a good 30 of those hours has been in the atmosphere.
I got to push
it's been
back. My experience is completely different. Like when I go to a different jump, right? I go to a different galaxy. The first thing I do is I enter my scan. I see all the ships that are in my area, right? Then I'll press scan and I'll hail. When I hail them, I can have a conversation. Obviously, y'all doing the piracy. I'm not doing that. So I have like the talk. I have a conversation. Or some will have distinct names. I told a story on ILP about there was a ship called Grandma. And I'm like, yo, what's this? And then I go scan her and she's like, hey, baby, what's going on? You want to come over for some cookies and some da-da-da? And I'm like, what? So
Yeah, I
I'm just
got
like,
that.
yeah, I'm like, what's going on? So I go in there. I go into the dock with her ship, and she's by herself. This older woman, all this spread of food, all the med packs you could have, and
That's not
mind
the only
you,
thing that was spread.
shut up. I get there and I go, man, I really want to take her ship though. This ship is fire. And I was like, I could just body Grandma right quick, take the joint. So then I'm sitting and I'm talking to her and I'm just like, all right. I'm like, why are you doing this? And she was like, well, my husband died. And, my kids tell me, grandkids tell me I shouldn't be doing this. I was like, Grandma, you cannot be out here in a space wave by yourself. She was like, yeah, I invited someone over last time. He was a nudist. He took all his spacesuit off. I'm like, Grandma, what's going on? So I said, look, please go home. Do not be in this area anymore, kind of thing. I've had wild random encounters with
That's
other people.
awesome.
I've had one where I've hailed down and it was a couple fighting about directions. And they
This
were like,
is why I love Bethesda games right here.
Yeah,
It
but
was
those
like,
are voice notes.
Yeah,
Like
it-
Grandma, you can actually dock and
I
see her
guess-
and have.
I have
guess-
it all the time. I'll dock another drive. I was in some wild
Lord, you
casino.
didn't you didn't clap them old cheeks?
Nah. I let her
Oh
live.
my
I let her live.
God.
I was like, look, I'm gonna take these treats, but please don't be coming out here by yourself no more. Please be safe, Grandma. Don't do
Sure,
this.
I believe
And I
you.
let her rock. And then the last emergent moment and I learned this from King is when you're in space battles. Me and you talk about this, Attic. When you get into dogfights. A lot of times when you destroy ships, look at the space debris. They will sometimes go and crash land on a planet, and it'll say crash site, and you can go to the planet and then search for that. There's like a lot of mini emergent events as far as like either talking to people, but you have to actively scan and sometimes be aggressive as opposed to the emergent event where as soon as you get there, something happens. But I've had a ton, y'all. That's why I said my experience is completely different where I'm not having these empty moments, where nothing's happening. There's always something going on when I go to a new kind of system.
Yeah. Really quickly, this episode of Xbox 2 is sponsored by Cog and Gaming Addict's friends, the Volari. So they are running a special promotion with the launch of Starfield where you guys can get 20% off. So let me just read this ad read here. So if you're like me and you enjoy a long gaming session, then you know that eventual pain and discomfort starts to set in. Could be your shoulders, your neck, or maybe your wrists. It all depends on how you sit to try and get comfortable. But in most cases, it won't be good for your posture, putting unnecessary strain on one body part or another. This is where the Volari gaming pillow steps in. Not just any ordinary pillow. It's specifically designed with gamers in mind, providing this is why Jez does the ad reads, because sometimes words and Rand don't go well together. Ergonomic support and cushioning for those gaming sessions. Picture this: you're deep into intense gaming session, slaying demons, farming XP, or building that kill streak. Over time, discomfort sets in and your focus starts to waver, but not with Volari. Inspired by a nursing pillow, Volari takes the best features and makes them even better, larger, thicker, and just way cooler. It wraps around your waist no matter your size, offering elevated support for your elbows, arms, and hands, evenly distributing your weight and relieving strain on your shoulders, neck, back, and wrists. Volari's ergonomic design also keeps your spine aligned naturally, thereby promoting better posture while you play. Trust us, your older self will thank you for that. It's best for console gaming or handhelds like the Switch, Steam Deck, or ROG Ally, but Volari isn't just for gaming. It's a versatile pillow that enhances your comfort while reading, watching movies, or simply relaxing on the couch. And let's talk style. As gamers, we know that gaming is as much about aesthetics as customization as it is about beating that level 97 boss. With its sleek design and premium materials, it adds a touch of modern style to any gaming setup or living room. The covers are removable and machine washable, too, so that you can mix and match styles and designs. It comes in several versions. The rare one, which combines comfort and style at an affordable price. The legendary, which adds a premium touch with a wide variety of color combinations and embroidery designs, with special IP license covers in the works, and launching very soon, the Epic Volari, which is a fully customizable pillow allowing you to pick the colors, embroidery design, and even add your gamer tag. So no matter your budget or style, we have you covered. So visit volari.gg or the link in the description and experience the difference for yourself. And don't forget to use our special promo code XB2 for a special 20% off celebrating the launch of Starfield. So that's XB2 for 20% off at Volari.gg. Treat yourself to the ultimate gaming companion with Volari. And a big thank you to them for sponsoring this episode of Xbox 2.
I gotta look at one of those because I'm one of the old guys you mentioned. I might need to look at those pillows.
No talk, real talk. I can't game without it. Like them long 4 or 5 hour sessions, bro.
Bro, just the other night I did
on that chair.
Bro, just the other night I did a 14-hour session on Starfield.
I know you do. I know you going in.
They sent me a source one. It's really well made.
Yeah,
well.
the best thing is like they're fans of all of our shows. They watch
they
the
listen
Iron
to
Lords. They watch us. They watch Gaz. So it was they wanted to promote their pillow, and we're more than happy to. So check out the link in the description. Appreciate you for supporting Xbox 2. But we do have some super chats, and I'm sure this is going to lead into an interesting discussion because they always end up doing, right? So we talked a lot at length about, the positives of Starfield and any of the negatives of Starfield. So I was kind of wondering what chat wants to talk about. And we have Danny Passion Official in the super chat saying already shaping up to be an amazing show. I mean, when you have people like Attic, Fonz, Gaz, and Cog here, of course it's going to be great, right? Lurkin Worth My Gherkin says, in an alternate reality, Microsoft doesn't purchase ZeniMax, Sony attains exclusive rights for Starfield, and IGN scores it a 9 out of 10.
I think he came over from the Iron Lords podcast with that name.
Yeah, maybe. James Wiseau says, loving Starfield so far, 25 hours in. The exploration and side quests have so much depth that it makes it so easy to get lost in the role-playing. Todd was not lying when he said that they love items. Not my game of the year yet, though, but we'll see. We have BT Maverick saying, great panel, looking forward to Gaz docking with all of you. Just kidding. Who did you guys try to have a relationship with, and why is it Andre or Andrea? Did you guys have a relationship with anybody? You guys
not yet.
Romance?
We know Cog had a
because
relationship.
right now I'm running around with the cowboy dude, and I'm doing like his mission, and I can't wait to get rid of him because he's starting to flirt, and I don't like it. I don't like it.
Don't look at his eyes too strong.
Yeah.
Wait, what happened? What happened?
I feel uncomfortable.
What happened?
The cowboy's trying to flirt.
Who was flirting with you?
The cowboy.
Oh, Sam Coe.
I'm like, bro, you got a daughter right there. Like, what we doing?
Let's do your mission so I can get back
Coe.
to picking up somebody else.
Bros, you don't like a true man like Sam Coe?
You don't
like that's not for me.
Yeah, but you're in charge of the buttons you press, bro.
Somebody told me you married Sam.
You're damn right I married Sam Coe. You're damn well.
Like
so
Red
the
Dead.
thing
You
for
love Red Dead. Why can't you?
so the thing is I knew there was an achievement for having the highest attainable affinity with a companion, and when I first got Sam, I was like, oh dude, you're Adam Jensen, Space Cowboy Adam Jensen, Deus Ex. Yes, please. So I switched him or Sarah out for him. And obviously, I had done a whole bunch of these different missions, and my affinity with him was higher than anybody. And I was just like, well, I wonder how you actually get this achievement. Achievements were turned off during the review period, but even still. And then it was like you could.
That upset me. I'm not gonna
That's
lie.
yeah, hurt me, bro.
So then it was like an option came up to start.
I know, man.
An option came up to start flirting with him, and I was like, hey, I would want this achievement. So I started flirting with him, and I eventually married him. I didn't get the achievement because the achievements were disabled, but I did have a save right before that. So when the achievements went live, I reloaded a previous save to do it. And I only did it because I wanted the achievement, and he was the furthest one along. So, yeah, me and Sam Coe, you know?
Michael, I see you in chat. He said Barrett wants him bad.
Yeah, Barrett.
You know, we ain't talking about the real person here because, like, you know, Lord Beefy's in the game. I don't know if you guys realize that.
Yeah, disrespectful.
Vladimir.
Yeah, Vladimir.
The light-skinned brother delegation with like pushback that all the brothers we got our different complexions. That is more. Shout out to my brother Parris, Lily. That is more Parris than it is Talk. But I will say, Vladimir has a lot of beefy sensibilities. And Vladimir talk about when you leave him alone, he's like, yeah, I got to do these squats today or whatever. Like
all the time, bro. All the time.
He's got beefy sensibilities, but he's definitely more Lord Parris. I actually thought I was to hit Parris. I was like, bro, you mocap for Starfield? Like you.
I was DM'd me as well about that. Is like, yo, is Parris actually in the game? I'm like,
I was like, oh, I thought he was in the game for real. That's funny.
Let's see. We got Emperor Sofa King says, I wish we could blow up a planet.
Calm down, Vegeta.
It's like Death Star.
He also says, so basically Starfield is being docked for not being Star Citizen, just asking.
I hear that so much, and I just fundamentally think you guys don't understand. No one is asking a wholesale elite dangerous type thing, but you can make it a simplified version of that in this. A very simplified.
Yeah. And guys, let me back you up a second, because I find it hard to believe that most gamers out there, based on the verbiage used by Todd Howard, Pete Hines, and the rest of Bethesda, they're talking about this game before it came out, that you didn't believe that there would be more to do with in space. You know,
yeah.
I find that kind of disingenuous, where people are like, "Oh, it's exactly what I thought it would be." It's like, I could see that point being made about the space.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's the primary reason a lot of people will have docked it, and I think it's a really good one. Look, it's the big reason why this game is so good for people, like why I enjoy it so much, is because of the strength of the mystery of the world. The soundtrack complements that world. The visuals do it. The horizon that you see. When you guys were at the start of the show, Rand asked, what was the thing that your favorite mission? And I can't name a favorite mission. My experience with Starfield is the culmination of a myriad of different experiences, all mashed up together.
I mean, I'm just saying, I named the mission that sort of started to change my opinion on the game. Right?
Oh yeah. In your case, it was very like that was the turning point. And Colt was the same as you. I found myself to be an outlier there. I was enjoying it from beginning to end. I was just amazed by it. Like the mining thing, the visuals. I was like, yo, like what? Like the game looks amazing. Like it looks mad. And I feel like obviously because the console war, everyone's focusing on NPCs, and then Jaffe says it's objectively bad, and I'm like thrown for like a tailspin. I'm like, what? But then I go back, played the game, and I'm playing it now. I'm like, I don't know what people are playing, but that point of it, you cannot divorce that from what you said, Fonz, about the way the game was pitched, the way that it's based in space. You're doing all the exploration. You might as well call it Planet Field, not Starfield. But it's just
Planet Field.
And you know what? It's fine. I just feel like that. Like that's what people want and feel in space. They want to feel the vastness and the danger of space. That's a big appeal of it.
Well, I will say, because I don't know how far you are, guys, and I don't want to spoil. And I know what you're saying, but brother, you've got to get to a certain point of the main quest. Not too far. I would say
I've completed the game.
He beat it.
You beat it. Oh, so you didn't feel that? You didn't feel the feel of certain situations?
Bro,
hey,
you talking about right at the end?
Spoilers. Certain situations let you know it's on and cracking, and that's what I was like. Oh, wow! Like I didn't expect this from that, but I'm gonna move away from that because that's definitely spoiler territory. But
I know which one you're talking about. But that's not based in space.
Okay, I see what you. But certain. Okay, I don't want. We'll talk about that. But I will say this. And I see what your point with the space part. But I got to give Rand his credit because I avoided. I remember when I heard about the Vanguard. I'm like, that sounds it reminded me like, oh, this probably Fighters Guild from I was like, I ain't doing that garbage. So I remember it was like, yo, bro, you got to. And I'm like, all right, let me try. And I will say this: doing that, first of all, the application, and then I would highly recommend do the museum.
Yes.
This game has its own lore in the game, expertly done.
Oh,
amazingly done. Then you finish that, right?
I heard it had poor writing in this game. That's what some people were telling me.
Dudes ain't playing. Dudes are not playing. I ain't paying nobody no mind. The thing is this, bro, do the first mission of the Vanguard. After you complete it, you get accepted. This game turns into a horror game. With the first mission I'm not going to spoil it. Highly recommend. Once you apply, you get accepted, do the very first mission. That mission, I had to call around and say, bro, I owe you an apology. That was one of the greatest tension-filled missions I have ever encountered from a Bethesda game. Highly recommend it. Yeah, bro. This game has so much to experience, and it's...
You know what's funny?
Can I do that if I'm Crimson Fleet?
Yeah.
Yeah. I did the whole Crimson Fleet thing. It's the thing that starts with a T, right, Cog?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't have the same experience as you did because I was so OP. I just
you was OP.
I just pulled out a gun.
See, I was early when I did that mission, so I wasn't OP, but I really
was like level 38 when I did it.
I really appreciated the start of that Vanguard mission because of the lore it tells you. Like, you'll spend 20 minutes in there as they tell you the backstory of everything that has gone on.
Game.
So you
guys are hyping me up
because I was like, okay, who are the United Colonies and what are the Vanguards and who's the Free Star and who's the people that love the serpents and stuff? And I'm like, what's the story and all this? Well, if you start the Vanguard mission, one of the things they'll do is they'll have this museum you walk through, and they'll have these dedicated sections where they'll explain everything to you with pictures about the history that went on between this, and it started to give me a deeper appreciation and an understanding of the history of the game, which at that point in time I really hadn't gotten from previous missions and things I did. It was like Vanguard was the first faction quest that I started, and I was like, okay, this is really cool. And then it gets, we're not going to spoil anything, but if you guys haven't done the Vanguard, join the Vanguard and do the first mission just so you can experience the lore drop that they give you between all these different things. It's really,
you
really
told
well
me last night to join them, and I joined them last night, but I haven't done the mission yet because I'm still trying to finish up with that cowboy.
I know.
And get rid of him.
Dude, you better not get rid of Samco.
Look, I gotta drop him before he tries to drop my. Never mind.
Whoa! Pause. Okay.
Hey,
He wants
but
it.
no,
back on, man. Come on.
Somebody mentioned it earlier in the chat, but one thing I like, and it's shown on the screen right now, is the lock picking in the game. I like the mechanic a lot. I think it's better than most lock picking mechanics you see in other games. I really do enjoy that aspect of it. It's actually an enjoyable little puzzle, which I really don't care for puzzles much in a game, but I thought this was really well done.
You're easily pleased.
I do have a couple more super chats I want to get through. We have Big Afroman who says, "Hey, Jen, it's been a blast playing Starfield, but insufferable on social media. So many people hating on this game. Never seen so much vitriol. Is this happening because it's exclusive? Would this still happen if it was on PlayStation 5?
It's exclusive. That's the reason.
It would
it's
not
obvious.
happen if this was a multiplayer on PlayStation 5. No chance.
You pretty much, it's because
But don't
Not
worry,
this much. Not this much. Not this much.
Whoever super chatted that, don't worry. Listen, if you're there and you feel that pressure, just know full well that when Spider-Man comes out, I'm gonna shit up so rawly for these bastard. And King David's gonna be there with me. It's revenge. It's revenge now. You can't be doing it, besmirching this shit and enjoying this poor gentleman's gaming. It's gonna be quid pro quo. You want to take pictures of NPCs and stuff and take the piss out of it. I'm gonna be there front lines. That's what we're doing. We're petty people.
That's all on you.
That's all
I mean, that's the sauce. I will say, I will say, I do feel like a lot of the vitriol against this game is basically they're worried, right?
Yep.
Because we've seen the early access numbers, right?
Bro.
Oh yeah, it hasn't
We-
even come
on
out
Steam-
to the masses.
Off the record, I heard that it has exceeded even the highest expectations that Xbox internally had set. They have surpassed.
So on
I've heard that off the
so right now,
Ooh.
currently, the only way to
It's all
play
about
this
word of
game,
mouth.
Sales. You like sales, yeah, pony.
the only way you can play this game is by either coughing up $100 or by being a Game Pass member and getting the upgrade, right? And Steam has numbers, and they basically, I think they reached like a new high yesterday, or maybe it was today, where it was over 240,000 concurrent, and that's all people paying $100 on Steam, right?
That's crazy.
And we know that it's like the premium
Yo.
upgrade is the number one best-selling thing in the Xbox store. It was like number 6 in the UK or whatever. So we know that's doing numbers. And I sort of feel like this always happens when an exclusive game comes out that might change the narrative or is really, really, what's the word I'm looking for? It's, go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, is your friend Colin Moriarty gonna change his mind on sustainability of Game Pass? Colin?
Well, that's a
I don't
different
know.
subject. Colin has always said that he feels Starfield was going to be massive. He's never, as far as in this discussion.
In terms of the viability of it,
Mhm.
you're seeing $100 early game this being sold.
Huge.
It's being sold on PC, and it's supplementing that income. I think
absolutely.
Rand and Jez need to get their flowers for when they had Colin on, and
They did
there
a
was a good
great
back
job.
and forth discussion. I will never have that with him, but there was a
Well,
good.
you got to learn how to behave your interactions with him to have a civilized discussion. But I know where you're going. I know you. And yeah, shout out to Rand and Jez. Yeah, y'all had a great discussion. A lot of pushback with certain points that I know Gaz agrees with. So I was happy. It was respectful.
So the word I was thinking of is why there's so much pushback for this game from certain people is because the word I decided I'm going to land on is they're threatened by it.
Yes.
Like, here's
I
a
agree.
game that is potentially could be bigger than any game, that Sony could release this year. I know they got Spider-Man 2, but Starfield be just
have
as
Baldur's
big, if
Gate.
not
Oh, look-
bigger, right? Like,
They have Baldur's Gate.
Rand, I've already stated that this game is better than anything I've played on PlayStation
I know.
this generation.
you've said that.
Easily,
that,
by a mile.
By a mile.
Nothing on PlayStation touches Starfield. Clip it.
Yep,
Cry.
clip it.
Nick must say, cry.
Yep.
Damn. I'm just saying, like, I don't know, like, the exclusives of each one. Xbox fans will attack PlayStation guys because they're exclusives, and PlayStation guys
No,
attack
but genuinely.
Xbox guys.
Genuinely.
It's just what it is. But I do feel like Starfield is such a next level game where you're talking about something that's going to be played for years, something that is going to be played by 20 plus million, right? And that is going to, that people, I know people personally that have finally bought an Xbox for this game. Finally, you could say Xbox has, quote unquote, a system seller, right? Not only something that sells Xboxes, but also sells Game Pass subscriptions in a way that I don't think any other game really. This is like the biggest Xbox game since probably Gears 3. If you look at like launches and their biggest new IP since probably Gears itself, right? Where like everybody's talking about it. And I think there's it's bothersome for them that for once PlayStation's not in the forefront. Like, this isn't a game on PlayStation that's receiving all this praise and all this hype and all this media attention. That it's like, people are like, no, pay attention. It's like, quit having fun. Pay attention to me. What about my game over here? Right? Like, the Xbox sucks. They're in last place. Like, why are you paying attention to them? Right? Sort of thing. So I don't know.
They said this was going to perform terribly because it wasn't on the PlayStation. And look at it. It's just going crazy on PC, going crazy on console. It's going to do. This is the game that PlayStation can never have.
Basically, Starfield right now has reached over like 245,000 concurrent players on Steam, and it's also the top selling game on Steam. Like, it's huge right now. And it's just going to get bigger when it drops.
Yeah, I know. It hasn't even released.
That's what people don't really. So for all the people out there just saying, "Oh, it's a crap game, horrible writing, just it's no good, it's trash." the majority of the gamers out there disagree with you, sir.
Exactly.
The majority of the gamers out there wholeheartedly disagree.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'll jump in. You know, to me, there's two things going on here. And Rand, you made a good point. You know, the reality is there's a subset of gamers who always say, well, Xbox, I want them to do better. And I just want them to compete. And then when they do, or they have now a successful title, you seeing the FUD, the fear, uncertainty, and doubt from a certain subset to try to, you know, take away from the thunder. But like Fawn said it beautifully, you cannot deny what the impact and the numbers are right now. And this is just the early access. When that dam breaks on full release, and then we haven't talked about Game Pass yet, right? But when that hits, this is going to really change the conversation. So to me, I don't pay any of that stuff no mind. That is echo chamber stuff. That is people holding on because they just can't accept that a platform other than their own is actually having a zeitgeist moment. And for Xbox fans, this is long overdue. Now, to Gaz's point, is it the game of the generation? I may not say that, but it's definitely a contender for game of the year. It's definitely a high quality product. And the thing I look at is this. I'm over at LSM. I'm over at Defining Duke. Let's be honest. It's the home of Sacred Symbols and the number one PlayStation podcast, right? But when the people listen to Defining Duke, they tell me, they say, bro, you know, this is what I would get an Xbox for. Or, you know, with the Bethesda acquisition, it really excited me. I love those RPGs. I'm getting people hitting me up, Carl, sending me pictures. Yo, I just got my X for the first time. I just got my Series X. And I'm the one trying to tell them, hey, I know you guys are hashtag just one, you know, graphical fidelity. I just want to set expectation. But from an RPG and gameplay and fun and immersive world, there's nothing that's messing with it. And I just get the messages consistently of people now picking up Xbox for the first time. So again, it goes to show you, like you said, Foz, the numbers are actually speaking. And it's going to be interesting to see, like you said, when the Game Pass and all that stuff comes up. But this is a massive.
Yeah, and the reason why I even speak those Steam numbers and stuff is because that kind of takes you out of the whole console fanboy narrative. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are gamers that want to play the game. And I'm not saying everybody's a console fanboy or console warring, but at the same time, like, that's where this narrative that the game is bad is coming from. Initially, it's really from the fanboys on the opposite side. You know, they're really threatened. Like Rand said, that is the perfect word to describe them right now. They are threatened by Xbox having that game that really it delivers, and they wanted this game to fail so bad.
They were hoping for that 80 meta fonts. They were hoping, you know.
But here's the thing about that 80 meta, and this is why I tell people all the time, Metacritic isn't the be-all, end-all, people. Ghost of Tsushima got an 83, and it was my game of the year in 2020. I love that game, and it's an 83. Who cares? Yeah. Who cares?
Are you saying people are freaking out about review scores? Because we do have one that talks about that here. We have Jax, who says, I'm playing Starfield and I got a bounty on me, and I asked who put the bounty on me, and he said, why don't we just say your mother did it? What? Jodica says, you know how Xbox finally released a good game? Even with all the attempted negativity against it for reasons, the positives are ruling the narrative. And Big Afroman says, also, those 7 out of 10s, I would think fuel to the vitriol. 7 is wild to me from the 15 hours I played. 7 reminds me of a school, like a C grade barely passing, and I am, you know, brought up remembering, or, you know, Gaz was telling me about how you had an interesting discussion on your podcast yesterday, Fonz, about 7 out of 10 for this game that IGN gave it.
Oh, yeah.
The discussion with Mav and Gaz and stuff, right? So
it wasn't even a topic on Games Talk Live, but somehow Gaz or Mav made it a topic, and Gaz and Mav had a really, let's say, heated discussion for a while over this whole 7 out of 10 review that came out by somebody at IGN. Gaz, you fill it in. What really drove you guys to really argue this situation?
Mav says, there's no way this is a 7 out of 10. And I'm saying, look, you need to qualify that statement. There's no way this is a 7 out of 10 for you. You have to say that. And he goes, there's no way this is 7 out of 10. I'm like, there is no objective standard of what a 7 out of 10 is. If everyone's going to be hung up on scores and then simultaneously argue IGN is irrelevant and simultaneously argue Metacritic is irrelevant and then say there is no 7, no one is the arbiter in deciding there's an objective 7 out of 10. I wanted that to be clarified. And people have their own subjective ideas of what that means. Your super chat suggested that when he was the next exam, 7 was seen as a 70, well, 70 out of 100 would have been seen as a fail. 70 out of 100 here in the UK would have give you a B, or in some cases, you way beyond a pass. Pass is 50. It depends on where your assessment of it is. If you said 8, everyone's like, okay, 7, 1 score away. Oh no, it's wrong. You cannot do that. Yes, if your review and then your number is more wildly divergent from the mass consensus, then you have a greater responsibility and a greater burden to discharge to prove to everyone, okay, you've given it a 5 out of 10. Explain to us why. And it'll be harder for you because you're going to go against the grain of consensus, but it's not impossible. I was having this conversation with ACG, and ACG is like, you were so frustrated by it. And he goes, mate, I'm just almost half tempted to just give it a 4 and watch older people lose their shit because all they care about is their understanding of what a number is. Now, I'm not saying, and there's people like, oh, right, so now you're taking Dan Stapleton's side. I'm like, the problem is Dan Stapleton, in all due respect to him, I felt like he didn't discharge the burden because when you go on his spaces that he joined after the fact, he seemed to be confused about his own. I'm not coming at him, but it didn't seem like he convincingly did that. Then he's given Fallout New Vegas a 66. He's given Duke Nukem Forever an 8 out of 10, and you're just like, right, something you either don't, your tastes are weird, or you're wildly divergent until you can prove it to me. Yeah. Like this is the problem. Like people, console warring aside, I use Metacritic all the time just for the sake of consensus, but it's flawed for reasons of weighting in favor of IGN. And you'll have some outliers with the wildly crazy polarized scores will drag the whole thing down. There's a whole discussion to be had here. I use Metacritic a lot, but ultimately I myself, despite the fact that I use it, weaponize it for the source and all of that, and even generally for discourse, I understand that ultimately the best way forward is, 1, for me to make my assessment of the game, absolutely number 1, and 2, if I want to look at people that I find people, this is Cole Eastwood's advice as well, because find the reviewers you have a rapport with, because it's all subjective. And when you do find someone who's a rapport with, then focus on theirs. Why do you care about the 7? And Mav was really pissed off at the 7. He goes, oh, but it has an impact on the game and the thing. But really, he is drawn into the numbers game. It's a flawed game. Why would you get mad at the flawed game when you've been saying for years the game is fixed, that you're saying the game is flawed? So don't stress about it. It's I can easily give Starfield a 7 and justify it. I could do that right now. I don't feel like it's a 7. It would be disingenuous, but I could do it. I could easily substantiate a review for this game or several games where I wildly divergent, and I think I could do it very well. But guys, how many times have you seen it? Look at also, I just want to quickly say, IGN, look, and ACG was saying this. He goes, look, based on how many subs they have and how many views they get for their reviews, their influence is dwindling. People now look at their favorite content creators, and you don't need to be stressed out about someone else. People DMing me just so annoyed about it because they see me as the source guy, and they're like, you got to come at them. I'm just like, bruh, it's not that serious. If you know what you're saying and believe what you're saying about the game being fixed, or these guys don't know what they're talking about, then why are you stressing out? You can't change it. But
and then it goes back to what I was saying earlier about, let's say Dan just mainline the campaign. That's where I rethink the whole thing about reviews when it comes to games like this massive, not experiencing more of the game could hinder a score. So I don't know, but at the end of the day, it's his opinion. Like that's what I was getting at on my show too. Is like I was like, I understand where you're coming from, Gaz, and I understand where Mav's coming from, but he's coming from a place of emotion, and he's really like feeling this score. And I'm like, I've removed myself from Metacritic years ago. Like I don't care. Like if I like a game, that's what matters. It's like what do I think of it? And I know there's this thing about public perception, and also a Metacritic can in fact hurt the dev's wallet a bit. That's a true statement. But then again, that's more of a conversation about how Metacritic scores in general, and how they take, again, I'll say it, the 5-point scoring system and try to implement that in the 100-point scoring system. It's just, it doesn't work. It doesn't work right. Especially if there's no halves there, like a 3.5 or 4.5. It doesn't work.
I don't know. My whole view on this whole thing is when you concern yourselves so much so with an outlet of what the score they give it, you're giving them power over this all, right? Like,
Yes.
Like I don't know, maybe some of you, I know all of us here will probably know this example, but I always find it sort of cringe when someone gives a score to a game that you don't particularly like, and you get so upset that you have to attack the reviewer or whatever. And specific example I'm thinking of is Jeff Gertzman and the 8.8 he gave Zelda back on GameSpot. You guys remember that?
I think so.
Where I think it was Twilight Princess. He gave it an 8.8, which is a pretty damn score, but it wasn't high enough, and it sort of ruined the Metacritic, and he got death threats from fans and stuff. And ever since that point, I always kind of just backed away from really sort of putting that much investment into what someone at a website really thinks, because I saw the fan base's reaction to one person's opinion about it, and it just got completely overblown to the point where the person was getting death threats, and I'm like, this isn't that serious. So ever since then, I'm just like, it doesn't matter to me what the reviews of said game are. I mean, Fonz, you said it. One of people's favorite games of last gen was Ghost of Tsushima, and the way people talk about Ghost of Tsushima is that it's like a 95 masterpiece, but when it came out, it was like an 82, and there are tons of people that had all these criticisms with it. Another game, Death Stranding, the way people talk about Death Stranding is another 90 plus masterpiece, but that game's like an 82 as well.
That one's right.
Well, I mean, I'd agree with that. It was more like an 85 for me. But I always look at stuff and judge it for myself. I don't I look at Starfield and I'm like, I was feeling at one point that it was a 7 when I was playing it, and I wasn't jiving with it at all. I'm like, this is boring. And there's really nothing worse for me than a game to just waste my time and feel like I'd rather be doing something else, right? This is just completely boring.
I don't know when things changed when it comes to scoring anyway, like how people perceive a 7 as being terrible or bad, and when in fact it's not a bad score. But for some reason, if a game doesn't reach 90 these days, people go,
well, that's
crap.
That's the other thing I'm gonna make mention is that, like, by IGN's own scale, a 7 is good, right? But I will say that in today's climate, a 7 out of 10 is not considered good. The way everybody,
I don't get it though. Why did that change?
I don't know. Why? I don't know why it hasn't changed. I don't know why it changed. I don't know whatever. But when I look at it and I see how people react to games,
can I say something real
quick?
quick?
Go ahead.
You know why that's changed? Because things above 7 are given too often. So obviously you're going to naturally raise that scale, because when you're giving 8, 9s, and 10s for everything under the sun, people will expect 8, 9, and 10s.
I also agree with Addict there. I think the gaming is, a lot of people say, Gaz, you're a harsh reviewer, but I'm with Addict. The 8s, 9s, and 10s are given way too freely, in my opinion. In my opinion, again, subjective. In my opinion,
I'd agree with that. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
But they actually were given way more freely during the 360 gen. Like if you go look there, like 9s were handed out like candies, bro. Reviewers are much harsher these days than they were back then. It's really very difficult for a game to get into the 90s now. But if you go look
That's because in order to
that's-
get a 9, you have to have a lot of 10s to balance out the lower ones. You know,
That's
it's
why
harder
I-
to get in the 90s, but that 8 and 9 is given to almost every game these days.
That's why I appreciate what Gaz didn't give a score, and I appreciate like ACG out there who doesn't give a score necessarily. He just tells you, hey, you should buy this, or no, it's buy, wait, or wait for a sale, or or don't buy it
ACG
at
and
all.
me has the most synergy with ACG.
I like that. I like that.
And I don't give a score. And I talk about Metacritic all the time. Why do I do that?
ACG is one of those guys I watch religiously when it comes to the games coming out, because I like how he breaks everything down. A lot of people out there don't do fun factor anymore. And it's crazy to me, because that should be the biggest aspect of a game.
How do you
measuring fun factor?
How do you measure that? That's the only thing.
Oh, did you have fun with the game, Gaz? Did you not? I mean,
but how do you measure it in this scale?
No, you don't put he doesn't put a number on it, but you can talk about, hey, this game is fun.
Is it enjoyable? I mean, enjoyment is intrinsically linked to my understanding of a good
It's
game.
Opinion based, right? It's subjective.
Well, depending.
But at the same time, when you find those certain reviewers out there that you seem to jive with, like game wise, and you're like, oh, he likes the same type of games I do. Okay, so maybe I will like that game because he gave it, a buy. And that's sort of the thing I like about ACG. So it's rare there's very few reviewers I will watch out there and really take to heart. But yeah, he's definitely one of them. But, Gaz, I like the way you do your reviews. Good stuff.
Thank you. And I will avoid putting scores for that reason, because I just don't think the gaming community is equipped to understand. They'll go 0 in on the score and they won't read it. And I'm forcing people to read my review. Huggy, can I just read the super chat, Rand, just to tackle it? Thank you for the $10, Huggy. It may or may not be rigged, but pointing out oddities is the point of the community. So saying Mav shouldn't call it out seems odd. I don't think, no, that's not what we're doing, Huggy. IGN Global doesn't itself agree with that score. That's not what we're saying. Mav is calling out his concept of a 7 out of 10 should not apply at all for Starfield, wholesale across the board. That's what he's talking about. He's not just calling out IGN. He says Starfield is not a 7, and everyone should prescribe to that view, and I just don't agree with that. Huggy also being a member for 21 months. 7 is bad because there are too many games now, and this gives you a measure to pick which ones to play. And this again, I understand that everyone looks at the landscape and they'll absolutely look at, and we all do it to a certain degree, unless you're really honed in on the gaming, and playing it. People will make that snap judgment, but Starfield's going to sell like mad. At an 86 meta, Ghost of Tsushima 82 sold like mad. So ultimately, it is bad. It does matter. Metacritic is. Why do you think Days Gone didn't get a sequel? It's because of Metacritic. You had John Garvin.
Yeah, that's why I said it hurt. It will definitely hurt the devs. It'll hurt the devs for sure.
It can hurt the devs. It's what Shuei Yoshida quickly blasts out. It's Phil Spencer. Everyone at Xbox, everyone at PlayStation, even Nintendo. Corey Barlog was doing it. The day a game is released, they're hitting F5, smashing Metacritic. They're just looking at that because it's so important to them. It's despite the fact that it's flawed. I'm just saying on a personal level, people don't get hung up on it. We're all enjoying it. You're all enjoying Starfield. To you, 86 Metacritic isn't justified. I understand that sentiment. For me, it's around about where I would give it. But you know what? That's the flawed world we're in. That's just one example of inequity in the world of gaming, let alone the world.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I mean, look, this is a funny one because I understand there's a lot of emotions involved here. We got to be real, y'all. Come on. Here's the thing. If you've been on this platform for a long time, especially during the Xbox One era, the Xbox fan base had to endure a lot of them yellows and them 60s. Let's keep it a buck, right?
Yep.
So this
69.
This was the game, right? This was a game that came in with a lot of hype, fanfare, and for the first time in a long time, Xbox had an exclusive title that wasn't on PlayStation, and that should, based on the pedigree, right, perform well. So the community got behind it. And I think it was one of those things that like, hey, if it's a 90, it's almost like the coronation. Like the new era of Xbox is here. You throw that 9-0 on it. We go parade through the streets. The ticket. Let's be real.
It's so
the
true.
Xbox community wanted this moment.
Yep.
So the vitriol is like, how dare you spoil our coronation with that? I get it, bro. I get it. But I'm with y'all. Like my thing is, no one man can tell me how my food tastes. Period.
There it
Period.
is.
So I don't
That's
care
the
what,
line.
bro. There's games that I love that nobody. I play Destiny. It's a 9 out of 10 to me. I don't care what nobody's talking about. You know what I'm saying? I'm
that's just
going
wrong.
there. Facts. But there's games that y'all love, right? That, like for example, Rand, you know, I am not an Elder addict. I'm not an Elder Ring guy. I think it's still slow. It's still plotting. I mean, yes, it's open world. You know, I think the co-op system is atrocious. Throw a bloody finger in the hand and hope someone meets you. There's certain aspects of it that it doesn't jive with me, but I understand it's a good game. But I think the issue here is that we, like Gaz, you said it perfectly. We are putting too much stock in people or organizations that we already quote unquote claim the game is rigged already. Why do you care what that man talking about? As long as you're enjoying it and the majority of people are enjoying it, that's it. And that's how I look at it. But I get it. It's still a great game. Now, to the point of real world effects, yes, if it was 90, probably internal, Bethesda, you know, studios may have hit some type of milestone if it reached something like that internally with a what you call it, internal score of a Metacritic of 90 plus. But I think for me, the way I look at it is like this. If you look at Xbox as a whole, and I even said this last year in 2022 during the dark era of Redfall and Starfield being delayed, right? I said, yo, Xbox is going to have a fantastic 2023. I said this, Rand. Y'all, I remember y'all I stood on my square in the darkest time. King had held the line. I always give King that. But I always said Xbox is going to have a monster year. And if you look at it objectively, outside the trip and fumble that is Redfall, right? You still had Hi-Fi Rush. You still had Minecraft. You still had Age Empires. Now you have Starfield. You still got Forza. So to me, this is a kicking off era. Don't let nobody steal your joy. The platform is trending in the way we want it to trend. Right. So at the end of the only thing I will push back against, you know, for the sides of the Mavs and the people who are really upset with IGN with the situation is, I will say this, though. That's that man's opinion. However, I will say that no review is immune from criticism, though.
Yeah.
That part I will say, because some people who have, let's be honest, like, you know, they've been in a period of authority for a long time, and I don't know what the system is over there. I'm assuming, like any, you know, sound news organization, there's a system of checks and balances where another editor can review your work. I'm just saying, I know how Lords of Gaming work. At Lords of Gaming, I know we have checks and balances that way. So what I'm hoping is, because the only thing, and I have no issue with Dan, salute. The only thing that I felt, it was like, bro, if you felt that way, stand on it, move on. There's no need to keep going back and forth, because now you're feeding the fire that maybe there was something when maybe there wasn't. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, once you made your score, that's it. You stood on it. That's the only thing I think that got him in trouble. And I think if he looks back at it objectively, he probably would have like, you know what, I should have fell back, because now you're feeding into it. People are like, oh, your question. Now you're going back looking at your old reviews and say, hey, I gave this, and I did this, and then they're putting up, we gave Forza the game of the year. So now you're trying to appease as if like that's going to give the impression and the optics that maybe there was something.
You're guilty.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's what's unfortunate.
A couple of days before that happened, Stella comes out and says, well, I haven't even played the game, but based on my 45-minute direct 2 days before the review embargo, I'm going to offer my very critical and down opinion. And we're like, yo, what is this, like predicating a poor review? And lo and behold, boom. And then you get GameSpot giving a 7 out of 10, which Gene Park said, people, you need to read that review, because he said, Gene Park says that review is sus. And you just go on social media. He said it, bro. He says on my show. I'm not. Look, that's what Gene Park said. And Gene Park, you know, I love him to death, and I trust that guy's word.
That's the homie. I love Gene Park. Okay, I'm sorry.
And GameSpot, I'm so sorry, just before the GameSpot, have you seen what they were doing on social media? But we gave it a 7. Hey, guys, we gave it a 7. We gave it a 7.
I've never seen I want clicks more in my whole life.
Yeah, I never
oh
seen
my,
that.
so desperate. They're gagging for it. It's so bad.
Here's the thing. All right. if it's just a review, I don't even think there's even criticism to be worth because it's that man's whack ass opinion. But if it's more than a review and you're making gaming political statements and you're using the Metacritic system to make those statements, then that's where I feel like the fire needs to be not only what it is on Twitter, it needs to be raised higher. You know, people brought up where he was, against, consolidation, against Microsoft buying Bethesda. He made a couple of statements. Now, if it's him bombing Starfield's review Metacritic because he doesn't believe on what Microsoft's doing, that's when I feel like this isn't just a review. You are misusing the Metacritic score, which Metacritic, at the end of the day, can you confirm if it is not? I will say one thing. If you go look at the majority of the Xbox reviews, Ryan McCaffrey reviewed them, but all of a sudden, the biggest game in years, Ryan McCaffrey doesn't review.
I heard McCaffrey was on vacation, though. That's why he didn't review it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Give it to someone else, man.
Where's Ty Guy Travis?
Where's Ty Guy? Here's the thing.
Yeah, shout out to Ty Guy.
Ryan McCaffrey was probably on vacation because Ryan McCaffrey knew he wasn't reviewing the game. I don't see Ryan just coincidentally taking vacation. You know why he took vacation? Because he was going to play the game during his vacation.
Possibly. Allegedly.
My issue with the whole matter is there was mad amounts of people to review this game, but the one that review bombed it got it. And he had the power to snatch it.
Oh, premeditated. Oh, all right. I see what we're doing.
And my thing is, when you look at all his stuff, dressed up as Kratos, attacking,
y'all pulling receipts out.
Attacking
all right.
Twitter over their opinions on Xbox, making multiple statements that Xbox has trash games years ago, talking about the Bethesda acquisition, talking about the ABK thing. I'm gonna be real, it looks more left to right. Because it's just like, you mean to tell me that the dude who usually reviews all your games didn't review it? You mean to tell me that the person in charge of your Xbox division didn't review it, but your ass reviewed it? Why?
Wow.
No, notice that all this time that he talked about it, there was no discussion why he reviewed it. Well, Travis, everyone had codes, but only you could review it. Gotcha. Okay.
I mean, I guess my pushback a little bit to you, Attic, is kind of what Gad said. Like, based on what you say, so if the game is rigged, then why are we mad if we know the game is rigged?
Because if the game is constantly rigged and no one says anything, it's always going to be rigged.
So you guys
That's why everyone should subscribe to the source. And guys,
it's always going to be rigged. It's just like
Crimson Fleet.
It's just like politics. If elections is truly rigged and no one says anything, then it's who stops the next person from rigging the shit?
Stop the count. Stop the count.
Too late.
I got you.
Interesting. I do agree with Cog about the it's a weird thing because so everybody's okay with you criticizing a game, right? That's we were criticizing Starfield
real
here.
Quick, Rand. Someone said it's weird that the person who criticizes can't take critiques.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. I was just like, it's always like, oh, we can criticize the product of the game, right? We can criticize Starfield. We can criticize God of War or Spider-Man. But for some reason, a lot of the journos, a lot of the San Francisco journalists out there, they seem not to be able to take criticism of their reviews well, even though
hometown, man.
Even though like their whole job is to it's like they don't want the critic to be critiqued. You know what I mean? Where people look through their review and they say, that's not right, because you
want me to knock on the IGN office door?
Even though like, as Gaz pointed out, and I agree with him, it's one man's opinion. Who really cares? But if you're reading that opinion and then you catch some things that aren't true, be like, well, wait a minute, and
or you haven't substantiated it well, then absolutely you need to be able to stand behind your review, and you're not impervious to criticism. So all this really and I've never said this. Oh my, I'm the complete opposite. My discourse. Is like anything is fair game from anyone. So I'm not going to build any safe space around Dan Stapleton. I'm just telling the community and just basically exactly how Cog summarized it. It's like if it's rigged, and you're crying about it, it's a perpetual thing. You've resigned yourself to constantly complaining because none of that's going to actually feasibly change unless
No.
you then focus on what's important to you. ACG is important to me. My
Exactly.
gameplay is important to me. That's it. Fine.
I'm
Cry
going
all
to
you
the
want
people
about
that I
it.
know that actually
think-
play those type of games and would have an understanding of is it meeting those those standards that I like because they have that experience. It's just certain people I'm not gonna go to. It's like certain people with the turn-based stuff, they don't understand it. So it's like we're not gonna seek out their opinion or their review on the new XCOM. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm not gonna go there. It's just certain people you start to kind of gravitate towards. ACG we talked about is one of those guys. But I understand, and I see a comment people like it's cogged out about calling for rightness and justice. No, I get it. Like you feel free to call out. I'm just not into the abusing and disrespecting and people.
That's what I was gonna say.
Calling the man out of
Yeah.
his
You can
name.
easily-
and, like that ain't
You-
come on. Yeah.
Leave that to me.
I will say one thing,
I'm joking.
be respectful. Because first off, if you
respectful.
sit here and you say crazy stuff, no one that matters is going to care about your opinion. If you don't
That's not
say
true.
it with respect. No, it's true. It's definitely true. If you come out there and you say it's all about how you talk, it's about how you deliver the message. Now, I understand that Tim Dog told Homeboy to tell him to F off.
Yeah. Tim Dog
but
told him.
then
Yeah.
you work for IGN. How you gonna let that man get you to say stuff like that? That's where that's where I'm just like, okay, my loose ass can withstand not telling someone to F off. You working at a pretty website, one of the biggest in the world. You wrong for that. And he should have been. That's mad unprofessional. And normally I don't care if you're unprofessional, you're not professional, but you're the one that came out and made the statements. You're the one that did the Twitter's post. You're the one that it looked like there was a group tweet going on at IG and everyone get on Twitter and defend Dan. I don't know if that happened or not, but it was ironic. And within like an hour, there's like mad people from IG and defending his post. You've been in social media long enough to know what was going to happen to you the moment you said that to Tim. And it's just one of those things, man. It's like, look, like I'm never going to tell someone not to speak their mind. Like, do it respectfully. Don't cuss someone out for video games, and block them. Don't visit IGN. If anything, start a hashtag saying I'm not going to or something. Boycott IGN.
Let the
It's just like, but going out attacking Dan, what's that going to do? The only thing that's ever going to fix is if it affects their bottom line. And I can assure you, Dan can quit tomorrow and it's not going to affect IGN's bottom line.
But if any forget affecting the bottom line, it was so successful for them in terms of traffic and noise generated that GameSpot tried to get a little bit of the Dan factor. They were desperate for that attention. But it is what it is. We're going to have the exact same conversation the next big game comes out and you get a wildly divergent thing. I've seen this over a decade, time and time again. Even Phil Spencer got pulled into this conversation. Remember when Forza Horizon 3 got a 2? Remember it got 2 from Paste Bin or something like that? Phil Spencer got pissed and he called him out. And he says, you get these reviews and give it a 2 out of 10. He's talking explicitly about that publication. And he got vexed. And then later he apologized for it because he regretted it. But that's a human thing to feel. So I'm not coming at Mav. If Phil Spencer can be frustrated, then Mav is allowed to be frustrated.
I think sorry, finish, guys. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, look, I will weaponize it for you, chat. I will come after Dan Stapleton for you, chat. I'll be the bad guy for you, chat. Don't worry about it. It's in good hands.
Yeah, I think it just comes off if that was really.
I'm joking.
That's where I am. Was it really his opinion, or was it his beliefs in the industry, and he attacked those beliefs with the review? If it's just his opinion, he literally thinks Starfield's average is hell, and there ain't nothing special about the game, then rock off. You probably shouldn't have did spaces because it just makes you feel like you're trying to justify your opinion too much. But if it is the latter, and there are some hidden agendas going on, that is when I do agree. The green light, respectively.
The green light,
yeah, respectively, speak your opinion on this stuff. But if it's just that dude's opinion, you have to just keep it rocking. Because at the end of the day, what are you going to do? Like hack into the IGN website and Metacritic and change it? Like, what's that going to do? And here's another thing. Don't let this bother like you enjoying the game. You know,
Like-
maybe go out there, tweet, I don't agree with this, and keep it moving. But some of you been tweeting for days. It's over. Like,
That's true. Hargeet says, I proclaim that henceforth and forever, Starfield will be known as the 7 out of 10 game, which is funny because I think someone actually, Paste gave it a 5 out of 10. So there's actually a review even lower than IGN's.
Yeah,
But
there's
nobody's-
It's an
several.
86
There's
on
several.
Metacritic now. It was 87 before, right?
Even PC Mag gave it a 70 as well, and 58 from Maris Station. Never heard of them.
Yeah.
65
You're
from
letting
the
anyone on
So Video
Metacritic, I
Games
swear.
podcast.
Well, I mean,
See, but
that's a lot about Starfield.
But all this is
Real-
balanced
real
out by
quick,
the
though.
fact that
real quick,
Xbox
people,
era gave Redfall 8.5, so everything's balanced. It's fine.
people in the chat, they say, well, this needs to be addressed. Well, how are you going to address it? Are you gonna refuse review copies? Because that's censoring. So it's just like there's gray areas, and it's hard to navigate these gray areas. And as far as like IGN, do you think that Microsoft's just not going to give them Avowed and Fable and Hellblade?
You can't afford,
Okay, let's be realistic here. Like,
There's
Bro,
no
at
fixing
Gamescom,
this situation.
had this-
There isn't. Because everybody's
there-
going to have their own opinion no matter what. They're,
Exactly.
when people talk about media bias and all this stuff, I don't think there's a widespread media bias, but of course there is people. Every reviewer out there is biased to some degree. Okay. So, I mean, and that's going to play a part for some, I'm sure. But at the end of the day, there's no fixing this. So why spend any time whining about it? I don't see the point.
Nothing's going to change, but I will say that I agree with Addict that in terms of the IGN being the biggest player in this space, you would think that they would understand the responsibility that they have. They reap all the benefits of the extra exposure at Gamescom. They had this massive glass panel relegated to them. They're the big players in this space. You've seen time and time again, they've been console warring, shit takes from them. They've literally, even when they announced and gave some insight into how they choose what games that they pick to review, and I think what they think is going to be a 70 plus or something, they'll try and their hand at that. Don't give a damn about actual indies or the welfare of
I
this
will say the one thing
industry.
with outlets like IGN or people that have different reviewers on their staff, they should delegate certain games to certain people that really speak to them. Like, say, if there's an RPG gamer on your staff that loves RPGs, let them review this game rather than somebody who likes shooters. That sort of thing should be delegated within the company itself. But outside of that, there's nothing you can do to really fix this.
I think Xbox are going to distance themselves from IG as much as possible. They're big players, so they're limited. But Xbox do not like IGN, and I don't blame them because they just fuck around all the time. In my opinion, my assessment.
I don't look into them much to know. I really don't.
Find out.
Yep.
I don't know. All the stuff that's been going on with IGN outside of this whole mess with the
I'm just
7 out of
hearing
10
things.
thing.
Just
That's
it's
all
all
I've heard.
conjecture and hearsay, but that's what I'm hearing. They're not happy with IGN.
Interesting.
Anyways,
That's
I did get a couple questions during the show about New Game Plus because there's a narrative going around about this idea of mainlining the story to get to New Game Plus and then playing the game in New Game Plus. And people have asked me if that's something they should do. I see a lot of people talking about it, so I want to give my opinion. And my whole take on this is, while yes, I love the main story, and New Game Plus is certainly very, very interesting, I would say play the game how you want to play the game. Right?
That's exactly what I've been telling people. Play how you want.
I mean, sure, you could absolutely just bomb through the main campaign, go into New Game Plus, and then do everything that, but that sort of defeats the purpose of Bethesda games. So what New Game Plus gives you is you take with you your perks and your level. So, I was like level 40, so I start New Game Plus at level 40, right? Like, so if you want to continue leveling up. However, you lose everything else. All your relationships are reset. All your missions are reset. You lose all your ships, you lose all your money, you lose all your weapons, right? If you built any outposts, it's all gone. The only thing you carry over is your perks and your level. So, yeah, I know for some people that's not going to be how they want to do, where they just want to rush something and then, on this new Game Plus is where I'm actually going to experience everything. So I don't know, play how you want. If you reach a certain point where you want to go into New Game Plus, like I beat the main campaign, I went into New Game Plus just to see what it was, and then I reverted, and then I loaded my older save to go back to before I made the decision, right? So I kept that point, but apparently New Game Plus goes on quite a bit. Like there's like New Game Plus 4, 5, 6, 7, right? And there's different. I don't know. It's just play the game how you want is what I'm going to say.
Yeah. That's what I've been telling people as well. But one thing I did do myself though, because I was playing how I wanted to play this game, and I've got 20 plus hours in, and I'm barely. I just beat the 6th mission last night, so the main campaign anyway. But Colt gave me that advice. He was like, "Hey, dude, just go to 6, complete that mission for reasons, and then just go back to doing what you want. But trust me," he's like, just do that. I'm like, okay, and I'm happy with what's going on. But yeah, like play how you want, man. This is a big, massive game. If you were into Bethesda games, you play how you play the other games, all their others. That's how I've been playing the game the majority of the time, and I've been having a blast. So honestly, I don't see how your fun factor can be lowered because you didn't finish the campaign and go into New Game Plus right away. It doesn't make sense. And there's things that you can miss out on. So, I mean, if there is a side mission that looks interesting to you, by all means, go do it now. Like, you don't have to just mainline the campaign, but I don't know. I'm with you, Rand.
Yeah, I've never seen this for a game where it's like, hey, mainline the story to get into New Game Plus, and that's where you want to play it. It's like New Game Plus is interesting and it has some really interesting like ideas it's working with and some quirks, but I don't really think it's where it's something so special where it's like, no, you need to make sure you see this, like, and you need to make sure you see it in the first 15, 20 hours. It's like, no, do what you want, and when you complete the main game, go see what it's like. And then, because I think I remember I called you, Cog, when I went through it, and I was like, bro. But like, I immediately went back because I got other stuff to do on my main save. I got to go do the Crimson Fleet. I got to go do, all these other side quests and missions I have. Like, I don't really feel like starting over per se.
And that Ryujin, though.
Yeah, that Ryujin. It's a funny thing. Out of all the things you can do in this game, we talked about the quest, we talked about the combat, we talked about, the disappointments the game has, like with each one of us has our own nitpicks. It's funny, we basically talked about everything about the game except for one area, and that's the outpost building. Like, it sounds like none of us that went into the outpost building to build settlements or anything like that, or do any crafting, because I know I didn't do any of that.
Hey, real quick though, guys, I got a phone call. I've got to leave. So, but I have had a great time here.
Thank you for coming on,
very much. Oh, for sure, man. Anytime, dude. I love talking with you and Cog, Gaz, Gaming Addict, all you guys, man. I appreciate you guys. You're all friends.
Let the people know where they can find you at.
Oh, you can find me at Fonz Gaming here on YouTube, where I do my show every Sunday, Games Talk Live, talking to people in the community, and sometimes people from the industry, but that's a bit rare. But lately, I've just been having a great time talking with you guys. Like a lot of people in your chat are some of the same people that come by the show. It's really fun. You can find me on Apple Podcasts and all that as well. But I do it mainly on YouTube because it's fun having the videos, being able to interact with my guests, showing facial expressions and stuff. It's I don't know. I like it. Anyways, but you can find me there, Fonz Gaming, or on Twitter at Fonz Gaming as well.
That's right.
Fonz, the homie. Good to talk with you, brother.
Yeah, appreciate you guys, man.
Yeah, appreciate you for coming on and dropping all that Starfield knowledge.
Starfield, yeah. Later, I'm going to be playing that all night later tonight. Yep. All right, guys.
All right, later, Fonz. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, and the chat was awesome, by the way.
Yeah, chat was
except for LaMarcus, right?
Damn. What's funny is I'm sorry, get Red.
No, go ahead.
No, what's funny is I never do outpost stuff and all that. This was the first game I actually attempted, and I will say it wasn't that difficult.
Mm.
The only thing I had to do create like a crew quarters because I was like, I built something. I'm like, how come no one's living here? Like, why? I had like people that I could dedicate to move to, to the outpost itself, but nobody was inhabiting it. So I'm like, all right. So I made a living quarters. I put a little couple beds in there, whatever. And then I made like a thing for like resources to kind of like be siphoned from it. But there's one particular thing. It's it's something that I forgot what the name of it, but that's what allows it to be inhabitable and like an airlock, so that they can go in and out between the planet kind of thing. So once I had those two things, then I was able to send my people over. It was actually pretty cool. Because then you can kind of find out, okay, what planet is on, what resources. Because there was a quest. The reason why I came up, there was a quest I was doing while I was on some diplomatic journey. There was a planet that was inhabited. And basically, there was like this huge vessel ship. I call it like the Mass Effect Andromeda ship, where they came from another system. And it's like, it would be the equivalent of like a bus pulling up in front of the White House and say, we claim the White House and we live at it now. So basically, I was doing a negotiation between these two entities, one in this ship and one in the actual planet, about how they can kind of live. But the quest ended up being like, I needed to get all these resources. So I'm like, damn, I want to kind of solve this particular way through persuasion and diplomacy. And I had that. That's why I said, you know what? There's one element. I found a planet that had it. So I'm like, I'm gonna make an outpost and start generating this joint. And that's when I did it. But it was actually not that bad. And I was actually getting into it a little bit. So look, again, is it for everybody? No, because normally I don't do that type of stuff. But I will say it is fun once you get going.
Yeah, I just wasn't interested in doing any of that, But it's one of those things where there's so much to the game, and even myself at 90 hours, it's like I've seen just like a tip of the iceberg, right? Yeah, I've done all the faction quests and the main story, but I'm sure and in my quest log, I have still a ton of quests I just randomly picked up, right? And it's like there's so much really to do and to see. It's like, man, this game could go on for hundreds of hours, right, guys?
Yeah.
What the fuck's a terramorph?
Oh, yeah, hold
baby.
on.
Oh, you
Terramorph.
doing it. Don't blow it up. Don't blow it up. That's it. You do it in UC. Let's go. Let's go.
It's a random one just on this planet.
Oh, you in trouble, bro. Yeah, leave those alone.
Fucking running away.
Leave
Just
those
alone.
alone.
Hell.
Those in the lore apparently show up whenever human civilization is too much. And they have wiped out entire planets and civilization. They are no joke. Leave them boys alone. Mm-hmm.
That is crazy. I want to record this. It's insane.
And they got their own. They got their own.
Motherfucker. You fine. Shoot that motherfucker.
Yeah, you OP, Mr. Space Pirate.
It's not doing any damage.
No, bro. You know it's on when they got their own theme music when you see them.
I love how when I come on ILP, they're like, no swearing, but addicts dropping F-bombs all over the place.
Hey, the moment guys did it opened up the door, so I walked right in the door.
Leave them boys alone.
So yeah, I figured, you know what? We've talked a lot about Starfield. Let's talk about PlayStation gas, shall we? Because they did something.
Let's do it.
They did something this past week. I think you're gonna need the sauce for this one, shall we? So they raised prices of.
For no reason.
They raised prices of PlayStation Plus, and whoo, man, were they? This is kind of ridiculous, and I don't know if it speaks to PlayStation, just arrogant PlayStation being back, or them not viewing Microsoft and Nintendo as any sort of competition, where it's like, oh, well, we could just raise our prices to whatever we want because we know that it doesn't really matter. We can charge more because, Xbox sucks, right? What Jim Ryan said. So they're raising PlayStation Plus Essential, which is their multiplayer access alongside their cloud saves. It used to be $60 a year. It's now going up $20 to $80 a year. Their Xbox Game Pass competitor, PlayStation Plus Extra, which has all their games and stuff, was $100 a year, and it's now going up $35 to $135 a year. And PlayStation Plus Premium, which is their streaming thing, as well as their back compat PS2 games, like their older stuff, is going from $120 a year to a whopping $160. So you basically have an increase of $20, $35, and $40. And, I saw some people blaming Xbox for this.
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah, bro. I saw some people blaming
They blamed
Xbox, being
Xbox for
like,
that.
Xbox introduced the subscription services, and now Sony's got to raise prices, right? Like somehow this is Xbox's fault because PlayStation, because now that they're doing Game Pass, a Game Pass competitor, now it's like, you can see they're losing all this money, so they got to raise prices. This is what Xbox fans want for the industry, right? You haven't seen any of that?
No idea.
That's crazy. I didn't even know about this.
Yeah.
What
You gotta
the
tell me
hell?
what the streets are saying. I'm listening.
I mean, just, look, normally you get increases in price that are like $1 or $2, what have you. Like, we see it happening all the time with like Netflix or Apple TV or HBO Max or Max Now. But to just come out and just being like, yo, we are raising 20 to 35 to 40 on all this is, woo, man. I mean, they can claim inflation. They can claim that, they need the money because this is how they're going to get extra games into their service, like what they said. But then they offer the first game as part of this as Saints Row, which is not really a good, really a good game. It just sort of seems like Sony's trying to squeeze as much money as they can out of their fans. Like, hey, we're raising prices to $70. We're raising the price of the console. Now we're raising the price of multiplayer access as well as like their Game Pass thing. And not only that, but their Game Pass competitor, PlayStation Extra, that launched last year. It's barely a year old. So within a year, they literally raised it $35 and $40. Whereas Microsoft had Game Pass for 2017, and they finally raised prices $1 for Game Pass console, so $12 total, and Game Pass Ultimate was $2 a month, so $24 total, and that took Xbox 6 years before they raised prices, and it took PlayStation a year. And what do you guys think about this? Attic, you got anything? You got any thoughts on this? Any concerns?
I don't care.
You don't care because you don't play on PlayStation. Okay, fair enough.
Can we just say, when Xbox tried to raise the price of gold, in under 24 hours, the noise was so mad that they reversed it. In under 24 hours. All I saw from PlayStation guys was a few hours of almost posturing because they know that they had to play the theatrics, and then they suddenly stopped and started talking about Baldur's Gate like it was a PlayStation exclusive and Starfield. So like, I'm sorry, but PlayStation has no impetus to change because PlayStation fan base are remarkably just malleable. They'll accept anything that they get. And where's the noise? Can you honestly anyone tell me that you're hearing any sustained arguments?
I saw my buddy Nick Marseille. He was very adamant against it
for a few hours, and then he started sharing Gran Turismo clips because he was scared of Forza. I mean, come on, man. I don't know, man. I mean, console warring aside, like we had Blaze on our show, and he was like, "Bro, like at least dress it up." At least offer something. At least say, we're doing this because we will give you this. But they're not giving you anything. And then if people are blaming Xbox for that, have you lost your bloody mind? Like, that's your PlayStation. Come on. It's just, I don't know.
Addict, I'm curious you don't have anything to say about it, but you certainly had a lot to say when Xbox got rid of Gold and changed it to Game Pass Core. You had a lot to say. You had a lot to say about that.
Yeah, that's true. He was out in the streets going hard.
Because I personally felt like that was misleading what they were doing. They were giving you the option
I want to say, what's worse here, like what they did with Core?
No, this is definitely worse. I just don't care because I don't play multiplayer games on PlayStation. Like, fair enough.
Like,
what am I doing? Ain't nothing to play over there on I play everything on the Xbox or PC. Like, look, I think it's wrong, and I voiced my concern about it. But what am I gonna do? Like, clearly the PlayStation people, they bothered about it just enough to tweet once about it. So it's just like I can't do nothing about that.
You gotta get on the front lines. You're not gonna get outside.
I mean, my PlayStation's in my closet, so I'm not even in the battle.
Ooh, okay. No, it's just Cog. How are you feeling
That was a
about
good
all
one,
this?
Red. That was so messy and good, Red. I love that one. Sorry. Oh, I was laughing. Look, this is it's something that I was surprised at the sheer amount it was raised.
Yeah, that's
Like, you should get that little $5. Look, this subscription service, we do not expect these prices to remain the same in perpetuity, saying forever. They're going to go up, but it was just the amount that threw me off. I'm like, wow, these are significant jumps per tier.
They're not small.
Yeah, and then the other thing, Addict, we gotta laugh is, we clown on my man King for KNN News, but remember the last LP we did, and we were just talking about how they stopped disclosing the numbers as far as the subscription amount.
Because they do what they were doing. They do what they were about to do.
So there's a part of me that's like, is it flat? Are they not seeing the growth that they expected, right? And that part does concern me because this is kind of new territory for them. We all understand Xbox has trailblazed Game Pass from the Xbox One generation, and they have committed to it to see the long tail. Whereas I felt like, Sony tends to, not begrudgingly, but 1 foot in on something new, see how it goes. They're not doing day and date. They'd try to mess with trials. They were kind of doing almost experimental kind of things per tier. And yeah, this is something that really surprised me, the amount. And to Gaz's point, we got to call out in the sense that where I'm concerned with them is that there has to be limits at some point to the loyalty of the fan base. And I am very curious, though, how this is going to continue to play if there's no dress up, there's no additional value saying, okay, we did this and now we're giving you this, though, right? It just was like, hey, this is the new price. This is what it is. Get down, lay down. Like, wow, it just came off really surprising to me, very, very cold to me. So, yeah, I guess my only concern with them is the subscription model for them. If it's not successful, what do they pivot to long term? Because they don't seem to be wanting to do day and day. Obviously, PC still a year out with certain stuff. As far as first party. They seem to have. They're very console sale driven, and that may be fine for them. But they did invest in this space, and to see this kind of go up this quickly is a little interesting to me.
Yeah, because you would think, okay, we got this bad news. We're raising prices, and we're raising prices by a ton. Like, where's the carrot? Where's they say, oh, by the way, and Helldivers 2 will be launching day and date and extra, where at least you could put a Band-Aid over it and be like, don't worry, everything's okay. At least you get something out of it, right? But they're just like, nah, we're raising prices, whatever. My concern, where it comes to Xbox, is this gives them free reign to raise prices on like what would be Game Pass Core, right? Which is Game Pass Gold right now, which is switching the Core, I think on like September 14th, right? Because you look at what PlayStation's done. They've raised the price of multiplayer access $20. So now it's $80 a year to play multiplayer on PlayStation. It's been like $60 for a long time. It was $50 for a while. Now it's $60. And now Xbox is $20 cheaper on multiplayer access, that's a significant amount of money for some people. And they're about to own Call of Duty. So there's a part of me that's like, and I talked about this on Spawncast on Saturday, where it was like, should Microsoft take that PR that they've gotten where it's like, here's PlayStation and here's their $80 and just be like, multiplayer's free on Xbox? Where, hey, if you're a Call of Duty gamer, we know Call of Duty's not leaving PlayStation, but if you're a Call of Duty gamer, come over to Xbox where multiplayer's free, where you got to pay $80 on PlayStation, but it's free over here, right? And that presents like a good, you think about it and you're like, well, yeah, now that like PlayStation's like $80, which is it's a lot of money. It's like, yeah, maybe they could do something like that, right? But I'm more worried that, the almighty dollar, right? We've seen Microsoft raise prices, that they don't see a lot of pushback on this from anybody really. That they're just going to be like, all right, Xbox Game Pass Core is now $80.
That's what I'm concerned about.
That's where I'm concerned, is that Microsoft's going to see that and they're going to be like, we can do this too.
And,
you know what I mean?
more. You're on fire because it reminds me of the precursor to Sony initiating the $70 games first. Right?
Yeah.
And you see how the market takes it, see how the reception is. Okay, wasn't that much pushback. They set out first. They have the brand zeitgeist. They have the recognition, right? They have the loyalty. Okay, cool. Wasn't that pushback? And now you're looking at Microsoft, who has been in the acquiring, season as far as ABK and more things they say that's still to be to come. And they're like, hey, we're giving you 4 first-party titles a year, every year, and Call of Duty and all this stuff. Hey, here's this little, $10, $15 increase on the top of it. Now, it may be the only thing that saves us, I think, because of everything, and I'll defer to Gaz on this legally with the CMA. We may be as a consumer fortunate that they may have to lock in a little bit longer because I think that came up. Gaz, you correct me if I'm wrong, as far as their concerns with Game Pass price stability, post ABK. So we may luck out that they might not do it just yet, but I am concerned that they can look at what Sony's doing long term and say, hey, there's not much pushback there when we eventually do decide to increase.
Yeah, because it's one of those things where it's like, okay, well, if Sony's $80 and people accept it, which is clearly one of the reasons why they dropped reporting it in their fiscal numbers or financial reports, where like they don't expect the subs to go up anymore. So it's just like we're just going to get us more revenue from the subscribers that we have. Like clearly, when you raise prices this much, subscriber numbers are going to go down, right? But your revenue is probably going to go up because the people that stay are now going to be paying you more money.
More money.
So we're not going to report the numbers. We're going to be getting more revenue. And I'm sure Microsoft's looking at it like, I know we just raised prices $1 and $2 on Ultimate, but is there some way we can wiggle Game Pass Core to $80, and we can have a Gaming Addict have another meltdown about it.
I don't think they would try anything for a little bit. I don't think they would.
You think they'd wait?
Yeah, I think that because it would look mad suspect if like 4 months after they raised again.
Yeah,
like
I don't know.
Yeah, but it would be hot, and it would be hot a year from now. I could see a year they raise again because of it. But I think the PR would look really crazy if they raise, because then at that point you're just like, is this just because of the PlayStation thing, or is this a pattern now? Like every time you invest, we're gonna go up again. Like you bought ABK, if you buy Sega, you're gonna go up another $5. Like I think that the thing is as much as they value money, Microsoft values its reputation too.
I mean, true. So, I agree with you. I do find it funny though. Me and Maddie always laughing. You knew that $1 deal was over when Starfield hit the streets though. We knew that was over with. Remember that $1 Game Pass? Yeah, bro, you getting in there, you gonna get down now.
Like Jeff Grubb had an interesting tweet today where he said, original price, which is then inflation adjusted price versus actual price today, where he said game purchase in 2006 $60, inflated would be $91 today, but games are $70. Okay, right, lower than inflation. Game Pass in 2017, $10 a month, inflated to today's price would be $12.50, but it's currently $11, so under inflation. Game Pass Ultimate in 2019 was $15 a month. It's now inflated would be $18, but it's currently $17, so under inflation. And PS Plus in 2010 was $50, which inflated would be $68, but currently is now going to be $80, which is well over inflation.
Well over inflation.
So
I think a lot of this too is like, let's be real. Like Microsoft has the money. It's okay, we might take a loss in this division for this next year, but got these other divisions doing really good. PlayStation don't really got that. They're like, okay, we ain't Microsoft. We don't got a bank full of trillions. We ain't doing nothing. We ain't getting out of bed for less than $1 million. Like it's just like might just get one of those series. Like Microsoft was able to take a lot more of initial hit because they had reserves when they were doing this. Games as a service and getting into the service market in general with Game Pass. Sony they probably can't take that much of a hit. They're like, we're going to invest into these games to put as a games as a service on their console. And, they're like, we're not paying for that. You're paying for that. So we're going to raise this price up, this price up, this price up. And it's like, these aren't our games. They're your games. So you should pay for the development.
Anyways, it was just interesting there. We do have a couple super chats I want to get to. Chinook guy says off-topic opinions on what is going on in Embracer. Well, not a lot of good things because they just shut down Volition, like effective immediately too. It was like, ugh. Yeah, I'm sure we're gonna see more shutdowns and more things like that with them because of that deal that apparently fell through. Pillsbury says, why we still keep talking about IGN, PC Gamer, GameStop, and Starfield getting a 7? Stop getting emotional about it. From Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo fanboy influencers, keep the drama going but enjoy the game. Okay.
The game was so weird. Enjoy the game.
Are you sleeping?
He's leaving you awake, bro.
I was that super chat put me to sleep.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
We have achievements saying even if Starfield was 11 out of 10, it has the Xbox tax and is docked 2 points for that.
Colt, do you? Sorry, Colt. Rand, do you believe in the Xbox tax? You're the same person.
No, not really. No, I don't know. Like I know individual people have biases, and I said this on Riskit's podcast where he asked me if there's a bias in the media, and I said, well, it depends. Like, are we talking like, like how there's an Xbox Illuminati and Lord Cognito's at the head of the table, right? Where he gets his orders from Aaron Greenberg, who gets them from Phil Dominus, Maximus Aurelius Spencer, right? And then Cognito, he hands out like, okay, Gaz, you're talking about this. Rand, I want you to make a video about this. Jez, you're doing this. Like, where it's like everybody's together. It's a conspiracy, right? So I was like, I don't think there's this thing where all these reviewers are like in these DMs and chats being like, we're really going to screw Microsoft over. Make sure to rate their game low, right? Where it's an overt bias conspiracy. But I do believe individual people have biases, right?
Yeah.
That can affect how they view something. Like, obviously, I'm the man with the million. I like Xbox more than I like PlayStation, right? But I don't think I'm biased when I come to like the games I play. Like when I play God of War Ragnarok or I play Returnal, I'm not thinking, well, I got to lower the score for this because I'm an Xbox person, right? No, it's like, this is what I enjoy this game. This is what I give it. And on counter, the counter, it's like I play an Xbox game. I'm not inflating the score because I need, the game to look better or for my reviewers to be like, so it's like Crackdown 3 was shit because Crackdown 3 was shit. If I wanted to be biased, I would have said it was an 8 out of 10 or whatever. So I don't know, and I don't feel like anybody is like that. I don't feel like Dan Stapleton's like, well, I hate Xbox, so realistically I would give Starfield an 8.5, but I'm going to give it a 7 because I want to take them down a notch. I mean, maybe it's because I don't personally think like that. That I can't imagine other people thinking like that, where it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's just like the game's good or it's not good based on these things and how much your enjoyment, not being like, well, I need to really show these PlayStation guys what's up. So Spider-Man 2 is going to be a 7 out of 10. Like that doesn't, I don't know. Like I don't view gaming like that. It's like, am I screwed up for thinking that way? I guess maybe there could be people that do think along those lines where they're like, have that, maybe it's unconscious bias, not something that they consistently think about.
I think bias exists, of course. You know what I'm saying? Of course, we're all human beings. We all have our preferences. We all have our favorites. Of course, there's going to be bias. I think for me, with this one, there is a little shade of gray in this particular case in the fact that, Bethesda historically, even pre-acquisition, has made it clear that not certain outlets are going to get review copies.
True.
For whatever reason, right? And this is some of the most prominent, whether it be journalists, game creators, outlets, have been on the quote unquote list. You ain't getting it. So there is a part of me that, look, the Lords were lucky to get a review code for a blessing, right? But there's a part of me that the older establishment, right, that are used to getting that some are not getting that for arguably what would be the biggest game of the year. And we have to admit, traditional journalism, there is a form of fraternity within that circle, right, that they could feel away and say, what do you mean? You know what I mean? And that could affect bias that, didn't we hear, guys, that like, Eurogamer didn't get it, but Digital Foundry only specifically got it.
Yeah.
Right? Not the entire. So statements are being made, lines are being drawn, and from my understanding, the way Bethesda moves, if they don't, again, I can't speak for every case. I can only want to speak for stuff that I know of, and I can't speak in detail. But if they feel that you have been disingenuous, that you go out your way to be disrespectful, you ain't getting it. That's just how they move. Now, whether that's right or wrong, that's another subject. But I think what we have to look at here is that the traditional establishment for the first time has kind of been ostracized, and they may be reacting like, yo, we not feeling that. Wait till we get it. You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing. So again, not saying that everything is notorious, but I have to point out the facts because pre-acquisition, Bethesda, I mean, Attic, you remember, like, it was hard to get into a Bethesda press conference back in the day. It was hard, like, it was very specific, you know what I mean, kind of thing. But I think now what we're seeing is with the acquisition of Microsoft, and again, they still operate independently, but Microsoft, you know, they're still the parent and the mothership, maybe the ease and the breaking down of some of those past tensions to try to make that a little bit more, you know, to kind of bridge the gap is what I think maybe could happen here. But yeah, it will be interesting to see how this moves on with them because it could be a statement being made internally on both sides.
I think so. I think you're actually hit the nail on the head there. I alluded to some of the disdain or just being a little bit jaded with IGN, as Xbox that is, and you can have it both ways. Where you're absolutely right that there is kind of a fraternity element there, but the balance is shifting in favor of content creators over traditional reviewers, and that breeds an animosity, and you know that animosity. We say that there are actual human beings. At the end of this, they're not impervious to biases. We see it in content creators, some ridiculous biases that. I won't mention names, normally do, but I won't, who are just motivated by their biases and their audience. And you can see that seeping into the journalistic journalists as well. Because say, for instance, IGN, like noticing Microsoft are really like shifting away from them and paying a little bit more favoritism to the Iron Lords over us. And Eurogamer, if it's like Iron Lords, they got loads of copies and we get any, what's going on? So then what they'll do is, all right, well, you want to do that? Fine. Well, okay, let us review your next game and let's see what PlayStation's game. Let us make you feel the pinch because we have some weighting on Metacritic. So, you know, it's a game that they play, and obviously people, you have to understand. And Rand, I appreciate that you, and I'm like you. If I play a PlayStation game, aside from mocking it on the source and on socials, when I do a review of a game, like if I'm charged with reviewing a game, I pull that fanboyism completely, and I mean almost vociferously. I'm aggressive in removing that and having a very critical eye on even on a PlayStation game. But you know, most people, I don't think they do that, Rand. Like, don't do what you do. It's just like, all right, well, fuck, it doesn't matter if it's PlayStation. I'm going to enjoy this game. So yeah, you know. It's there's no easy answer. A lot of it is guesstimation, but ultimately, just understand that the balance is shifting in favor of content creators. But there are biases. I've observed the biases. I have some views about some of the personalities we talked about today, Dan Stapleton and whatever. I feel like he's motivated by it. His defensive attitude after the fact, whilst I've been in that position where you've just been pissed and you want to put people straight, but that kind of sometimes, in my opinion, exposes a lot of what other people are saying about you as well. It is what it is, man. Like you're going to get this all the time, and everyone's going to say a certain thing, and you're not going to be convinced, and we'll not definitively know. But understand this: Sony has previously with GameSpot. You remember the fiasco about them withholding game codes because they didn't like the reviews that GameSpot gave, and then there's a lot of precedent in this industry where things are not cushy, which is why I'm saying just play the game, find a review you like, and build a rapport with them, and we'll be fine.
I just want to comment against the homie. I believe his name is Bryant Ryan, and I understand. He's like, yo, you got to stand up, and it's just like, but it's what we talked about earlier. Look, if the system is rigged, why am I going to continue to seek validation from that rigged system? Right. So it's like, I understand people want this, yo, take a stand, bro. And I get that. And that's fine. But it's like, if the system is rigged, create your own system. Create your own,
Exactly.
bro. Like, we go to the shows, we create our own news, we create our own game on daily. All Gaz does his own thing. So it's like, I'm not gonna seek validation from people who, if you already feel that they have a perceived bias against me or the games that that we cover, and that's the thing that we got to stop doing. It's like we can't be mad. We already said like some of these outlets are biased and it's this and that, but we mad when they do the thing that we expect them to do.
Yep.
like,
Yeah.
bro, you're gonna get yourself worked up for no reason. That's why I'm not into that part. But yeah, I feel what you're saying, homie. I just wanted to get that part out because I see a lot of people told you they want to do the revolution, guys. They wanted to stand out front of the buildings, the tiki torch, burn the spot down. Like I get it. It's emotional. We all wanted that coronation party. We wanted Phil in the street. We wanted Todd Howard with the throne. We want, what I'm saying? I get it. We got
I
it.
get
But
it.
yeah, I
I get
understand.
it. I wanted the same thing. I understand that completely. Believe me, I did. But that doesn't stop my critical discourse, as you've seen, and you guys get pissed in the chat. It will never change. Otherwise, what's the difference between me and IGN that I'm complaining about?
Exactly. You become the thing you rooting against. Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Omnesia says, did you see that Starfield's Xbox Metacritic score dropped to an 86 now because some of the negative PC reviews got added as Xbox scores? Ridiculous. I did see a review got added from a podcast that gave it like a 60, and they admitted they only played it for 5 hours. They only played like each played like 4 missions, and they gave their review.
Wow.
And they reviewed it.
And you're still gonna be pissed because Metacritic is well. There you go. Another example. 6 hours.
Yeah, reviewing the game after 5 hours. I mean, there you could you could go and critique their review, because that's not a review. That would be someone's impressions. You shouldn't be passing off your impressions as a review, though. But because I wasn't feeling the game in the first 5 hours either. So Sith Lord says, fun factor is important. I had a blast with Arcade Paradise. It's a game about running a laundromat and slowly turning it into an arcade, and I had a blast.
Why do you play that?
Danny Passion Official says, today Central Florida weather is an 88. You got it. Yeah, it's pretty hot here. Anthony says, love Starfield, but twice my Xbox froze playing it. I didn't have any freezing at all. No lockups on when I was playing through the game.
Real quick, we didn't talk about performance, so I'll just do it.
Yeah.
I gotta say, this game really runs well. Like, as far as I was worried, scared to death about them 30 frames. I ain't gonna front. And like when I booted it up, I was like, yo, this is actually. And I went between Series X, Series S, and PC. My PC is like my laptop's like a 3070 on the Gold I was using. I have to admit, man, I didn't really see no drop off like that. And it was a pretty much stable experience. And for a guy that's 60 FPS guy, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was actually impressed at that. I have to give them, that was the thing I was worried about coming in. How's this thing going to run performance wise? And for the most part, yes, will you get a hitch here and there? Absolutely. You're not going to say, will you see a little pop-in here and there on a certain, but absolutely. I'm not going to say it's non-existent. But the overall package, I was very impressed with how smooth the game run. So I'm like, yeah. No. And, last thing, bro, if y'all got ROG Ally, oh my God, Starfield is impressive on that thing. Fully go back and forth with the saves. In New Atlantis, over 40 frames. In space, in interior areas, fighting 60 frames. Super impressive. So just wanted to let y'all know. Performance-wise, I was very impressed with this title.
I was, 30 frames. Like, look, I'd rather play everything at 60 on console. I'll make no bones about that. But I did play Redfall, and that 30 frames in Redfall is awful. The 30 frames in Starfield was actually pretty good. It was night and day. Even though they're both the same frame rate, for whatever reason, Starfield's felt way more playable than Redfall's. Like, Redfall, I wanted to puke. With Starfield, I was like, no, this is really good. Did you try it out on Little Man? Because I know Little Man's going through it right now, Cog. You know what I mean?
Bro, little man is outside. Me and King's playing on that a lot, and he handling his business. Like it is really smooth on that. And I don't know if it's because of the maybe the resolution dip that it's the stability of the game maintains itself. Like I had no issues on Series X, nor did I notice any significant drop off.
Yeah, it must be frame time
Yeah.
that they're doing. But I know we're at like 3 hours, and
Yeah, we
you
gotta
guys can leave whenever you're here, because I do have to do Patreon questions. And
Yeah, I do need to.
Yeah,
I need to
I
sleep.
figured it.
I gotta wake up in 6
yeah, I
hours.
know. Well, so thank you guys so much for coming on, bro.
Oh, thank you so much for having me, man. It was so good to chop you up with Addict and, of course, Cognito as well. And I miss you, boys.
brother.
Thank you so much for inviting me to ILP, which is never.
Oh
which
yeah,
is great.
We're gonna have you back.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't want me back.
You'll be back. You just gotta be here.
Shit. But okay, I will. No, but honestly, thank you so much. Thanks for the invite, Rat. Thank you, chat. 7 out of 10. I was right. Starfield. No, don't worry about the reviews. Leave it to me. I will deliver some sauce. Thank you so much, everyone. Hit that like button, man. There's 1,000 of you. We need to get that to at least 600. And we will make some memes. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Yeah,
Thank you again.
we need the sauce, and we need to go live on Saturdays. So
We'll bring it, man.
Yeah.
Definitely. I promise you.
Cognito, my brother,
What's going on, bro?
you heading out
Yep.
too?
Yeah, it's that time for me.
Yeah.
But man, appreciate the invite. Jez, get better. Rand, always love doing Xbox 2. Always get to chat with Gads. It's been a while, and Fonzarelli. They have my bro Attic, man. Put him through. We got that package together. I like that, man. So Attic came through. But salute to the chat. You know, I know y'all up in here. Everybody's varying opinions, but for the most part, fun, respectful. And man, I always love Xbox 2. You guys are one of my favorites, and always good to have some good gaming discussion, man. I appreciate you, man. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. So you're gonna have an epic ILP on Sunday.
Oh yeah. King gonna have things to say.
Oh, I
'cause
bet.
He
I
said
bet.
Sony was lucky that news dropped when he
Ooh.
was away.
Ooh.
So K&N coming back. We got that. We got catch up on topics. Obviously, Starfield. Anything new that dropped this week. But yeah, it's gonna be ILP is gonna be lit this Sunday, and then obviously Defining Duke. Gonna record that with Mr. Maddie this week too. So it should be a fun week.
Okay. So thank you very much for stopping by. Attic, are you leaving
Bye,
too,
brother.
my friend?
I'll stick around.
Oh, Attic's gonna stick around for some Patreon
yeah.
questions. All right, later, Cock. Thanks for stopping by. I did have a super chat I guess I missed from Joshua, who says the menus are good, but the on-planet map is awful. Indeed, I agree with you on that one. So we got some Patreon questions here, and there's quite a bit of them, so I'm gonna try to get through them. Obviously, Jez isn't here to give his takes on these questions, so hopefully he'll be back on Friday. He did DM me and say that he was not feeling good. If I didn't ask these guys to be on the show today, there just wouldn't have been a show. We would have to wait till Friday. That's how sick Jez is. So we have Jot saying, how much would the game have been improved if there was fishing? That's a Jez question. I'm going to say none, and I would imagine Attic would say none either. So
No.
yeah, nobody cares about fishing besides Jez. Lee Sanders says, hey guys, as you can now talk about the worst game in Xbox gaming history, what's one of the coolest moments in Starfield that has personally happened to you that was absolutely random and fitting of a Bethesda game? Also, I'm truly excited to jump into my first Bethesda game, so for a newbie to their games, could I get a basic few tips for the first hours of play to settle me in? Well, so I talked about that mission where the gravity was turning on and off. That's when the game started to really grow on me. As for, was there any specific mission that stands out to you, Attic, over any of the others? Okay, well, I guess not. Oh, Attic's leaving too, so thanks, Attic, for coming. Appreciate you. Obviously, Attic is with ILP. They do the show on Sundays, and Attic has his own podcast he does on that channel with Dirk Riggedy, so make sure you check him out as well. So, some tricks for some newbies. I mean, I guess it can become overwhelming. I would say maybe do a couple of the main story missions and try to do some of the faction stuff. just take it at your own pace. If a mission sounds like it's something you want to do, if you got an activity, go and do it. Don't over encumber yourself. Don't go around grabbing everything. Take your time to look at the things that you want. Like in the beginning, you might want to grab all the different weapons so you can sell them to get more money. But I wouldn't go around grabbing everything because you'll be over encumbered and you won't be able to run for very long. So that would be my thing. Parris is in the chat. Where's your invite? I mean, you know, I wish you could be on here, but you know, we had a lot of people. I wasn't sure if you could make it, you know, but we'll definitely have to have you on again. Hopefully you're having a really good day, and I enjoyed the kind of funny review that you guys put together. Very interesting listening to your thoughts on the game. Plus, you know, Jez is sick, so I needed to get people that I was like, all right, well, I can reach out to Cog and Gaz, who I know would be here for an extended amount of time. I know Parris' time is very limited. He's like, I got an hour for you, Rand, and that's it. I'm like, oh man, Parris, only an hour for me? All right. Okay, Attic wants me to drag him back in. Hold on a second. Here we go. All right, Attic's back. Anyways, Luke Spook says, if you had the skill and knowledge to create mods, what mod would you create for Starfield? I did see a funny mod where when you turn on your flashlight, it shows the picture of Phil Spencer. I saw Tom Warren tweet that out, and I thought that was pretty funny. I mean, if you're making a mod, you got to make a planet that's Skyrim, right? Or a planet that is something like...
I think I would focus a lot of my mods on like making popular spaceships. I would put the Death Star in Starfield.
Well, look who decided to join, the one and only Parris Lilly. Gamertag Radio, kind of funny. Here in the flesh. What's up, Parris? Oh, anyways, I'm sure he'll get his mic situated going on here. Let me get to another question. We got Silas. After reading the reviews and the discourse for Starfield, I'm super excited to jump in. As BGS moves into production of Elder Scrolls, what do they need to do? And a post-Baldur's Gate 3 Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, Final Fantasy 16 world to evolve, if at all, their template for a modern RPG? That's an interesting question. Like, what do they need to do for Elder Scrolls?
I think drastically update their engine. I think that's the first thing they need to do.
Yeah, but how long would that take, though?
Well, then that's just going to take longer to make the game. Like, I'd rather another year or two put on the dev cycle and have like a more defined experience than, you know, just not do something because it would take time.
Yeah. No, I think I'm not really sure what they could do. I mean, Elder Scrolls is already great as it is, but I guess you're right. Maybe the big thing is updating the engine so the NPCs look better and stuff. But other than that, I mean, you wouldn't really have the segmented world so much like you have with Starfield and all the loading, because Elder Scrolls would be on one world, so you wouldn't have a lot of the stuff that you experience in Starfield. So let me.
It would be cool if like someone takes a world and just, it'd take probably a long time, but just literally recreates all of Skyrim and in that one world.
That would be pretty cool.
I don't know, it'd be interesting. I don't know how like realistic something like that is because I don't mod, but it would be interesting.
Yeah. Let's see. Next question we have. Chris Pernice says, any news on Xbox giving access to third-party controllers to the wireless protocol? So many new controllers that are DOA because they're wired. Personal favorite is the Razer Wolverine V2 with its mechanical buttons. I do think you only really see... Like, Razer has access to the wireless protocol because they will release the wireless controllers. But I don't... a lot of the other ones don't for whatever reason, and they're wired. So I sort of agree with you. Like, wired controllers are... I don't know. When I see them, it's like, that's a good-looking controller, but it's wired. I don't want it, you know? Oh, I hear Parris typing.
Oh, so you can hear me.
There we
okay,
are.
Good.
There we
yeah,
are.
I don't know what the heck is going on.
So what's going on, Parris?
No, nothing. I just I saw Jez's tweet because I guess he's sick or whatever, and then I saw you're having all these guests, and I was like,
yeah,
well, damn, he didn't ask me. I would have come on.
Yeah, we had so many people that I didn't want to like have 6 people in here. People are waiting to talk. But you're here now, so I mean, you guys did the kind of funny review. You did your Gamertag Radio review. It's been a little bit since then. So how are you feeling about Starfield now?
Believe it or not, I actually feel even better about it now that I've had time. Like, there's been more time with the game and not the. I don't know about you as far as you having to review code and doing your review, but like I felt like this weird pressure of 2 weeks was not enough. Like I could tell immediately, like, oh, dude, this is not going to be enough time. So I just felt like I was in a weird way kind of rushing, even though I put 90 hours into the game by the end of 2 weeks. And I wanted to make sure I represented my thoughts properly as far as the good and the bad of the game. Because I mean, it's a great game overall. Don't get me wrong, but there are things that Bethesda should hear feedback on, and they should go tighten up over the next few weeks and months, to improve the game even more. But it's crazy to think now, and I should go look at the hours. I know I'm over 100 hours, dude. I feel like I've barely done anything in the game still, which is just crazy.
Yeah, it is. I did feel that the game got better as I went, and I know Jez feels the same as you. He deleted his 120-hour character and started over.
I'm debating doing that, actually. It's funny that he did that. I was thinking that today. I almost feel like I just want to delete this character completely and start over. I do. But, and I don't want to spoil anything, but I kind of was like, I don't think I need to, because obviously we know how the New Game Plus works, and I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but I think I will just live in one New Game Plus session, so to speak, and just go from there. Even though I know there's some fun Easter eggs if you do multiple New Game Pluses.
Yeah. Did you get any pushback on your 4 out of 5? Like, where people are like, hey, you're an Xbox, why aren't you giving this a 5 out of 5?
Of course I got pushback on it. Of course. And, I will temper my commentary on that, but it's just the standard stuff that you'll see. Oh, you're bought and sold. Oh, you're paid on that. Like, people were more mad that I gave it a 4 out of 5 and I didn't score it lower, believe it or not. That was most of the feedback I saw. I think as far as people that were positive on the game, the majority of the comments I saw were pretty positive about that. Like, yeah, that's fair that it's 4 out of 5. I don't think in its current state it's a 5 out of 5 game. If I was doing this on a 10 scale, I probably would have said like 8.5, something like that. I mean, because there are, like I said, like the inventory system is horrendous in this game. It doesn't fit what the game is telling you to do. It's too restrictive, and they need to clean that up, and they need to develop some type of inventory. They need to link all your inventory, because the fact that you can spread things across your ship, obviously what you carry, what your companions carry, you got basically the safe or whatever that you have in the lodge. You can store stuff at your outpost. It's like stuff is everywhere. And it'd be nice if I can just pull all of that from one central pool. Because you should be rewarded for going out and collecting all these resources and doing all this stuff. So if you're just a hoarder at some point, and I need those resources, so like there's one quest specifically that you got to pull in a ton of resources, it'd be nice that I can just go to one place and grab them all versus having to try and figure out and remember where I kept all this stuff. So I just think they need to overhaul it. I don't think because the people that push back to me on that, going, well, Bethesda's done stuff like this in other games. They don't have to do the same thing in every game. That would be my argument to that. Do something different. This does not have to be the same as Oblivion or Skyrim or Morrowind as far as your inventory system goes. The game is about going out and exploring the galaxy and discovery and scanning these planets and getting resources, setting up outposts to farm resource. Like, there's just too many items. Plus, the way the creation engine works,
the attention to detail on these levels, there's just so much stuff scattered around. It encourages you to want to explore, to go off the beaten path, go through a side door and find stuff. And then you find something cool. Now I'm encumbered. Now I got to go through and, all right, what am I going to drop? Can I give this to my companion? Vice versa, blah, 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 you know? And then I was running into a problem halfway through just with my ship where I was maxed out on cargo. And I didn't have enough for ship repair parts when I got in space battles, stuff like that. So then I got to make a decision on that. All right, what am I dumping so I can bring this in? It's too much, in my opinion. I know I'm ranting off on
right.
that.
So that would be your biggest complaint with the game, is
that's my biggest complaint, and why I wouldn't score it higher than a 4 out of 5, or like I said, on a 10 scale, of 8.5. But that's okay, because the game's great. The game. Yeah. And people got mad at me for saying this, because I said multiple times in the interview, I started it off and I ended it by saying, you will go buy an Xbox to play Starfield.
Ooh.
And people were mad at that. Oh, you're a part of the marketing machine. I don't like that you said that. And I'm just like, well, it's the truth. If you don't own an Xbox, you will want to get an Xbox to play this game. And obviously Xbox has made it, you don't need an Xbox. You can cloud stream it or play it on the PC. But the point is, you're going to go invest in the Xbox ecosystem because of this game. I mean, and its long-term appeal, it's going to have a long tail. We'll be talking about this game a year from now.
Yeah, and when most games you stop talking about after a month.
Yeah.
This game's going to be talked about for... What's your favorite thing about the game? The thing that speaks to you the most?
The sense of freedom that I don't have to do the main campaign, and I've had so many fun moments that aren't tied to anything. They're just me going to a planet and just finding something. That's probably my favorite thing, where it's not a designated quest. It's not a designated main story beat. Like I said this in the review, one of my favorite moments. Actually, I didn't say this in the review. One of my favorite moments was I was just on whatever random planet, and I decided to just land, wherever. And then I found this unknown location, and I was like, all right, let me go see it. I go up to it. It's an abandoned communication station, and it's all run by robots, like all the Vascos, all the robots run it. And their message that they're broadcasting, no organics are allowed.
Ooh.
And I decided I'm just going to go in anyways. And they immediately started attacking me. And I'm like, oh, I'll go in. They won't come in. Nope. They came in, were attacking me. I had to get out. And even once I got out, they chased me halfway across the planet before I got away. I was like, that's freaking cool. That's just something I just found on my own. That has nothing to do with the main part of the game. That's no side quest or anything.
Did you have the mission that I did? Where it started to turn in for me? Because at first I was kind of like, this is I'm kind of bored. I'm not really feeling it. But then I got a mission where I was on a derelict spaceship, and the gravity was turning on and off every 30 seconds.
No, I have not done that.
Dude, I have not talked to anybody else who's done this mission. It was just a random mission I found on a planet. I took some laser over there for one of those terminal missions. And it was I'm on this planet, and there's a spaceport attached to it. So I got out and I went and explored, and I did some missions, and there was a bartender, and I talked to her, and she's like, "Can you get my beer? It's on this spacecraft out in space." So I did, and when I boarded with this huge derelict spacecraft, inside were spacers, but the gravity would turn on and off every 30 seconds. So as you're going through the ship, suddenly everybody would lift up in the air, and you're fighting in 0G, and then all of a sudden it would turn off and everything slams down to the ground. And it was just, until the end of the mission, was on and off, on and off. And I've talked to nobody who's done this mission besides me.
No, see, and this is the point. What you're saying right there, I've not done that at all. Nothing even close to that. And the fact that that's out there encourages me to I want to go find that now. So let me ask you, because I haven't run into anyone that's done this. Have you done the AI? It's an AI mission. Basically, it's basically like 2001: A Space Odyssey.
I've not done that. Where is this located?
I don't even remember how I found it, but that's on a space station or something, right?
Oh.
Just out there. I can't remember if it was. I don't think it was tied to a mission. I think this was another random. I decided to go on it, and then I don't want to spoil it, but you have to make a very tough decision about an AI. It's really cool. It's a really cool mission. And then, yeah, I don't know. I'll just leave it at that. But there you go. You haven't done that. I haven't done yours. That's kind of the cool part. And like another thing I did, which is just random, was whatever planet, land on it. I see a spaceship off in the distance. I go up to it, and there's other NPCs like astronauts that are out like farming resources or whatever, right? They're friendly. They're not attacking me, but their ship is sitting there. I go, let me go up to the ship. I go up to the ship, and it has an epic lock on it. I had invested the time to be able to, I got a web to master lock, but I could pick epic locks, right? So I did it. I get on the ship, I get in there, I get to the cockpit is open. It lets me sit down. I can take the ship. I freaking stranded him on the planet and left. I was like, that's cool. It's cool because I was rewarded for investing the time in a certain skill set to where here's a random encounter where it pays off. And I was able to add that ship to my fleet, and I actually had some good perks on it too, the ship that I found. But it's just little things like that. The game encourages you to go out to these planets and do stuff like that, and then, people will see as they start playing, you start looking at some of these higher level planets, like you get into like the level 70s and stuff like that. It's like, man, I want to get up to that level so I can go to those planets. So I can go explore them and see what's on there.
What's on them, right? Yeah. So someone actually mentioned the planet it's on. So yeah, and I remember it's the planet I found this mission on was Grissom, and it's in the Alpha Centauri system, which is where. Okay. So it's one of the planets where New Atlantis is.
Yeah.
So if you find one that begins with a G, like Grissom or Grissom, if you land there, go to the bartender. She'll give you that mission, and then you can go experience. Because I thought I'd have another mission where that would happen, like maybe in the main story or something. But it was the only time where I saw them play with gravity like that.
That is cool. That is real cool. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, I gotta ask you this. I'm gonna drag in Hargeet, but I gotta ask you this. How do you feel about this whole discourse surrounding like the game itself and like the reviews and all that stuff? I know you have something to say about it, so
yeah, it is one of the dumber things ever. I want to address something I see in the chat super quick, and I'm going to answer your question. I see someone was like, Parris was the one who got the Spider-Man 2 PlayStation 5 bundle. I don't know if you saw the drama surrounding that.
I saw that you got it, but I did not see the drama surrounding it.
Yeah, there was some drama with another, I guess you would call him a PlayStation content creator that was upset that PlayStation sent it to me. He made a whole video about it. And this person had to be corrected that I review PlayStation stuff too, and I have since the launch of the PS5. I mean, there's literally since the launch PS5, all the launch hardware, all the titles, everything. So, and I'm not saying this in an arrogant way, but the fact that PlayStation would send me that should not be a surprise. And it's just funny how we're in this world now of people fussing about stuff that shouldn't matter to them. But back on the subject. Yeah, I saw it. And here's what I'll say. Dan has every right to score the game how he wants.
Okay.
I would encourage anyone that is upset with him giving it a 7 out of 10, actually read what he said, because a lot of his points are valid about the game. Me personally, as I've said, I would not have given it a 7 out of 10, but I agree with some of his criticisms of the game. And that's the thing. I wish, and this is me personally, I wish there wasn't a review score system. I wish there wasn't a Metacritic. I wish it wasn't tied to these developers getting bonuses and things like that. I wish every review didn't have a score and you actually had to watch or read it. Actually consume and listen to what they're saying versus looking at a number. Because look at all the discourse that it's created, right? Over a number. Who cares? Go play the game. Like, either just go play the game for yourself if you're already convinced. Who cares what I say or anybody else says? Or actually read what they're saying. Maybe they do have valid criticisms of it. And look, we understand there are going to be some reviewers out there that are going to be disingenuous for whatever reason. But I don't think the IGN one was. I don't think the GameSpot one was. I don't think the PC Gamer one was. I think I would have given it a higher number, but I think the things they actually said in their reviews made sense to me because these are things that I had criticisms of. I just felt the good of the game far outweighed these criticisms, is my point. And you just got to look at it that way. So it's unfortunate. This will not be the last time. I will guarantee you there will be a review or two for Spider-Man 2 that will be lower than what people think it should be, and we'll do this all over again.
Yeah, it happens
just where we are.
every exclusive release.
Wasn't there like a God of War Ragnarok that was like in the 60s or something? Like that happens too.
Yeah, it happens. And I guess since we're talking about Starfield discourse, obviously the whole silly pronoun thing video that's been going around.
I don't know why people feel the need to share that stuff. You're just giving the person the attention that they want. And now with Twitter paying people for impressions, it's like you're just giving them money.
Even more of it.
And that was my thing. I said that today. I'm like, I'm not sharing this video because you're giving that person exactly what they want. Engagement. You know, I was talking about this before Starfield even came out, because there are certain creators that I just keep it real. I just call them grifters because it's a freaking grift where everything that they do, they don't even believe what they're saying. They just say the most outrageous thing that they possibly can because they know that is going to upset you. You're going to comment, you're going to share the video clip, and you're going to keep their name out there in the rotation of the public eye. And
AKA the norms of social media, right? That is social media is.
Yeah. So it's just what it is. It's not going to change, unfortunately. This is the new world we're in, and now that we have the new X or Twitter or whatever, like you said, the way that it's set up, that people are literally being compensated for saying silly shit, it's going to keep happening.
All right, so I wanted to jump in, Parris, for one thing that I think maybe you might have missed, which they did kind of show you. So one thing to think about is, remember, every object stays where it is, right? Mm-hmm. So a way around the whole issue of having space for storing stuff is just drop it in your ship.
It disappears.
It does.
Yes. Oh, trust me. I was like, I'm a genius. I figured this out. I dumped everything in the ship. And then I had a mission where it forced me to go into another ship, you know, in the main mission. And then when I came back to mine, poof, it was all gone.
So that one transition you have to be careful about. The other thing I've noticed is there are storage chests in the ships. You can use those. You know, use other storage chests. But yeah, if it disappears, that sucks. Because they showed it to you, right? Like, put the sandwiches on the navigation thing. I'm like, aha!
I think the bigger thing about, and you're right about all of that, but I think the bigger thing for me is I wish no matter where you put your inventory, it was universally linked. So that even if I am quote unquote
stuff, I think there's like transport link or something that you can create, right? There's some
for the outpost.
Yeah.
But stuff that you're putting on the ship or stuff that you're putting at the lodge, you can't just can't pull from that resource, or the stuff that you give your companions. I can't just pull from them and pull it back into my inventory if needed. You know, so that, like I said, little tweaks like that I don't think drastically changes the game itself, but it's a better quality of life perk that helps you, encourages you to go out and get more resources and do more discovery. I just think it'll make for a funner experience.
You know, I was having some problem with my ship cargo, right? I got a new ship, and then suddenly my cargo was like 620 out of 500. It was more.
Yes.
Because it just transfers.
So it just transfers it, but so I couldn't add anything new, and I was like, man, what am I getting rid of? I eventually got a new ship, free. It's what you get for completing the Freestar Collective, the Freestar Ranger missions. You get a ship that has 2,500 storage capacity. And once I did that, I never had any problems with storing stuff on the ship because it was. I mean, I went from literally 500 to 2,500. So.
Did you guys do the Crimson one?
Yeah.
Because that one gives you one with the 900 or so, right? That's not bad to start. So if you're in the beginning,
yeah. But the thing is, people play this game how they want. I guess. So, you sort of addressed this about the whole mainline the main story to go to New Game Plus and then play everything in New Game Plus. How do you feel about that?
I don't agree with it, and like it's funny. Like I'm in a group chat with Greg and Paul Tassi and all that, and Greg's been doing it more to experiment to kind of see, wait, what happens if I'm doing multiple new game pluses? But I think, again, and I said this in the review, the way I play this game during review is not how I recommend anybody play this game. I say play it with the main story kind of just there as a guide. You don't need to rush through it. Try out everything that you possibly can in the game. Find something that you connect with, a role in the game that you connect with, and just go do it. And just have fun with that. And don't worry about, I got to complete the main story, or I need to hurry up and get to New Game Plus. You'll get there eventually, and then you'll see once you get there. I don't want to spoil, but I don't think there's a rush to get there personally.
What if I told you I connected so deeply with the campaign that it was my favorite thing in the game?
Then that's what you do.
So what if I read a review that said the campaign sucks? And I was just like, I
don't
look
think
at that, I'm just like,
right?
I don't think it sucks. I think here's what I will say. I will say I didn't connect with the Constellation characters as much as I thought I would. There was a couple that I did. Barrett, I just detested. I was like, Barrett, get out of my ship. I don't like you,
what about what people say Victor, aka Parris, or Cog in the game? Because people are saying Victor's either you or Cog in the game. So
I think that's hilarious. And it was before embargo. I was getting DMs from people. Dude, are you in the game? I'm like, no, that is not me. And I go, and if they're using my likeness and comparing it to me, they sure as hell didn't pay me. I'll tell you that. But no, that's not me. And it's just funny because wait, no, I won't say that. I'll save that conversation. Let's just say I had a conversation with someone that is in the game, and we did talk about that. But yeah, it's no, it is not me. Definitely not me.
Yeah. So is there anything else you want to say about the game, or any of the stuff surrounding it?
I would just say that if you've not played it, or you're waiting until later this week when it's available, on Game Pass. Just go play it, enjoy it. Take your time with it. Don't feel like you need to rush through this game. Just get through those first few hours, because it can be a little overwhelming with all the systems and things that you need to figure out. But once you get to a certain point where I feel like the game just opens up to you can do whatever you want, just find what works for you and just go do it and enjoy it. I think this is, I'm still not ready to say this is the best Bethesda game ever, but it's definitely one of Todd Howard's best games that he's ever made. And I think the ambition behind this is well worth your time. To me, this is not a 20, 30 hour experience. This is something you'll probably drop, that if you truly want to experience Starfield, you probably need to drop at least a good 80 to 100 hours into this and just explore, see what's out there. Yeah.
So if I were to tell you someone reviewed this game on Metacritic, gave it like a 5, and admittedly only played 2 main stories and 2 side quests and played the game 5 hours and stopped, and they give it a review, what would you say? Would that be would you consider that a review, or is that more like
I would say that's irresponsible. Yeah. That's what I would say. I would say it's irresponsible, especially if that score counts towards Metacritic, the way that the system, that's irresponsible, because you've not truly experienced this game. To what you just said, this is more of like a preview than a review. It's like an impression. Yeah. This is not a true understanding of the game, soaking in all, because in that amount of time, it's impossible. You simply can't. Like I said, I cleared credits at hour 72, and I felt like, man, I rushed. I felt like, I kind of rushed it, even at that point, because I knew there was still a ton of stuff out there. Like I had missions and quests just sitting there that I hadn't done, that now in New Game Plus, I will make sure I go back and I do all those things. Plus,
so that's
just
like the age-old question, Parris, right? Yeah. Is it okay to get an impression of a game and give a review or not? Because it happens. It happens because of time.
Oh, it happens. Right? It happens all the time. Right? See, this is I like the way Kind of Funny does it, where I was the lead reviewer, so the mandate was I roll credits. That way, the lead guy that is putting a score on it is completing the game from start to finish. Whereas everyone else on the panel, it's optional if you complete it. Because like, as an example, Andy had only played like 25 hours of the game, but he played enough that he could give his impressions. But he wasn't the person that you should be going off of as this is a person that's experienced everything in the game to kind of give you a real opinion on it. So yeah, I'm in the camp that you should finish any game that you play that you say you're reviewing, you should finish, or you say it's review in progress. And you're clear on that. Don't put a score on it then, because how can you if you've not rolled credits? You don't know what's waiting for you at the end of the game. It would be, and not to trigger anyone by saying this, it would be like reviewing Redfall off of that 1 hour preview that we played during the preview period.
Hey, I mean, a lot of people got a lot of shit for that. I mean, Cody Eastwood took a lot of gruff for that, and he's still taking a lot of gruff for that.
But the only time you should review something that you haven't beat is if you dropped it, you didn't like it, and you're explaining why you didn't like it.
Well, or it's a multiplayer game, right? And you can only play so much of that before you have to just say, okay, this is what the game is. You know, it is what it is, because there's no end, right? But yeah.
Yeah, because you played the Redfall preview.
Yeah, I played it too. I was at the same exact event Colt was at, and I know he gets a lot of crap for it. But the point on that, why I'm saying that is, I remember playing that and thinking, this has potential. But I had learned because of my Cyberpunk experience to not be overly excited about a preview where, you know, it's like, hey, I can say I liked what I played, but I'm not going to, this is the greatest thing ever. You know, this is 10. No, because you just simply don't know. You've only played a vertical slice of the game. So it's better to temper expectations on that. I mean, you know, there's another game that I think you're probably previewing right now too, that I'm previewing that, you know, I will be very tempered in what I say about it because it's a preview. It's not the final game, and you never know what might change in final code.
That's very true. That's very true. And I mean, I put a tweet out there. I think people know what game we're talking about.
Yeah, it's Forza.
Forza Motorsport.
Yeah,
Forza Motorsport.
Yeah.
So, but we can't say anything more about it. We'll give our impressions of the game in a couple weeks, essentially.
Yep. Exactly.
So now that Starfield's here, what do you think is the next big game on this level for Xbox? Like, because you can look at, Hi-Fi Rush, as good as it was, right? You can look at, Grounded and stuff like that. Like, it seems like Starfield it is another level beyond most of the Xbox games that have come out this generation. You know, even I think beyond Halo Infinite. Like, it's clearly the biggest. In your opinion, what is the next Starfield-esque game that Xbox is going to be putting out in the future?
I can say what it should be, but it won't be.
Okay.
Actually, I take that back. Won't be is too strong of a word. It should be Fable.
I actually kind of think it will be Fable.
It should be Fable. That should be the next one. Obviously, we know very little about it, so we'll wait and see. I just don't know if the hype level that we've seen surrounding, like when I think of Starfield, I think of a Halo, I think of a Gears type level of anticipation for the game, right? I don't know if Fable's going to reach that level. And I would even throw like a Perfect Dark in there as well. I don't think a Perfect Dark is going to reach that level. Maybe Clockwork Revolution. Obviously, we'll see more of it. But I don't know what other game that they've announced.
So there's an obvious one that...
there's Elder Scrolls 6. There's Elder Scrolls 6, but I mean, like...
that will not be on this console generation.
Oh, I mean, sure. I won't be either.
Yeah,
there is one pending a certain transaction happening, and it's called Call of Duty. Yeah.
But I get what you're saying on that, but I guess that's going to be multi-platform, not defining a defining game for Xbox. It's like you can still just pick up Call of Duty on your PlayStation. It's not going to be something.
It will be big, right? And it's why I guess people always overlook Minecraft being the massive behemoth game that it is for Microsoft.
Yeah,
because it's everywhere. But because it is everywhere, it's a massive behemoth game. So
and I would also say, I guess I'm thinking of it more from a new IP type level, whereas I get Fable is an established IP, but this is almost like a reimagining of it. Same with Perfect Dark. I don't think Avowed was ever meant to be on this level.
Yeah.
Hellblade 2 is not going to be on this level.
And that's an established IP as well.
Right.
So,
God,
so
I'm
yeah,
trying to think
Clockwork
what else.
Revolution might be, right? That's a
Yeah.
new one.
South of Midnight is not meant to be
I
on
don't
this
think it's
level.
What about Indiana
No.
Jones?
But that's an established IP. So
True. I mean, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, this Indiana Jones could, and I just don't think the IP itself, the franchise itself, is on this level. But this could be their Spider-Man when you think of it like that.
Yeah.
I don't think it will be, but that obviously would be the hope, that it would have such mass appeal that people are going to want to go play Indiana Jones and again, pick up an Xbox or invest in Xbox, to be able to play it. That's how I look at these things. What's a game that's going to get me, if I'm not already invested into your ecosystem, to invest into your ecosystem? I think Starfield is potentially that type of game. We'll obviously see more on the 6th as these numbers start to come out. But I don't, like I said, it should be Fable. I just don't know if it will be. And I'm sure they're going to market the hell out of it when the time comes. But I think I just need to see more of it. We've obviously only seen the teaser.
It definitely should be Fable. But, these kind of things, at the end of the day, like, we could speak what we think Fable's going to be, but until they actually start marketing what they envision Fable to be, we don't know what kind of, scope that game's going to be.
Right, exactly.
So there is established IPs, but if you want to look at those, and Gears is going to come, and that could be big. But the other one is Halo. It could actually resurgence back to something useful.
Well, yeah, it's funny you say that. If we're looking at it from that level, it's so funny. I started playing Gears 5 again on GeForce Now because it's available now in the cloud streaming.
Yeah,
and it's underrated. Gears 5 is underrated in my opinion. It's pretty good, and we'll see what this transition over to Unreal 5 is going to be for that. But realistically, what are we looking at for Gears 6? Realistically, 2026 at the earliest, maybe. I would say
2025 maybe at the. I think 2025 at the earliest.
Now, this Halo thing, I mean, we'll obviously see, it's rumored because no one's officially said this, but whatever Certain Affinity is doing, and we know they're reshuffling at 343, what that has evolved into, I'm fascinated to see, because we obviously all assume it was some kind of battle royale. Now it's sounding like it's more than that. The funny thing about Halo Infinite, in my personal opinion, is if they would have delayed it another year.
Yes.
We are talking about that game in a completely different light right now. We're talking about it in a completely different light, I think. Yes. Because I think if you go play it now, it's freaking great. It's great. It's what we were hoping it was going to be at launch. It's just they just did not have enough content ready to go. They were missing modes. And that's another thing with Xbox, since we're talking about that. We got to stop shipping missing modes, missing key modes. Just delay it. Now, I think the Forza one is acceptable. That one's not a big deal. But when you talk about a game like Halo Infinite, that part of its bread and butter was Forge, was co-op. Yeah, the campaign co-op. Yeah,
Especially
I remember.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, and I remember at the time I kind of defended the decision, because remember we all thought we're getting it like 3 months after launch.
Yeah, it was like 3 months.
No,
it ended up being
not going to happen.
It ended up being
I said
a
it was
year,
summer
right?
to fall. No way you're gonna be waiting for a while. This sucks. I hated it. It was me and Gaz like, no, delay Halo. This sucks.
Yeah.
But anyway.
No, you're right. Yeah, it was like, well, 3 months ain't that bad, and then it was like a full year, and it was like, all right, and then they ran into all those problems afterwards, and it's like, yeah, it probably would have been different, but maybe they were, I don't know, maybe they were hoping that, okay, we need to get the game out, we need to kind of listen to what the community says, build it back towards that, because when Sea of Thieves came out, there wasn't a lot of content either, and it got lambasted in reviews. It was like a 60 on Metacritic. But now you look at it, it's probably Xbox's biggest success story from last gen, and one of their biggest new IPs, because they stayed with it. Maybe they thought something similar could happen with Halo, but I don't know.
Yeah, but Sea of Thieves was starting new, right? So you can give it, it's like, open it so I can find, we can figure out where this is going to go. Halo's too established.
No, I know, and the shooter genre is way more competitive than...
Just imagine the next Call of Duty says, you know what, we don't have team deathmatch. What? Like, They did this with Battlefield, right? Where they didn't have a scoreboard and like, what are you doing? Like, are you serious? Like,
I
mean,
you have to ship these things.
To be fair to all developers, this is not an Xbox thing; it's an industry thing. I think you almost want to give some of these companies a pass over the past few years, just because game development got thrown into chaos because of the pandemic. So I am very sympathetic to that. But I think now, moving forward, there's no excuse. There's no excuse to that. Just delay the game if that's the case. If the game's not ready, don't put it out. Like you brought up Battlefield 2042. I remember I was saying before launch, I go, do not put this game out. It is not ready. This needs at least another 6 to 9 months.
Right?
Please don't put this game out. They put it out anyways, and here we are.
What a mess.
Yeah,
and it was primed to do well. It like Call of Duty was bad that year, and it was primed to like, nope, let's screw it up.
And anyway. It's like even the irony with like Cyberpunk. Like obviously Cyberpunk went through its issues at launch, and we just know that was a disaster. But when you look at now with Phantom Liberty about to come out in a couple weeks, the game never should have seen the light of day on a last gen system.
It shouldn't have.
It just was not made to be, because you go play it now. Because when I played at Summer Game Fest, and it's like you can see, okay, now it's truly using the better hardware. Like on PC, it was already a gorgeous game, but it's gone up in even another level because they're not having to worry about that last gen hardware anymore. But these game companies are in the business of making money. They have stakeholders in the whole thing. So where's your biggest user base? They were on the last gen. So of course it came out on the last gen at that time. There was no way around that. And I think that also went into the decision with Halo Infinite, because it had to come out. It was supposed to be the poster child for the launch of the Series X. You had already delayed it a year. You can't delay it another year. I mean, that would have been unacceptable. So
that would have looked really bad.
Yeah, I get it. Whew. But it's just, it's
but I don't know. I still think if they had delayed it, 2022 was a crap year for Xbox. If the headliner for that was a fully complete Halo Infinite, that would have been a totally different trajectory. Just think if Sony has one game this year. Well, they have MLB The Show. They have one game this year. Does everybody think it's a shit year? No, because it's Spider-Man. It's a big game, right? It's fine. But if Halo Infinite was the headliner for 2022, you can't say they have no games. That would have been a fantastic.
But you also have to remember, but now I can't remember the timeline exactly. Maybe I'm off on this. I'm probably off on this. I am off on this. I was going to say, but at the time you didn't know that they were going to delay
Starfield and Redfall.
Yeah. But actually they did, because that delay was announced in May. Well, no, that was in 2022. They delayed it, right? So no, Halo came out 2020. So no, you're right. No, actually, no, yeah. So yeah, they probably thought they were going to have Starfield in 2022.
They thought.
They for sure thought. And maybe they even thought Redfall might be a decent game. They thought. Speaking of Redfall, Parris, it's been 4 months now. No 60 FPS patch yet. You got Pete Hines saying like the game's not going to come up, like not going to be abandoned or whatever.
It is what it is.
I mean, look, I look at it this way: you're not going to throw Arcane under the bus at any point in this. I'm sure there's a team working on it, but I wouldn't hold my breath for it anytime soon. And I don't think, other than people like us on a podcast speculating, I don't think there's a public outcry looking for 60 FPS or this new content on Redfall. The numbers simply show people are not playing the game. So when it happens, it happens. But it could be a thing, though. In one defense of all of this, it could be a thing of you just go dark for an entire calendar year on this game. And maybe there is something to, because I do think there's something to salvage in the premise of Redfall, but it's almost cyberpunk-esque where you're just going to have to overhaul entire systems in that game. The AI is atrocious. The weapon balancing is atrocious. There's nothing to do from a quest standpoint, right? So there's a lot they would have to fix, because I'm sure we put the puzzle pieces together to know this was originally going to be a battle pass monetized game. And then they stripped all of that out, and this is what we're left with, which just doesn't work. I mean, look at Suicide Squad. This is why they delayed Suicide Squad, because they realized that was going to be a disaster, especially coming off of Gotham Knights, which was the same type of premise. To me, those kind of games just don't work. They just don't work anymore. No one wants to invest in these battle passes of these type of games where everything is you're nickel and dime to death. I don't want to play that. I'm sure you guys don't want to play it. Everybody wants to be Fortnite, but everybody can't be Fortnite. That's the problem.
That is the you know what I'm really worried about with Rocksteady is we see Volition get shut down, right?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And it's like, okay, they put out 2 games and both didn't do well. Agents of Mayhem in 2017, then they spent 5 years working on Saints Row and it didn't sell well. I know Embracer had their own issues with that company that pulled out. But I think the fact that games are so expensive, right? Over $100 million budget for a lot of these things. Even some of the internal PlayStation ones are over $200 million, right? So the games take so long and they cost so much that one game can sink your company. This isn't like the 360 gen or even early Xbox One where you could turn a game around in 2-3 years. So when I look at Rocksteady and I see the reaction to Suicide Squad, and if that game doesn't hit, I have this fear that Warner Brothers is going to shut them down. Because what is Warner Brothers going to do? They're going to be like, all right, make us another game, but that other game is going to take them 5 or 6 years. And
At least.
So it's
the
like...
last one was what, 2015? When did Arkham Knight come out?
Arkham Knight came out in 2015. It'll be
so
9
we're looking
years.
At a 9-year. Yeah, 9-year release.
And if this game doesn't hit for them, I'd be really worried. Senior leadership has left Rocksteady. I think Sefton Hill left. So a bunch of people have left. So I'm really worried that I'm really worried that we're going to get in the point right now in the industry with how long games take and how the budgets are, that we're going to see a lot of studios close. Simply because so many games release and not all of them are successful, that a lot of companies are going to be like, we just don't have the capital anymore. I look at Bethesda and I'm like, if Bethesda was independent and Arcane had released Redfall in that manner, Arcane's probably gone.
I was going to say that.
And I know Imran Khan had talked about one of the reasons that Mikami left Tango was because he felt if he had left any earlier before the Microsoft acquisition, that Bethesda would have shut down Tango. Right? Where you can talk about the Constellation being a bad thing with Embracer and what happened with them, and now they got to lay off all these people and they got to shut down these studios. But then the other side of it is you look at what Bethesda were potentially saved jobs and saved studios from being closed and stuff. So I'm just worried that we're going to enter a period of a lot of studio closures because stuff is too expensive and they take too long.
I'm with you on that. And I'll even add into this with Bethesda. I would say if Bethesda stayed standalone, Starfield's was probably out 2 years ago.
Probably. I mean, I had heard rumors, and I know people don't believe me, but I heard rumors like when they first got acquired, people were telling me that it was planned for fall 2021.
Yep.
And I know like Jason Schreier was like, no, or whatever. And that's fine. Like, Jason Schreier's Jason Schreier. But then, it was like, okay, now it's 2022 or whatever. But I mean, there was a point that I think that game was scheduled for 2021 and it probably would have released. Or if not, it would have released last holiday, right? It would have released in November of 2022 because things are different when you're independent. You need that cash flow, and that game would have... I mean, the fact that they were even considering selling that game to PlayStation for exclusivity alongside the other ones speaks that Bethesda was having money problems.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
And I don't know what state Starfield launches in because we're even playing this for review, Parris, and I'm like, performance is really solid, not a lot of bugs. I'm thinking in my head, what if this had launched in November of last year? How much different of a game would we have gotten,
Exactly. Even just from a visual standpoint, that original look we saw of it compared to what we got in the direct, that was my immediate thought. I go, well, you can see what happened during the delay. They upgraded the visuals. And then obviously just all the QAing that they've done from a polishing standpoint. Sure, there are still some bugs in it. People can obviously, look really hard and find some, but that's the point. They're not easily seen. For the most part of this game, it has been virtually bug-free for me, which is not the norm for a Bethesda game at launch. So
they've done a great job. Or did you play on PC?
I played on everything. I played on the X, the S, and the PC.
Yeah, I found a crash right off on the X. I don't know what happened, but like right during the beginning of the game when you're at that mining facility, it crashed on me, and then I went to the PC and it's been perfect.
I had one crash on the X, like not at the beginning, just at whatever random point where it booted me out and I had to come back in. The S, I never saw anything, but to be fair, the S is probably the least I played on of the game. The majority was on PC. I would say if I had to split it up, it was probably about 60% of the time on the PC, and then probably like another 30% on the X, and then about 10% on the S.
Yeah, I played it on the X the whole time, and I didn't have a single crash.
Nice.
So
hopefully it was just a glitch.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully. See, you. I guess I'll ask you this because you're here, Parris. PlayStation raised the prices of PlayStation Plus and all that stuff, right? And I don't want to get into like, oh, PlayStation, but from the Xbox point of view, there's a part of me that's concerned that they'll just follow suit because Sony got away with it, or will get away with it. That Microsoft might just be like, yeah, you know what, $80 for Game Pass Core sounds like a good thing. We can do that too. What do you think?
I don't think it'll be anytime soon. And when I say anytime soon, I don't think we're looking at it'll be over a year from now if they were to do it, because I think part of it is, and it was funny, even when they just did the small price hike that they just did on Game Pass, I was disappointed that you did it right before Starfield. I'm like, you wait until right before your biggest game to now raise the price on it. I don't see them doing that again within the next calendar year. Excuse me. But that's always going to be the fear. I mean, because we're seeing it, it's not just gaming. We're seeing it industry wide with all these subscription services. They're all raising their prices. I don't think Xbox would raise it as extreme as PlayStation just did, but it very well could happen. But at the same time, I think Xbox is still currently trying to build goodwill. They're still trying to get more people on board into their ecosystem, that you don't want to put another barrier in front of them to dissuade people from doing it. The best thing they can do right now is knock it out of the park from a content standpoint, or, the rest of this year and into 2024 with great games, get more people in. Look, once you sucker them in and you got them, then you raise the price.
Then you raise
Don't do it before. Yeah.
Yeah, I think one of the things they could do, I think you guys mentioned, is just eliminate the pay for multiplayer thing and have Call of Duty as part of your Game Pass at $11, and you can just play it. You don't need to get gold. That would be unbelievable.
Yeah, there's when you think about what they could do, and it's like, well, Sony's now charging $80 for multiplayer access, and you're about
what games though?
Well,
like Call of Duty, right? And
but that was going to be my point. Was like Sony's now charging $80 for multiplayer access, and Microsoft might own Call of Duty really soon. What if Microsoft was just like, hey, multiplayer access is free. All you Call of Duty gamers on PlayStation, maybe you want to come over to Xbox and play multiplayer for free. I don't know. That probably ruins some of their synergy with Game Pass Ultimate, and obviously there'd be a huge revenue drop and stuff. And I know Phil's all like, it's not just about the console, it's about other things and stuff. But I do remember when the multiplayer stuff was a big fight between PlayStation and Xbox back during the 360 PS3 days, right? I don't know. I mean, but like Rand, one of the other things they could, so this is kind of a tough position they're in because they want to keep acquiring stuff, right? But if that wasn't the case, right now you strike while the iron is hot. If you have the capability of going after your competitor like Sony would, you do it, right? You take the hit and go and do it, right? So this would be a fantastic time to make that plunge and say, we're just going to get rid of the paywall for multiplayer, and Game Pass Ultimate will add other perks, we'll add other benefits, whatever it is, to try to make up for it. And then go ahead, $11. If people keep paying $11 and keep, they get another 10 million subscribers, 20 million subscribers, why is that bad for them? That's awesome for them, right? So this is the time to do it. It starts bringing people over, and that mind share starts to shift. That this is where I want to be to play those multiplayer games, right? It's a right time to do it. But again, if they look too big, if they play these games, it makes it tougher for them to buy the next, thing they want to buy, whatever they're going to go after. I would imagine it's more like if they thought they would make more money by making multiplayer free, they would do it.
Yeah,
right? I don't know if they would make more money off right up front, but the long term is if you gain enough in subscribers to Game Pass. But maybe they feel they wouldn't. I mean, Phil did mention during the Kind of Funny interview with Parris all those months ago that like we lost the worst generation to lose,
and people have built their digital libraries with their friends, and someone may not switch for Call of Duty to buy a new console, because you figure switching, it's like, okay, well, it's not just I need to buy the game over here, but now it's like I might have to buy a $500 system I don't have, and someone might just be like, it's not worth it, I'm just going to keep on playing it on PlayStation. So like, while we were looking at it, like, man, if you made multiplayer free, a lot of guys might switch, but that may not be the case, right? And I think even some of their analysis and that they used in some of the trials would point to not many people switching. Although Sony was arguing that people would switch, but either way, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. So I do have a question. I don't know if you can answer this, Parris, but did that Spider-Man bundle have Spider-Man the game in it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, are you? Well, you probably can't answer this. Are you playing?
No,
it?
I'm not playing it.
Okay.
It doesn't activate until the 20th, October 20th.
Yeah, man.
But it comes with, like, anyone that buys it. It comes with Spider-Man 2 voucher.
Does it? Oh, so it comes with the digital code.
Yep.
Okay, so no physical disc, digital code.
No. Yeah, no physical.
Okay, and how's that Starfield jacket? Cole seems to like. Do you like the Starfield jacket that you got? Like,
No, it's nice. I mean, we wore it. It was funny. We wore it when I was up there in the studio for XCast, right? And the studio, like, they had the air on, so it was cool. So we're wearing it, and then I remember, you guys obviously can't see it watching it, but Barrett comes in and turns the air off, and you'll see us halfway through take those things off because it got so hot in there. I started sweating wearing it, but it's nice. It's definitely a nice jacket.
Yeah. Jeez, I mean, I didn't expect the podcast to go this long. We're approaching, what is this, 4 hours already? Over 4 hours? No Jez here. Jez is sick with COVID. He DM'd me. He said he's actually feeling really sick. He couldn't make it. I was like, well, I don't know. This show's going to be a short one, but not with everybody showing up to want to talk about the Xbox game of the generation. You think this will end up being Xbox's game of the generation, Parris?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well,
I do not.
Obviously, there's a personal thing, so for you probably won't be, but I would imagine for other people it will be, right?
Yeah. I mean, you said it best. I mean, that's just me personally saying that. For other people, it very well may be. I just think this will be. I think we'll look back and go, Starfield was the moment that Xbox, quote unquote, got back on track.
People said that with Redfall. And
look, I still say, just delay it. They should have just delayed that. Just delayed it into sometime in 2024 after you've had a consistent amount of releases come out, and that game could have been exactly the same it was, and nobody would have cared. But I don't know. I do think Starfield coming out the way that it has bought them back some goodwill. I think we'll see. Like with Forza and Avowed and Hellblade 2, and some of the other stuff that'll be coming that we know is coming in 2024. Let me ask you this, Rand, since you're here, since you have me
since
here.
This is my show, yes, and I'm here for my show.
See, I'm a podcast. I'm just used to all that. Do you think we get a surprise at the Game Awards, especially after last year when they showed absolutely nothing?
I guess
we get a surprise. You mean like
yes.
something new?
Yeah, a surprise announcement.
I guess it depends. Are they planning on having another direct soon after the?
Well,
like in January or something?
Phil did say when he talked to Destin at Gamescom, they will be communicating more throughout the year.
Well, Tokyo Game Show is coming up.
Yep.
And but when you think going into 2024, I could definitely see them doing another direct.
So can I.
Yeah.
So I think they will have announcements at the Game Awards. I don't know if they're going to do something new. Maybe they will.
No, but that's my point. Not something we know about. A brand new game we've never seen before. Just a tease.
Okay, so a brand new game.
It's possible.
Anything's possible, honestly.
I mean, the one that would make the most sense, Parris, I think, is the one with Kojima, right? Because Kojima and Keighley, they have this whatever.
Yeah.
Thing, but look, there's also a Sony game coming. Have they finally announced? We assume Death Stranding 2, right? But have they finally announced that game?
I thought they did.
Okay,
did they not?
So then I don't know. I don't know if they have.
What game?
I thought they did.
Death Stranding 2. I know they
Yeah,
had
yeah,
that,
no. Death
like,
Stranding 2 was
director's cut.
announced. Death Stranding 2 was announced at this past Game Awards.
Yeah.
So last year.
Yes,
Somebody just
2022.
told my.
So then this
somebody-
year it might be due for the Microsoft one.
Yeah, could be. My thought on it is this: they have, what is it? This is before Activision, so what? 24 studios, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I just remember specifically, and someone in the chat stole my thunder, but I remember specifically when Phil and Matt Booty sat down on the Giant Bomb couch. Phil was just giddy about whatever it is working on.
Yes, he was. He
Why not?
absolutely was. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Phil said that they're going to have more beats. That normally for them lately, it's been E3 show, the E3 time frame as their beat. But now they included Gamescom, right? They're going to be at TGS, and who knows what happens there. The Game Awards might have some stuff. They did Developer Direct. Phil talked about the next year is supposed to be a big year. Like, we know the 3 games so far. We know Hellblade 2, Avowed, and Towerborn. But they've said repeatedly that there's more games that they haven't
33
talked
Immortals.
about.
Is it 33
Well, I mean, I was
Immortals is
more
another
talking
one?
about from first party, but
okay,
first party games. So yeah, they could announce something at TGS. I mean, they just announced that the new Xbox executive, who's going to be taking over the Japan partnerships, who used to be a PlayStation executive. So yeah, the Kojima thing with that game, I don't know, because I would imagine. So the question is, what comes out first, Death Stranding or Kojima's game, or the Kojima Xbox game?
Death Stranding, because it's
probably.
using the same engine.
And I sort of
And
I sort of feel that Xbox isn't going to want to market that game while the Death Stranding 2 marketing is going on. And maybe Kojima may not also want both going on at the same time. But I don't know. That's just my speculation.
We'll see.
If you
There's
had
plenty of studios that still have games to show, but I mean, they also have to keep stuff for their June showcase, right?
which
So,
I mean,
we'll see.
yeah, there's
like-
there's a lot of things they could show. I mean, a Gears reveal for Gears 6, right? You still have Indiana Jones, which I think Todd said is like halfway done. Double Fine, we know, is working on a couple games.
There's an extra
ID's
studio
work,
that's,
ZeniMax Online.
ZeniMax
their
Online, and
games.
there's another one.
There's
What was
like a
the one
ton
that
of
got-
stuff. Not now if you acquire ABK and all those other
Oh.
studios, like, you start being like,
Yeah.
okay,
There's all sorts of stuff.
yeah, perfect. I would imagine Perfect Dark will show up at the E3 showcase next year. Maybe State of Decay, maybe Everwild finally makes an appearance. I don't know. I mean, who knows about Everwild?
Well, what do you think do you think Perfect Dark shows up at the Game Awards? Because they
No.
revealed that there, right?
No, because Matt Booty pretty much already told us, again, I think this is Giant Bomb Couch, expect that in LA next year.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Here's my thought. I think you show something new with it could be a CGI trailer ever, just kind of to announce it at the Game Awards. But I think end of January, early February, we're gonna see Avowed, Hellblade 2, and maybe Towerborn might be the other one, but we'll probably see another 3-game direct.
Mm.
That'd be my guess. Just kind of keep that cadence going where we're going to show you some stuff from our developers early in the year. We'll get to LA. That'll be the big show. Maybe another thing like again at a Gamescom or a Tokyo Game Show, rinse and repeat. Just keep that going.
Yeah.
I mean, the main thing, just for me over the past few years, whenever I've been asked and they've asked my opinion, I've always said, I go, you don't communicate enough. I say it all the time. I go, I think 2021, they did a great job with communicating, but I think 2022 was not so much. They've done a better job this year, but I think they could still do more, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would much rather. I want Xbox to be out there all the time rather than like holding their cards to just E3 and talking
Correct.
once. Right? You have all the studios now in the games to support it. I understand in the past you didn't, but you should be out there bragging and talking about the games that you have and stuff. So well, you know what? I'm kind of getting tired. I still have all these Patreon questions to read and I got to go through all these things. So Parris, and Hargeet, if you guys want to jump out, so I can, so unless you want to stay for these Patreon questions, because
No, absolutely. Actually, I saw my wife just pull up, so I think we're gonna go get dinner. So I might as well jump out.
Well, thank you for dropping by, Paris. I really
No, of
appreciate
course,
it.
always a good time.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'll
and
catch
I'll
you later.
drop out as well. I'll catch you. Have fun with your Patreon questions.
Yeah, have fun. All right. Thanks, Hargeet. Thanks, Parris. Man,
See ya.
everybody jumping in today. So, yeah, I got some Patreon questions we need to get through, and then we will end the show. Make sure you guys send love to Jez on Twitter, because he's not doing good. So, back to these Patreon questions. We have Rick Gaffney saying, just listening to last week's Xbox 2 podcast, and I must say I'm incredibly disheartened to hear Jez talk about the UK with such anger and hatred. At this point, it feels like a weekly topic. I get that the government can do better, but it's not like the governments all over the world aren't in the same boat. They can do better, that's for sure, but I must say the UK is some of the loveliest people I know and would do anything for you, even if you're a stranger. Caring communities with some stunning places to visit. I love living here. I mean, that would be something Jez would have to reply to. So, but yeah, he does talk about that a lot, and it's usually because he's very jaded with, Brexit, I think, and what's going on there, and like the ABK deal and all that stuff. So he just sort of feels like the UK just sucks, I guess. Chimera Chasm says, how much time do you both plan to put into Starfield? I assume Rand's plans to just beat the main plot and move on, but does Jez intend to play beyond that? Like, do all the side quests, unlock all the achievements, and even somewhat attempt to explore the planets? I mean, my goal was to do what I do for all their games, which is do all the side quests and do the main story. I've done all the side quests. I've done the main story, and I'm about 90 hours in. I still have some more to play. There are some things I want to find. Like Parris mentioned the AI mission, which is something I want to go and find. So there are definitely some specific side quests that I still want to go and experience. But outside of that, I mean, I did what I wanted to do. I'm not the type of person who's going to play this game like Jez is for hours and hours. Because there's plenty of other games coming out. Mortal Kombat's coming out. The Crew's coming out. I finally want to get into Cyberpunk with the new expansion and the update. Not to mention October's packed with stuff like Assassin's Creed Mirage and Forza Motorsport and Alan Wake 2 and Spider-Man 2. Like, I can't just spend my entire time playing Starfield. I'm grateful that I got 2-week early access because I was able just to play that game and put as much time into it as I could. And it'd probably be the game I play the most this year when you think about it. No other game that is yet to come out, I'm not going to put as much time into any other game as I put into Starfield. Not only did I say I think it's my game of the year, but it's going to be the game I played the most this year. And that says something. Because if I didn't enjoy the game, I wouldn't have played as much as I did. And I would have said in my review, hey, I wasn't really feeling this. Chiefman says, what do you think will be the first non-exclusive third-party Xbox game does a wrap for? Madden, GTA, Persona? That's interesting. If they do ones for third-party, it would have to be ones that they have the marketing for. And I kind of feel GTA marketing is with PlayStation at this point, so it wouldn't be that. I could see it being maybe a Sega game, because Sega and Xbox are really tight at this point, or the next big game that Xbox has marketing rights for, they could do a wrap. So we'll have to see what next year brings. But I would imagine we're going to start seeing more of those wraps. I mean, if people actually buy them. If nobody buys them, maybe they pull back, right? If they see the pre-order numbers and nobody bought the Starfield one or the Camo ones, maybe they feel like, okay, this is a neat idea, but nobody's really buying these things. So, Governor Grimm says, what is the best and worst part about Starfield? What is your take on the review score drama? Well, we talked at length about that. So really quickly, the best part is the freedom to do what you want. My favorite part is the main quest. I adored and loved the main story. I was not expecting it to be the caliber it was, because normally when you look at other games that Bethesda makes, like Fallout 3 and Skyrim and Oblivion, the main story wasn't as good as this. So that was, for me, the best. Like, the sci-fi nature, they leaned into it heavily, which is the best part. The worst part, all the loading and the inventory stuff, the encumbrance, is probably the worst part for me. And the review score drama, I mean, there's always going to be a review score drama. Even if the game got a 90, people would be talking about the reviews that were lower. Do I think it's an 86, which is currently at Metacritic? No, because I gave the game a 90, but I'm not that far off. I said it's a 90 and it's an 86. That's 4 points. There's not that much different. It's just that games that are exclusive to any platform always end up like this because fans want the highest score possible, and somebody's always going to come in, be the outlier. And IGN and GameSpot and all these other places, they're the outlier on this, right? The game's averaging like an 87, 86, 88, and they're in the 7s and 6s and 5s, so they're the outlier on these scores. And people, I think, also had the expectations that Starfield was going to be a 95, a 94, and when it comes in lower than that, you're pointing to people being like, okay, so I don't know. Ever since the Jeff Gertzman thing where people gave death threats for him giving Zelda an 8.8 all those years ago for Twilight Princess, I don't know. I look at reviews as each individual person's opinion. So Dan Stapleton giving IGN a 7 doesn't matter or Dan Stapleton from IGN giving Starfield a 7 doesn't matter to me at all because I don't care about Dan Stapleton's opinion and I don't care about IGN's opinion. There's people at IGN's opinion who I do care about, and none of them reviewed this game. So when I saw it was Dan Stapleton and he gave him a 7, I'm like, I don't care what he thinks about this game. So their review is essentially irrelevant to me. You know? I would rather look at SkillUp or ACG or some of the other people that from the community that I enjoy. Like Dan Stapleton, his opinion matters 0 to me. So IGN's review doesn't matter to me. It might matter to other people, but it certainly doesn't matter to me. Rusty One says, "Hi Jez and Rand. My question is for Jez this week." Well, Jez isn't here, so we'll make sure to ask that next week. Mythic Marty, hey Explorers, writing this before Starfield reviews. I wonder if you saw the Peter Moore episode of Iron Lords. I did catch some of that, yes. It was really cool to hear about his career, and the Lords asked some great questions. One I found very enlightening. Peter Moore was asked about what studios he wished they acquired during his time at Xbox and the 360 gen, and Peter revealed that they couldn't buy any due to Microsoft being under antitrust investigation. Would be keen to hear your thoughts on this. For me, it puts the 360 and Xbox One gens in a whole new light, that maybe the second-party deals were a necessity, not a deliberate choice. Can't wait to hear and read, Jez, your Starfield impressions. Yeah, because we kind of talked, I mean, Xbox 360 was doing so well. They had a lot of third-party exclusives because the PlayStation wasn't out. You think of like Saints Row and Oblivion and Ghost Recon, and then some of those games just ran better on the 360 because the PS3 and the Cell engine developers hated, so the games weren't running great on it, and it didn't sell well in the beginning. And one of the ones that I always point to was when Microsoft partnered with BioWare to make Mass Effect, and then BioWare was sold to EA. I do wonder if people at Microsoft at that time really were just like, we need to grab BioWare. Because imagine if they did. Imagine if BioWare was part of Xbox and the Mass Effect trilogy was exclusive. I know BioWare has fallen off recently since Anthem, but at one point, BioWare was considered one of the giants, one of the best and biggest studios in the world, right? And if somehow Xbox would be able to work through with them through all that, I do wonder how things change, because right now, I don't know if anybody considers BioWare a premier studio anymore. I think a lot of people have nostalgic rose-tinted glasses when they talk about that company. But yeah, it does paint in a different picture about, hey, we couldn't buy anything because we were under investigation. So that is something to think about. Randy Dickens says, how does the base and shipbuilding feel with the controller? I'm very interested in building my spaceship and curious how intuitive it is. Also on the YouTube scroll, you have my name as Christ Randy Dickens. Not sure I promoted to Christ, but that can be removed. I guess it's whatever Patreon says, and we just put it into a list and it scrolls through. So yeah. I didn't really do much shipbuilding. I did upgrades where I would like upgrade the shields or the reactors or the guns. I didn't do much actual like build out my ship. Maybe Jez did some of that. But I think I mentioned beforehand, I'm not really a creative person, so building stuff out is not really for me. I just upgraded my ship when I felt like it when I had extra credits, and that's how I went. I bought a new ship that was better than the first one, and I upgraded that one, and then I didn't really have any problems for the rest of the game. But upgrading the ship felt fine with the controller. I don't know how that, actually building a ship. I know Colt was building it, built a ship, and he seemed to be having a good time with this, so maybe it's okay. Lazar Wolf says, "Hey guys, now that you can talk about Starfield, where do you rank it among all the Bethesda Game Studio games?" It'd be interesting to get Jez's viewpoint on this, but he's not here. So for me, I would say it's number 1. It's ahead of Skyrim, which is ahead of Oblivion, which is ahead of Fallout 3. Those are the ones I played. So Starfield's number 1. Jay Foley says, "Jez, you test Starfield and ROG Ally." He's not here, but I think he did. Logan, "Hey guys, hope all is well. Any idea if they will revamp achievements anytime soon? Would be awesome if they added achievements for OG Xbox games, Platinum, and achievements for total completion." I hope they do. They've been talking about that for a while. I mean, it's always kind of like, we're going to do it. There was the whole career system that Mike Ybarra I think we talked to him about, that Jez leaked. I think there's just priority changes, and revamping achievements not a priority at this point in time, where maybe at one point it was being worked on, but things change. But I do hope they eventually do that. Batman Beyond says, "Can we all agree now that the real crown jewel of Xbox Game Studios is Playground?" We'll see how Fable comes, right? We'll see how that one presents itself. Because right now, say what you will, they make Forza Horizon one of the best games out there, but it's just a racing game, a lot of people will say. But if they can make an incredible action RPG, then yes, they will be the crown jewel. And not only that, they'll be considered one of the best developers in the gaming industry. If they can pull off a racing game and an action RPG, yeah, they would be considered one of the best, period. Deverka says, "Rand, should your Starfield review end up in Metacritic? I'm curious why I don't see your score there, but see crazy ones like Maristation and the SO Video Games podcast, whoever those two are with terrible takes. Is there some action podcasters, YouTubers like you must take to get reviews aggregated?" I have no idea. I would imagine it's because I don't really review a lot of stuff. I don't make individual reviews for my videos. I don't really know what goes into being on Metacritic, so I can't really speak to that. Do I want my reviews on Metacritic? Probably not. I don't know. There's something special to me about just putting out a video and being like, here's my take on this, and you guys all check it out, and you either like the score, you don't like the score, you check out the game based on my recommendation or not. I'm not beholden to Metacritic. It doesn't matter to, how the video might perform or whatever. I think that review has like 33,000 views on it. But yeah, I've actually never thought once about, wouldn't it be cool to be on Metacritic? I mean, maybe it would help with me getting review codes, but I'm just one person, and it's like, I only have so much time in a day. If I was trying to review all the stuff and make videos, it would become very hectic, very fast. And I'm not sure I could keep up with that. So no, I don't know what people need to do. But I've never thought about that. I wonder if it would be cool if there is a video game podcast on Metacritic, if we could get the Xbox 2 on Metacritic. That would be something, wouldn't it? We have Raj. Says, "Jez and Rand, thanks for the great Starfield reviews. There are many reviewers saying that you should follow the main quest of Starfield first and tackle side content afterwards. Do you agree with this recommendation?" I would say play the game how you want to play the game. I do think playing the side content and the main missions are something you should experience. Like, you should do the faction quest and you should play the main story at some point. But play the game how you want. If you want to do the main mission first and everything else second, hey, that's perfectly fine. I actually did the Vanguard quest line first, then I did the main quest, and then I did the other side quests. But it's really just up to you. I think you should experience all of them, though. It's just in the order how you want to. Don't Panic 42. I'm amazed how Starfield runs on the PC. So fluid and runs like butter. Just a little fun note. Starfield, 200 million released and amazing. Star Citizen, 600 million and counting. Unreleased and seems like a con artist company. I've never played Star Citizen, but I've heard that complaint about that game before. Sarah11 Kevin, hey guys, I'm seeing previews for the Lenovo Legion Go, which looks interesting. It has some clever design choices, including the kickstand for the screen. But I can't help thinking, as these screens get larger, would it make more sense to get a gaming laptop? I think this will always be the shortcoming of these handhelds. There's always a push for larger screens, and while weight will probably improve with the tech, ergonomics and comfort seems to get worse as screens get larger. I always enjoyed a phone Xbox controller clip more than a Switch-style controller on the side. What are your thoughts? Do you think PC handhelds will be something long-term or more of a fad? Well, handhelds are definitely in a resurgence. But your question is an interesting one. Are we going to see the handheld PC craze continue? I would imagine Valve will keep on doing Steam Decks. But will we see a Logitech G Cloud 2? Or will we see a ROG Ally 2 or whatever? And I guess that depends on how many people buy these things and if they are successful. If they're successful, we'll see more of them, because it does seem like people do want them. It does seem that people want that graphical fidelity and frame rate on the go, right? That's why one of the reasons why the Switch was so successful, because you could take a lot of those games on the go. And I think a lot of people want the freedom to be like, I want to take my PC library on the go, but actually have it look good and play good, right? But realistically, it all comes down to, did people buy them? And if they did, we'll see more. If they didn't, then we won't. Omen says, hi all, just took a look at Outer Worlds reviews and compared them to Starfield. What's interesting is that the exception of two outlets, every single reviewer that gave Starfield a review in the 70s rated Outer Worlds higher, largely in the 8 to 9 range. So my question is, do you think Outer Worlds 2 will review better than Starfield? I don't know. That's an interesting question. Did those reviewers that gave Starfield a 70 and rated Outer Worlds, were they actually the same reviewer? Because I want to say Starfield's a 7 in IGN, but they rated Outer Worlds higher. Was it Dan Stapleton who actually reviewed Outer Worlds, or was it somebody else? Because I know a lot of people think these like review like outlets are monolithic, but obviously different people review the games at those places. So while IGN's official review for Starfield is a 7, done by Dan Stapleton, did Dan Stapleton do the official review for Outer Worlds? If he did, then you can compare him because it's the same person. If he didn't, well, that's a different story. But, I mean, Outer Worlds 2 is like an 84, I think. And if Obsidian cranks it up a notch, it could easily match Starfield's reviews or exceed them. OC09C Mine says, hey guys, been listening to the podcast on Spotify for ages now on my long commutes to work. Great to hear your spicy takes and inside info. I recently became a patron as I've been through a rough breakup recently. Oh man, that sucks. And you guys have helped me through it. So giving back is the least I could do. My question is, what has been your favorite side quest in Starfield so far? Well, 09, I talked about that earlier. The one where the gravity turned on and off. Easily my favorite. That's the thing that started me to really enjoy the game. If you're talking about faction quests, I think Vanguard is the best out of all those. But those would be my two. We'll have to get Jez. When Jez is back on Friday, he'll talk at length about his Starfield experience. Mixed Radis Cisco says, hi guys. Hope Jez is getting better. Maybe you said this, but realistically, how long do you guys think you're going to keep playing Starfield, or what game do you see pulling you out? I'm only putting my foot in, so it might just be like Skyrim for me, especially when mods get here and becoming more advanced. Well, Jez is probably going to play this game for a long, long time. But for me, I got some more quests I want to see. But there are a lot of games coming out this fall. And I will be playing those games. So it's just a matter of time, realistically. I'll probably have over 100 hours in Starfield. But other games are going to come out, and they'll definitely take priority. So, all right, let me get back to the chat because I had Patreon up. BT Maverick in the super chat says, missed my $5 super chat at the beginning of the show. Actually, no, I didn't. I actually got it because you talked about gas docking. So, yeah, what a long show. This definitely really long. I did not expect us to go this long. So I'm kind of getting tired. I know Cult Show is starting really soon. So you guys should head over to Cult Show with Mag, and I think Fonz is going to be on there. We'll be back on Friday, me and Jez, hopefully. Hopefully Jez feels much better by the time Friday rolls around and we can have another great show for you guys. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe if you're new. Thank you, everybody on Patreon. Patreon.com/XB2 for supporting the show with your questions and your comments. We should be having another Ultimate and Xbox 2+1 with Mr. Matty Plays this month. We'll let you guys know when we lock in a date. That should be happening. We'll talk about having 2 guests for Xbox 2+1, like doing it twice a month to see if that's something you guys would be interested in. But yeah, I'm tired. I'm just like almost 5 hours now, and I'm like, you know what? It was a great show. You know, I want to thank Cognito and Gaz and Addict and Fonz for coming on, and then eventually Parris stopping by with Hargeet. Appreciate everybody that watched, everybody that dropped in, all the super chats. Love you guys. And don't forget to check out our sponsor. Links in the description. They have celebrating the launch of Starfield with 20% off with their gaming pillow. It's not just for gaming, but it's for everything. So Volari, make sure you check it out. Links in the description. 20% off. And with that, hope you guys have a good rest of the week. We'll see you on Friday. Keep it gaming. Later, guys.